Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services, where we're dealing with our final budget. As per past practice, before we get into the presentation and from staff, I would be happy to afford any members of the committee to make any comments as they see fit as it relates to the budget. So we do have two people in the queue, beginning with Councillor Singh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Don't really have much to say other than this being our last budget for this term of council. I want to make sure that I personally take the opportunity to thank staff. I think consecutively the last, all the budgets of this term of council have been on our expectation and target at inflation or below. And much of, if not all, that credit goes to our staff who have been diligent in following a expectation and target of our council in recognizing expectation of our citizens. And it takes a considerable amount of work to ensure that we come in line within the inflationary target, while at the same time not diminishing our services. And I think that's the important point. You can always have a low tax rate by cutting services. That's easy enough. Many do it. But it's more of a accomplishment when you can continue year after year, improve and maintain our, I think, excellent services that the City Hall provides, while also having the most minimal impact on our taxpayers for their tax bill. I think going forward, what the target needs to be, and for myself as well, I think it's continue to push for more efficiency, cut waste, reduce redundancies, and continue on with the target of inflationary rate increases, but at the same time push more and more of improving city services within the target that we outline, and I have tremendous confidence in our staff that we will achieve that target as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I have a few comments that I would like to make, and I'll gladly give up some of my time in future questions. But unlike previous years, I'm not going to be bringing forward any radical ideas for changes. I won't do that, but I really can't pass by without stating the fact that what I brought forward last year is almost exactly what staff have put in place for our enterprise, our water, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer. In fact, staff went even a little further than I was bringing forward a year ago at this time. The only difference is I tried to give our customers a bit of a break last year, and now they're getting it this year. At both committee meetings, no votes were taken, and really they were really question periods. There was very little discussion that took place. I know that after making opening comments in the capital forecast, I really did very little speaking whatsoever. So I just want to set forward my where my thoughts are on this entire budget process. Now, and I've heard from many members of council, they're very pleased with the tax levy being only a 1.7% increase. But I want to remind everyone that taxes are only one of the services we provide. We provide all the other services, all our utility services. And those are our customers. Taxes are one part of it. We've got to work so that if we want to really pat ourselves on the back, where we have the total impact on our customers at the rate of inflation. We're a long ways from that today. At the end of the day, I hope we can make some changes so that we get that figure down to a reasonable figure. And it's at this time, there's very little that can be done on the utility side. I think we've gone, in the short term, we've gone as far as we can go on it. So we have to make cuts on the other side. So in line with that, instead of looking at a 1.7% increase on the tax side of it, I'd like it cut down to a 0.7% increase. That's $1 million that we need to find somewhere. I think it can be found. Looking over on the weekend and dealing with the results from last year, the best figures that we have, and comparing it to budget. And I try to divide how many divisions or sections we have and I don't know, I came up with about 32, I may be off by 1 or 2, but 30 of those 32 divisions, expense side of it, are all going up by more than 1.7%. So we're not living within the inflation rate. Now, we've offset that by making some pretty drastic changes on revenue. For example, increasing investment income by 39% and increasing supplementary taxes by 20%. And that's how we made up for it. We have to, well, we've already had a councillor talk about looking at improving the way we deliver things, and that's where the cuts have to be made. And there are rooms for cuts and changes, and we can't have everything that we would like to have. It's interesting to note that there was a small amount thrown on the table of $50,000, and staff have come back with a list of items. I think there are about a dozen items, and the last item, the last recommendation is to give the taxpayers a bit of a break. That's the last recommendation after we found many other ways to spend it. So totally, I would like to see us come down. We're sitting at a 4.1% increase. I'd like to see us sit at 3.1. You know, we pride ourselves that our tax rate is the lowest of all the other municipalities in the region. But if you combine the two, we are the highest. We're at 4.1%, Cambridge is at 3.9%, and Waterloo is at 3.3%. So when you combine all the services that we provide, we are the highest. And we should be the lowest because we have a natural gas system that we really benefit from. And finally, I do want to compliment staff. Staff have done their job. Staff have done an excellent job. I can't fault staff at all. I want to make a point, though. This budget here is staff's budget. It's not council's budget. And staff have done it the way they should, the way the book recommends things should be done. But staff really are not accountable. When we're at the end of the day, we own it. It becomes our budget. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, good morning, everyone. But final budget date is always a day that I kind of dread because it does pit so many different desires, needs, wants, wishes in one day. It was interesting to hear that we had over $500,000 operation surplus, and I expect that all of us will have some idea of where we would like to see that go. My understanding from Mr. Hagee in an email I sent him yesterday is that those funds automatically go into the tax stabilization fund, which would bring us much closer to our desired reserve limit, or desired reserves that we prefer to have. I do think that there are areas, though, that we can help our taxpayer, and Councillor Gazzola has alluded to some of that. But I think there are areas in the list that staff has prepared for us that we can take a look at. I certainly do think that when I see proposals, and I did have an email from Ms. McGoldrup about a position that looked like it paid a significant amount of dollars. I would have preferred if that had been a little bit clearer, because my understanding is that it wasn't just wages, it was equipment, and it was other items. And somehow I think that that's important for council to understand, but for the public to understand. Those are the pieces that make us transparent and accountable. I hope that that's where we'll go today. I hope that we will work together in good faith on the final budget of this term.
Thank you, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to say a lot now, and we'll keep it short and save some comments for during the discussion and at the end of the day. But I too want to thank staff for the work that has been done in getting the budget to this point. And as Councillor Singh, and I know you yourself, Mr. Chair, have commented, the very diligent work that's been done by staff over the term of this council to achieve the goals and the objectives that council has set. There is a process that takes place, and there is literally hundreds upon hundreds of hours of work that involves many people throughout our organization in the development of this budget. And that's the way it should be. And council then has an opportunity to consider what's put before it, make some changes as they deem necessary, and move the bar forward. What I am very happy about is that the process has become much more seamless over the past number of years. We don't spend hours upon hour going through it line by line, because quite frankly, that wasn't productive. Council's job is to set the broad strokes on our strategic plan, the broad strokes on our budget, and it's staff's responsibility to manage that. And as an organization, we're fortunate that we have had a very strong and capable staff that have done that. I think today we do have some decisions and some choices to make in a number of issues, but we will, I believe, continue at the end of this budget, continue to be one of the best managed municipalities in this region. And I do take pride in that. It's not as simple as saying, we should have the lowest taxes because we have the gas utility. We also are the largest city in the region, and we have added responsibilities that other communities don't have. We have an auditorium, we have a center in the square, and the list goes on. Responsibilities that not only benefit the ratepayers in Kitchener, but also benefit others living in this region, because that's the reality of our two-tier structure. And so I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we consider the decisions that we're making, and have a good discussion and move forward with what I believe will be a positive final budget by the time the day is done.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez, you forgot the question?
Yes, I appreciate your indulgence. We had a significant water main break this weekend, and I was wondering if staff would be able to give us some sense of how that impacts that operation surplus, or does it? I mean, it may take a couple of hours for you to get that information, but I thought it might be helpful for us today.
Okay, Mr. Hagee, quickly.
Sure. Through the chair, there's no impact on 2017. The main break happened in 2018, so it has no relevance.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, thank you very much. Having reviewed the budget, 1.7% increase in taxes looks like a pretty good figure compared to the other municipalities in the region. However, the utilities is the big downfall in terms of the increases that we are proposing. Yes, they've dropped a bit. That was suggested by staff earlier, but still they have a significant impact. And then when you look at the package, which is what we're really dealing with this morning, it's the highest in the area. It's pointed out by Councillor Guzzola. So that is still a serious concern. And then when you really look at that total package, you look back at the questionnaire that was attached at the back of the pages of the questions asked by the survey and engaging Kitchener responses, and there was, like I pointed out, over 1,000. Yet when you analyze each one, are they a positive thing saying, yeah, you're doing a good job, yeah, your taxes are pretty good, I'm happy with the services that are provided? Yes, there are comments like that. But the majority of them are issues of, well, we're not doing this, there's a problem with that, you're spending too much, and the list goes on and on and on. Granted, some of them apply to the region and not the city, so I eliminated those because that has nothing to do with us, although a lot of them were negative with the region anyways. So when you look at the engagement of the public, it's more negative in terms of, are we really doing our job, and why aren't we doing our job in terms of the details that they've pointed out. So that raised the concern in terms of, are we doing our job? Are we increasing it too much, etc.? So we have to think overall on opium. Opium. That's what we're doing, dealing with other people's money. And that other people's money is the taxpayers' money. It's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money. And here we are spending it. Yes, we have to spend it, but how do we spend it wisely or foolishly? Most of the time we're spending it wisely. but are we spending it 100% wisely? That's the key.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo-Silac.
I just want to say that I thank staff first and foremost for all the work that's been done in order to bring this budget forward. For me, quick little story. I have my 5 minutes. I was walking back from dropping Callan off at the bus this morning, and I actually had a sense of pride about the budget that we're about to work on and the pride for the city that we live in. Yeah, we have to pay money to make sure that we live in a great city, but there's pride associated with that we can actually use our money to make sure our roads are maintained, make sure that there's activities for everybody who can't afford it or can afford it, and make sure that we have a variety of things so that we have a great place to live, work, and play. At the end of the day, I think we should all have pride in our city. And I know the mayor's already used the word pride, but there's also pride in the infrastructure that we have. Yes, we had a significant water main break this past weekend, but we made a conscious decision around this horseshoe. Maybe not everybody agreed, but we made a conscious decision to be proactive with our infrastructure, and that is why we are where we are. I don't know what the other municipalities are doing, but we're being proactive because we want to save money in the long run, and we have the ability to set that. So we made that decision. We are being proactive on our infrastructure, and I think that that's really important, and that's a decision we made. Today, we are focused on the capital and operating budget, and I think we're sitting in a good position. Sure, there's probably a little bit of room to make some changes, but outside of that, I think we should be proud and have pride in what we've done and what we've accomplished. You know, this is my 12th budget, and it wasn't uncommon in the past for staff to bring in a budget at 6%, 8%, and then it would be this big kerfuffle and we would get it down to 2%. You know, so we do it much differently now, and I think it's a much better system, and I'm proud of that system. And so today is about, trying to do better. It's not about spending frivolously. It's about making sure that we're making the good decisions to continue to have a great city that we can live in and have pride in the taxes we pay because we've got good services. We live in a city that we should be proud of. So with that, I'm saying there are definitely areas that we might be able to tweak today, but on the whole, I'm really proud of the budget that sits before us.
Thank you. A couple items I want to touch upon first. I would say that this is very much council's budget. I'm concerned by the thought that it's staff's budget because, first and foremost, we are, as we've heard before, we're in a position now where I think the council and many of us have been here for a while, have built a relationship with our staff where we don't play these games where they come in with something more than we're happy with, and we sit here whittling away at it all day long, as we see in other municipalities. If I'm being completely honest, I was shocked when I found out the staff actually intended on meeting the 1.7% tax levy for this year, because I knew our challenges with the Humane Society, and I knew our challenges with the minimum wage legislation that's coming through. I knew that was going to be a big impact all by itself, and still they came in at the mandate that this council has set in the past, that mandate of inflation. I'd like to think that we've gone beyond those sorts of fighting back and forth, and I like to think of us as all being on the same side, because that's how we should be. It's also important to note that it's not this year only that we're hitting inflation. We've done it for several years running now. We've been far below our municipal peers in terms of the tax levy increase that we've had. We've done everything we can, in my opinion, to try and lessen that impact because we have had utility rate increases. Now, you can mention that the utility rates are going up, and they are. They're far in excess of inflation, and I acknowledge that that's a challenge. But having said that, we are catching up. Even with the increases passed here today, our water and sewer rates aren't the highest in the Tri-Cities. They're not. They're still within that range. We're just catching up in that area. I think it's also important to note that we need to be careful in terms of cutting things back, because if you look we all have constituents that contact us and say that they're struggling. But if you look at the broader picture, the reality is we have an unprecedentedly strong economy, it appears, in North America. I believe our unemployment numbers are at a historic low, as I understand from Stats Canada. These are actually the good times that we're in right now. And one of my disappointments in government is that when they fail to acknowledge that they're in the good times and they do not prepare for when the inevitable bad times come. So could we cut that levy down and put our jeopardize our future in terms of being able to compensate for that? Absolutely, we could, but we should not. And it's important to note also that within the context of this budget, we are paying down a significant amount of debt. We'll be down to close to 40% of our peak debt in 2013 by the end of 2018. And I think that's important to note because of our 4 levels of government. If you live in Kitchener, there are 4 levels of government. There's your lower tier municipal, there's your higher tier municipal, there's provincial and federal. And ours is the only one that the debt is going down. Everyone else is going up. And I think that's very important to keep that in context. So in closing, I just would like to say a very strong thank you to staff, because I do think that this is a budget that's been set by this council. And while I'm sure there'll be some spirited conversation as we go through this, I think we started from a very good place, and I'm confident that we're going to end in a very good place. With that, Mr. Hagg, I understand you're kicking us off.
Morning, Chair Davey and members of the council. Glad to be here today for final budget day, the end of our 2018 budget process, and the final one of this term, which has already been mentioned by a few councillors in their opening comments. As far as today goes, we'll be going through the presentation based on the schedule that's shown here, and as we go through, we will pause for discussion and decision on the different topics being discussed in the various parts of the presentation. The budget information presented today is intentionally concise, and it's meant to be that way. So the primary focus is is only on new information, not a rehash of everything that's been presented and discussed during operating or through the capital presentations. By the end of the day, committee will have approved all the components of the city budget, and those are provided on one of the handouts that you had on your desk. So council should be familiar with the budget resolution that you have there. And at the conclusion of this meeting, it will immediately adjourn to a council meeting for passage of the budget by council. As far as the resolutions go, I'd just like to point out it's consistent with what we have used in previous years. There's 2 exceptions, and I'll just point them out for council. One is resolution number 7, and that relates to the Tier 1 grants that are being approved today. We talked about that during the operating budget presentation. The other is Resolution 11, and that relates to vehicles and equipment to be purchased in 2018. Both of those are included because of decisions council's made in 2017, and so we're adding those to the budget process to get approval today instead of at a later point in time. A few highlights of the 2018 budget are provided on this slide for both the operating and capital budget. And you can see that there are complementary themes within the operating and capital budgets as they relate to fiscal responsibility, to investing in infrastructure, and into creating community. The consistency in themes is on purpose. It's intentional, and it shows the interrelatedness between the operating budget and the capital budget. We want to be consistent and do the same things through passing either the operating budget or the capital budget. It's already been allusion to what's happening in other local municipalities. We've been keeping tabs on the other municipal budget processes within the region, and all the details are provided on slide here. The region, the City of Cambridge, the City of Waterloo have already passed their budgets, so the figures that are shown here are final, and the City of Kitchener's will be final once council committee is done coming up with what the increases are for 2018 here in the City of Kitchener. The slide summarizes the overall impact on the average homeowner based on the proposed 2018 budget. The overall increase is $73, or just over 2.4%. I'll pause there, Mr. Chair, to see if there are any questions on the opening slides. Failing that, we will move to the boards and look for resolution and passage of their budgets.
There are 2. Councillor Galvey-Seelock.
Just a quick question, because you pointed it out now, and maybe it's something to do later, but with regards to the equipment approvals,
Yep.
Those are all just budgets, right? And then you tender out when it's time?
Yes, so in the capital budget, there's a single line for equipment replacements. This is detailing out what we actually plan to buy in 2018, the different pieces of equipment with that budget.
Right, but we still tender out for all of these.
Oh, we still yes, so
Right.
we'll go through a normal purchasing process.
Right.
But by approving them here, if they meet the criteria, they would not have to come back to council to be
Okay.
awarded.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
On the same line of questioning, you just, on your last statement, did you say that once they meet the criteria, it does not come back to council for approval?
Correct. So through the approval of the purchasing bylaw, the updated purchasing bylaw, I think it's items under $750,000 if they are specifically budgeted, or there's a resolution saying yes, buy that. If they're tendered broadly, have multiple bids, and are under budget, they do not need to come back to council for approval. So council would only need to see the tenders for things that don't meet those criteria. So things that are over budget or what have you.
Okay, so this list that we have here are all the equipment that's intended to be purchased or replaced of the stuff that we have this year.
In 2018.
In 2018.
Correct.
There's nothing else, unless there's an emergency or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah. How come we didn't get this list, like, let's say Friday, so we can review it over the weekend? We just get it, like, now?
Through the chair, we typically just have the budget resolution for final budget day. We're just going consistent with what we've typically done in the past.
No, I understand that from in the past, but this is a new part that you're throwing in, and I was
Correct.
like, why wouldn't we have that over the weekend?
Just because traditionally the resolution hasn't been provided in advance, it's provided here today.
Okay.
Okay, a couple more in the queue. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the resolutions related to the Economic Development Reserve Fund,
Correct?
and I see that it's a grand total of $5,000,844.
Yep.
Where does that leave us in the reserve?
Mr. Bloom, you may know.
Mr. Bloom.
Sorry, through the chair, that would be a little more than half of what's in the reserve right now. But just to be clear, that probably the lion's share, almost $4 million of that will still come back to council for final approval. So you're not actually approving $5 million worth of expenses today. Most of those still come back for ratification with the business case and the final decision by council.
So is there opportunity today to make any changes in this budget?
Through the chair, there could be. As Mr. Bloom pointed out, all of Section C, which is $4.8 million of the $5.8 million, needs to come back to council in order to be approved. So even if it is approved today and council doesn't want to move forward with it, there would still be another decision point of council.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at the items in B, because my understanding is that there'll be some other items on that B list, like the facade grants. There was another one I was looking at, sorry, that goes into C. Those will sunset in 2018, is that 2019, right?
Through the chair, the facade grant sunsetted in 2017, so in March of this year, you will get a follow-up report, and that's at the point where council gets to make a decision on whether to continue the program or not.
Okay. And is there any latitude with the Communitech grant?
Through the chair, generally speaking, we've made a commitment to Communitech for $300,000 a year, but again, it's council's discretion. Again, you saw the presentation from Communitech last week about what their intentions are moving forward. So, but certainly you can. I would just suggest that that's really a council decision.
Okay. And at what point in time, Chair, would a motion or a change in that budget happen? At the end of the day?
Mr. Hagee, thoughts on when?
Yeah, there's no set point in the presentation to deal with that, but at the end, when we dealt with everything else, we will be walking through the resolutions that we have not already covered, so I would suggest the end of the day is, or later in the day is probably better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to remind council that this is going to be council's budget, and council has the right to make whatever decisions they want as long as they're within the law. So it's council's decisions that count. It's not what staff says. We don't need to ask staff's permission. It's council's decision. Having said that, I hadn't intended to say that, but I do want to compliment staff on the details they have presented. I know one councillor has questioned it. We haven't had it in the past, and it is an improvement. It's normally we don't even get that by the end of the year. So to have that today, to have a complete list, I think that's very helpful. I want to compliment you. Just a slight question, and maybe it's off base. We really drastically changed the bases now, and we have a new base of $750,000. Where can the public and council check if it's below that threshold? Where can they check as to what's being approved by staff?
As far as the purchasing bylaw goes, I believe there's a quarterly report that is planned to come back to council for the things that have been approved that are under that threshold, similar to what happens over the summer recess when the CAO is able to sign.
Okay, that's fine. At least it would be nice to be able to do it on a timely basis, but that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, quickly, just on number 8, I see the items noted, and again, I compliment staff in going into extensive detail and showing exactly how the budget is outlined and some of the spendings that we will be doing. With the economic development grants showing from the various, institutions that we support, I'm just wondering why Senator Square isn't under this guideline, and in future, just having a total. It just, again, adds for transparency rather than having people trying to add it up themselves, and shows exactly the impact that the city is having on economic development with assistance to various not-for-profit organizations in the community. So, just a point.
So, point taken on the subtotal. As far as the center and the square not showing up, it's considered a board, so it's separated out.
I appreciate that. But again, I guess a board that's supported by the City of Kitchener, is that why it is? Because, again, the other organizations do have their own boards, like the Art Gallery and the Economic Region Economic Development Corporation. They have their own boards as well, but we're supporting them, I thought, in the same way. It just, I would love to see it's part of that, just showing the impact that the city is having in development, economic development, the extensive extent that we are making investments to these organizations. So just more of an opinion on my part rather than asking for an input back from staff.
Mr. Chapman informed me it's defined as, it's a local board, is defined in legislation, so it's separated out differently than the other organizations.
Okay, that would be fine, but again, having a total would be helpful.
Sure.
So.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just maybe a bit of a clarification, because I can't recall whether on item number 8 again, where Councillor Singh was directing on Red Sea. The past years, did we fund that through Economic Development Fund?
Sorry, what organization? I missed?
Red Sea, so Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation.
Through last year, I believe last year was the first year it was there, and it was funded through this.
Okay. Did we set something in as a policy for us to come out of economic development towards Red Sea?
Mr. Chapman, it is on the page previous, but
the city entered into a multi-year funding agreement, and that amount was fixed every year. And my understanding is that this is not funded through the reserve. It's a line item in the economic development budget, so it's not being funded out of the reserve fund.
Okay, because the way I was looking at here, it's coming out of the reserve, but...
Right, it's an economic development grant, so it sits in their operating budget, but it was an increase to their operating budget when it was implemented.
Okay, that's great. That's the clarification needed. Thank you.
Very good. No further questions. Please continue.
So as mentioned, pardon me, we will move on to the boards, and we'll be looking for direction from council, approval of their budget as we discuss them. First is KPL, Kitchener Public Library. Their budget and projected actuals are unchanged from what Council saw during the operating budget discussion. In the discussion about additional assessment growth funding of around $50,000 through operating budget, you'll recall that we noted, Council, that was happening, that we expected additional funding, and Council had a number of options that they discussed to bring forward for final budget day. Those are in issue paper BDO 5, which starts on page 56. One of the ideas that was brought up was for the Kitchener Public Library to fund them. So in passing the KPL budget, we would be looking for direction on the amount and whether any of the additional assessment growth funding would go to them. I would suggest there does not need to be a resolution for all of that funding, but essentially at this point in time, is any of that funding going to be provided to Kitchener Public Library?
Thank you. So on that, I have Mayor Vrbanovich in the queue.
Well, just a question, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if it would be most effective if we just approved the budget as is with the understanding that we can come back to a portion of the assessment growth funding, which I anticipate we'll want to discuss at the end of the day in terms of how to allocate that.
So we have everything on the table at the same time. I think that's appropriate. I don't think that affects the library's budget in any way, aside from that. So I think that's appropriate, yeah. So I would take any comments or questions or a motion to approve the Kitchener Library Board.
So also leave the motion to one of our two reps from the library board.
Oh, sorry? Sure. Actually, two in the queue. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I'll move the budget as proposed and leaving it open to later discussion as to whether or not we add.
Very good. Councillor Galway-Selak.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Mary was actually prepared to say anything or if it's just open for questions, because I definitely have one.
Oh, okay. There's definitely one question, so you may as well come on down. Good morning.
Did you want to say anything first before I ask my question, or just here to answer questions?
Nope, I think I'm prepared for the question.
Okay. So it's noted in the report, the budget, the issue paper, that the KPL was planning on funding the minimum wage increase of $85,000 to their budget through gapping. Does that, at the end of the day, have an impact on the service level of the KPL to increase that budget? And what is the current budget of gapping already at, or approximately?
So we are anticipating being able to cover this year's increase through gapping. We have a couple of significant retirements, as well as we've had a number of resignations that we are withholding replacement. Ultimately, this will impact our services because we will be providing as much service with fewer staffing for 2018.
Do you already budget an amount for gapping in your budget?
Yes, so the gapping is $30,000 right now.
So that's what you gap every year?
That is that's
so
what
this is a
for.
significant increase in gapping
Yes.
for an additional $85,000.
Correct.
For the
Final 56?
BDO5?
Yeah.
It's final 56, sorry. Okay, I think that was all of my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Did I just hear you say that going forward you'll deal with this higher minimum wage by having fewer staff? Isn't that the direction that the Premier doesn't want the country to go in?
Right, so ultimately, services will be impacted if we are gapping. We are going to have fewer staff for that period of time. It is our hope and intent that we'll be able to address that and provide staff, again, whether it's at different levels, but yes, we will be at a deficit for some period of time this year.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment when I get the opportunity, if I could.
An amendment with respect to the library board?
To the motion that's been put forward.
Oh, okay, just keeping in mind, the assessment part we're going to deal with later.
Yeah, no, that's kind of...
Okay, if you wouldn't mind letting us know what it is now, just so we can get the...
I'm sorry, what?
If you wouldn't mind letting us know what that amendment is now.
Yeah, no, I'm, in view of looking at the city's giving the library board a 2% increase, and I looking at their expenses, and they're going up by 1.86%. I'd like to see us stay closer to having expenses going up 1.7% or less. So I'm going to move an amendment to reduce the appropriation from the city by $18,000, which I think is a minimal reduction that can be found without changing our service levels.
Okay, I will take that amendment at the appropriate time. I just wanted to clarify one quick thing, because we do have media in the room, and I want to be 100% clear on this. In terms of the minimum wage legislation, the library is not laying anyone off. They're simply using gapping as a short-term measure, and it will be dealt with in the future in terms of the...
That's correct.
Okay, I want to be 100% clear on that. Thank you. Councillor Gallo-Silak.
Yeah, I forgot to ask my follow-up question, and Councillor Davey kind of alluded to it. So you said that for this year, the $85,000 would be covered in gapping. What is the strategy moving forward to fill that $85,000 on a yearly basis?
On a yearly basis. Ultimately, we will have to either review our service model and make changes to our services, or we will have to see an increase in our staffing model.
Okay. And in light of the amendment that's coming forward, what would an $18,000 decrease mean to the budget, and where would that likely come from? Because you have, I know being on the library board, there's minimal areas to decrease $18,000. So where do you anticipate that would come from?
Sure. Well, we're already addressing a gapping situation and a reduction. So another $18,000 will definitely impact the services that we provide through programming as well as our resources reduction.
Right, and if I remember correctly, probably even predates some of your time, that resource budget's been hit significantly over the last 5-10 years.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. I'm going to just, I actually want to make some comments with respect to the motion and the amendment.
If you could just hold off on that, then. Yep. No questions, you can keep back in. Councillor Ioannidis, questions or comment? Question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and Mary, thank you as always for great work you guys do at the KPL. The question I'm wanted to ask is, again, it's about dealing with the gapping, and just wanted to get a better clarification. Are you saying you're gapping, but are you not quickly ready to hire someone because of this wage increase, or you're going to go as fast as you can to replace these new employees?
Right. So I would say that it's both. We are looking to replace these individuals and employees, but we are trying to gap as long as we can as well. So we are actively looking, but we're also pushing it out.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question just before I get into I want to be clear on this as well. So what I'm hearing is, if the budget is approved as is, as you brought it forward to us, you think you can handle the minimum wage situation for at least for 2018, and you're going to review your budgets. So if you can't close that gap come 2019, we could have a discussion coming in 2019 regarding additional resourcing.
Right. So we believe that we can close the gap for 2018. We will not be able to do the same, most likely, in 2019.
Okay, very good. Oh, one more question, Councillor Gallo-Silak.
Sorry, my questions just keep coming from what we're talking about. And so I just wanted to ask you to give a brief history or a brief answer to what funding the library has looked at from outside sources other than the city and some of the fundraising that we've done, especially with Hefner Studio and other things. So approximately how much you get from other organizations or agencies or funding.
Sure. So apart from the city and the fundraising efforts of the Kitchener Public Library staff, we receive funding from the province. As I think most people here know, that funding model hasn't changed in 26 years. Now actually it's 27 years. I am optimistic with the new appointment to Senate for our Minister of Culture, Tourism and Sports, and in fact, coincidentally, have a meeting before that announcement with Diane Vernile set for the 29th, and that will be top and foremost on my agenda.
And then just with regards to donations, do we have a typical amount that we receive? And then also with the Hefner Studio, what was the amount that we received?
So the Hefner family donated $200,000. We also received a donation from the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation of $15,000 this year, and we received a donation of $50,000 unrelated to the Hefner donation, but from the Toyota Motors organization and company. So we were very happy with the efforts for the donations in 2017. 2018, we continue to roll out our model for donor development, and we'll also focus on sponsorships, particularly for some of our what I call outside of our core programs. So whether it's the 85 Queen series, some of the cultural series that we're running, we'll be looking for a new sponsorship program for that.
And you've also been able to increase levels of service with regards to loaning out instruments and different things like that didn't cause any increases in your budget. Is that correct?
That's correct. So our musical instrument lending program, which now is up to 200 instruments, was funded through Sun Life Financial. The instruments themselves were donated by Sun Life, and Sun Life also provided funding for managing that collection. So we will be looking going forward for more and more of these kinds of partnerships where we have service and funding associated with that for the community.
Thank you very much, Maria. I appreciate all those answers and painting a picture of what the library has been able to do this last year in getting additional funding and increasing service levels without really looking for budget increases. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola, question or comment? Comment. There are no further questions, Ms. Chevreau. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Ms. Chevreau, there's no further questions. You can have a seat if you like.
Oh, thank you.
Just don't want you staying there for too long. Okay, so we're going to deal with Kitchener Public Library. It hasn't been mentioned, but as for past practice, all of our votes will be recorded today. So we'll be dealing first with the amendment by Councillor Gazzola for a reduction of $18,000 from the library budget, followed by the main motion approving the budget as a whole. So I will not take comments. Councillor Gazzola.
I'm surprised that I get to give the first comment when I was the last one in line.
You were first in the queue here. People have queued in since.
Oh, life is wonderful, isn't it? Being as it may, I don't want to be painted as an evil person here that doesn't appreciate what the library has done for our community for the last 150 years. I think we have a tremendous library and a great staff, and we have been great for our community. I'm asking for a minor change here. You see, we go through this process, we always, to our convenience, we budget on top of budget. Now, last year, the library had other revenue of $364,000. And I asked myself, well, why won't that carry on? And why won't they even do 1% better than that in their other revenue? And if they did, that brings that line up to about close to $370,000, and there's $11,000 of the 18 that I'm looking for. So there are a lot of ways to make these things up. I will stand with my. And the other thing I have in hope too is if we make things a little tight for our libraries, maybe they'll start going after the province. It's ridiculous that the provincial grant has been what it's been for at least 50, 60 years. And we need to have people, and where better to come from than our library boards to go after the province to get them to do something. Totally ridiculous. If our grant had been going up by an unreasonable amount, had been moving, we wouldn't be in this position. So I stand by my recommendation of a meager $18,000 on an $11 million budget.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. As one of the representatives of council on the library board, it is my honor to be able to serve with such an incredible organization. The fact that the KPL leadership has been able to budget for the minimum wage increase without asking for additional funds from their budget is exemplary. It's something that unfortunately will affect service levels to a degree, but the staff have determined that this will be, and the board, the KPL board, has determined that this will be something that we can live with. You know, a week does not go by without somebody from some member of the public telling me how much they appreciate the Kitchener Public Library. It's not our job to make our library's budget tighter. The province will not receive the message if Kitchener Public Library has been squeezed tighter. The province has received a letter from our council this year requesting that they unfreeze the funding, and that is how we communicate to the province. We also encourage the Kitchener Public Library leadership to work with the provincial organization that represents all libraries in Ontario to advocate on all of our behalf, not just as a one-off. And that's why I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Mayor Vobenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. I'm going to begin by saying that, as the day starts, I'm pleased that Councillor Gazzola and I can find something that we're agreeing on, and that's our desire to see that provincial grant to libraries going up, and something that certainly I would like to see happen as well. And admittedly, the provincial government, just like us and other governments, have a variety of pressures, and this is no doubt one of them. We've done well in other areas, but libraries are an extremely important resource in the community because they are that social leveler for people across the socioeconomic spectrum. And I think seeing additional investments by the province would be beneficial. Having said that, that's sort of where our agreement ends on this particular issue, because I cannot support the amendment that's before us, because I think the worst message that we can send to the patrons of the library, to those in the community who have stepped up and made significant capital investments in the library towards its programming, is saying, well, the way we're going to reward you is by actually going and decreasing the average amount that the library budget should be going up, particularly at a time when they've already said to us they're going to tackle some of the financial challenges they're having with the staffing portion of the budget by dealing with it through additional gapping. And instead of coming and asking us for those monies this year, they want to see how they can make that work, and we'll deal with it in the future. And so in my mind, that should be acknowledged and praised, and not rewarded with an $18,000 decrease from what's proposed here. The library continues to be one of the most valued services by our residents. Anytime we do surveying, one just needed to be there on Saturday and see the place jam-packed with people of all ages, from our youngest to our oldest, not only using a library for its traditional use, but also exploring a whole variety of things, including the porch party that had 3 different entertainment stages throughout the library. And one of the most awesome scenes was this spontaneous dancing that broke out at one point. A mother with a little girl and another little girl, and then there was this elderly gentleman in a seat, and this woman came over to him, and I don't think they knew each other, but he was kind of in his seat going to the music, and she came over and encouraged him to stand up and dance to the music. And it was truly a special moment to see this playing out in a library where years ago, quite frankly, if you spoke too loudly, somebody would go, shh. And so things are very different today. And I think it would be the wrong message when they've done such good work, when we're seeing community partners like Hefner and Sun Life and others come to the table to be looking to decrease this amount. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Galway-Seelock?
Yeah, just briefly, because I've made a lot of questions and a little bit of a comment already. I agree with a lot of what the mayor has already said, but I did want to also just point out that within the existing budget that the KPL had last year, they still were able to increase their new cards by 20%, which is unheard of for libraries. And this we all heard during the operating budget. They have 200 new instruments. Their social media has increased 34%, and they've had a 72% increase in the Hefner studio. And so things are going well at the library, and they're doing it with the existing budgets that they have. So they're dealing with 20% more users just for cards. And then you have all the other social media attention and people coming in for the Hefner studio, and you have the instruments being loaned out. So there's a lot more going on at the library, and that is fantastic. And there's also been a 30% increase in the wireless use. So a meager $18,000 would take away some of this progress that we're currently making. And I don't think that that is the way that we want to go. And over many years, the resource budget has been hit at the KPL. I don't think they can take another hit. We are behind already in the resource budget because we've cut it over the last number of years. And when I say that, I'm not saying in the recent years, but the ones prior. And I think it's important for us to keep moving forward and gaining momentum and gaining the usership and the customers that are using the library. And in my opening comments, I use the word pride and proud a lot. And I would like to say that for the last 12 years, I have been proud to sit on this board, and I will not support any decrease.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you, Chair Davey. Yeah, I mean, in light of all the comments that have been made, and the way I look at it too is I see that the library and the board have been doing a phenomenal job, and it's a service that I think the community, we've heard loud and clear, is something the community desperately needs and wants. And I'm not prepared to, hang to dry the KPL because of provincial legislation and funding. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. Many of the comments that I wanted to make have already been made, and I agree. I think we are sending the wrong message to the province if we decrease our support. There's so much positive momentum going at the library. There's challenges with the minimum wage increase. They have not come to us to ask for more. They're going to adjust and find a workaround, temporary workaround to make this happen. So there's just no way I can support any decrease to the great work that's happening at the library.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add my voice to that. I can't think of a worse place to make this type of, in my opinion, uncaring financial cut then to the library, even though it's a small amount of money. So for that reason, I won't support this amendment. We can go through the budget and find other places to make this kind of nibble at a budget, and I won't be any part of doing it to the library.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr. Chair, I won't support the amendment. If there is ever an organization that does so much with so little, I think that would definitely be the library board. I think many have already said the extensive improvements and services that the library provides with the limited budget, and making any cuts will have a noticeable effect, and I think that's unreasonable. I will take a quick moment and expressing some frustration. Although I think this is a positive move across the province with the minimum wage going up more closer to the living wage, I think this is where the province is missing a little bit with increased revenue that they will have with more increased, I guess, incomes with the increase. I would love to see some of that coming back to organizations such as this, and that's where that missing link is, and I hope the province will take notice soon enough. Otherwise, it's compounding a serious problem to organizations like the library and many other non-profit organizations that give back and provide essential services to our citizens, and I think that's something that needs to be pointed out and advocated more, because the province will be getting back from this decision, and I think that what they're getting back should be filtered back to organizations such as these.
Thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Gazzola. Pardon me, Councillor Gazzola, for the final comment. I'll simply quickly... Oh, okay, Councillor Gazzola.
I want to clarify first that I'm not uncaring. Okay, but the point is, I'm not asking for a decrease in what we're giving the library. Council or staff put forward a 2% increase. I'm adjusting the increase to 1.86%. So I'm not asking for a decrease of what's going to the library. Okay, I'm asking for a smaller increase. Two different things. And I am caring.
No, and that's a fair clarification. Just I've made a point. I made a point of that in years gone by. Councillor Gazzola is certainly not proposing a cut. He's just not proposing as much of an increase as the library's requested, and that's fair. Having said that, I won't support the amendment. I haven't been as close to the library's development as I would have liked, but I've been watching from afar, and just over the years, hearing the rhetoric about how how libraries are going to be going in the future with respect to the internet and everything else. It's interesting. The internet's really been more of a catalyst for the library than I think many would have expected. And if I'm being completely honest, I was blown away by that 20% increase in cards that are being used at the library. And if you want to impress a council, you want to show that you're having a positive effect in the community and you're getting more people using it and you're making our city better. So I will absolutely support the existing budget. I don't think, if I'm being honest, I'm content to let you deal with the minimum wage legislation for this year, and we'll talk next year depending on where things go with respect to the additional assessment growth. I'd like to say that while you're here. But I would certainly approve your budget as is. And just in terms of the province stepping up, it seems to me a situation, if someone's getting beat up, you don't sneak in a punch hoping they'll stop. I think it's the other way around. You want to give them a hand up if possible. So having said that, so we'll vote on the amendment first. The amendment is a reduction of $18,000 from the recorded votes and everything. Yeah, recorded votes all day. Sorry, I indicated that earlier, but just to be 100% clear, everything we vote on today will be recorded vote. So the motion is to reduce the library's budget for 2018 by $18,000. Reduce the staff recommendation by $18,000. Oh, sorry, I screwed up too. Can we do a revote on that one, please? Yes, please. I shouldn't speak and vote at the same time. So this is, if you want to reduce the budget, you would push green. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment fails. And the main motion as put forward by Councillor Marsh. Voting's open. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
So if you're following along with your resolution sheet, we just did 6A, and then we'll revisit that again when, as Council indicated, when we get to the additional assessment growth discussion, and I will follow up with the board, with the KPL staff about what the final decision of Council is. So you don't need to worry about that. Next is Center in the Square that we're looking for direction on, and that's Resolution 6B in your resolution sheet. There are no changes to the budget. The actuals, projected actuals for 2017 are very similar to what was presented during the operating budget. And as was noted during operating, there is a continued ask for the transitional funding, and you will see that in your resolution sheet. So there's 6B, the amount for Center in the Square, and then the wording that the transitional funding continue on in the amount of $182,870, and that if there is any year-end surplus, it would be split 50-50 between Center in the Square and the city, which is what we're doing in 2017 as well. So, Mr. Chair, we'll look for a decision on Center in the Square now.
Very good. So we'll be looking for a motion on this. Are any questions or comments? Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I'm prepared to move with the recommendation.
Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. I think it'd just be good to ask Center staff to just update us on how 2017 is looking, because as we know from the board, it's looking promising in terms of a surplus.
Certainly, Mr. Snow. Yeah, if you just want to give us an update, I think the question is you want to give us any update if there's any changes or expected changes from the 2017 budget?
Yeah, through the chair. We're doing exceptionally well. The last 73 days of risk has turned out to be very positive for the Center in the Square. We've seen some very good results from shows like Diana Krall. We ended the year with a great show. It was a family show. Natalie McMaster and Donnell Leahy. And then we started the year wonderfully with Dancing with the Stars. So our projected surplus, we believe, is above 70. Maybe might hit 80, but we're still calculating. We hope it's 80. That way we're able to give back 50%. And we'll keep you posted, but I think in the next 3.5 weeks, we should have a solid number back to everybody.
Great. Thank you. And I just wanted to, that is a piece of good news, and I know that Rob and his team have been working very diligently to get things turned around at the Center in the Square, and it looks like 2017 is, as we just heard, going to end positively as well, which is fantastic that we're seeing, some of those transition costs actually coming back to us. We're not there yet fully, and so I think we need to move the budget as is, and so I'll be supporting Councillor Ioannidis' motion, but hopefully we'll see that trend continue in future years.
Very good, thank you. Councillor Gazzola, a question or a comment?
I have an amendment that I'd like to bring forward, yeah.
Please.
Yeah, no, I'm reluctant to do so because I know the struggles that the Center in the Square has had, and I'm really pleased that they've come a long way in turning that around. But I'm in the issue of fairness. I believe that when you're trying to do things, everybody should pitch in. So would like to make an amendment that the appropriation by the city be increased by $25,000 less than has been put forward under the staff recommendations.
Okay, just to be clear, you're asking for a reduction of what the transfer would be from the city to the Center in the Square by $25,000. In this instance, Councillor Gazzola, there is no material increase to the Center in the Square. They are the increase that they built in is also reducing the transitional funding. So the Center in the Square is getting the exact same amount of money this year as they did the last 2 years, I believe. So I'm not sure if that's new information. If you want to cue in, so we...
So I'm asking, yes, for a 25% reduction in what's been given then.
Okay, very good. So we will take that amendment first. Mr. Hagee, do you have a comment?
So just to clarify, on the resolution sheet, there are two amounts. So there's the amount in 6B that's roughly $1.8 million. And then there's the transitional funding of $182,000. The way that Councillor Gazzola said his motion, I interpreted it as reduce the amount in 6B by $25,000. So that $1.8 million would be reduced by $25,000, which would cause a reduction to the proposed tax rate increase. The transitional funding would remain at $182,870 for 2018, is the way I interpreted the motion.
Okay, and I saw Councillor Gazzola nodding. Would you like to comment? Okay, sorry, Councillor Gazzola, can you cue in so everyone can hear you?
And the transitional grant be reduced, but by the $25,000.
Okay, so Mr. Hagee would be for the transitional amount then, okay.
So if that's the case, there would be no tax rate change. The transitional funding comes from the tax stabilization reserve. So there'd be no impact to the 1.7% tax rate increase. It would just mean less of a transfer from tax stabilization.
Okay, point of order, Mayor Benich, just so everyone's clear. So there's the base funding that goes to the Center in the Square, and then a few years back we approved the transitional amount that comes out of our tax stabilization. The transfer of $25,000, as Councillor Gazzola put forward, would come from the tax stabilization, which means that it wouldn't impact the base levy. And point of order, Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, we may need to check this, but it seems to be my recollection that we made a multi-year commitment of $2 million to the Center in the Square a few years back, with this transition of it lowering the transition costs and transferring it to the operating grant. So I'm not sure that we wouldn't require a motion to reconsider if we're moving away from that overall $2 million.
I would look to staff to comment. I personally don't believe that's the case, especially if it's coming from the transitional funding. I think that was a year-by-year agreement. But I'm not sure if staff will be able to comment.
Because a couple of us seem to think it was 3 years, so.
Mr. Hagee?
Through the chair, my recollection is like yours, that there is not a $2 million commitment for a period of time, but there was the base grant, and that Center in the Square indicated that they would likely need the transitional funding for a period of time, but I don't think Council preset what that time frame is.
Okay, very good. I will accept the motion as put forward by Councillor Gazzola. So I have two people in the queue to comment on this. Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I had a question, actually.
A question of
either Ryan or Rob.
Okay, go ahead.
The anticipated surplus, you're hoping 70, maybe 80. We would get half of that. Where would that, let's say 35,000 or 30,000,
goes to
35 or 40,000, where would that go back to?
Okay. Mr. Hagee, actually, you can take
Sure. So the funding that comes back would show up in the Center in the Square line in the operating budget, and ultimately would drop to the bottom line and be part of the city's overall net surplus or deficit.
Which would go to tax stabilization.
Which would, ultimately go to tax stabilization.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, when Mayor Vanderbeek mentioned a few of us, I was the other person who thought that was the case, that it was a commitment, a multi-year commitment I would request staff still review that and to make certain, because I don't recall us just making a kind of a forever transitional cost to the center. I thought we had discussed, I don't know if it was more of a commitment or more of an overall discussion that was a few years was in discussion, and I thought 3 was the amount. But regardless of that, this council made a commitment to the strategy that the Center Square is taking. That is a community mandate. That is not a strategy that I supported. I thought we should have gone to a more commercial model. But even though of my difference of opinion, we chose to support them in this direction. And that's council's direction that they're trying to abide by. That's going to come at a cost. That's going to require commitment to them to ensure that they are successful in achieving the goals that we set out for them. Now, to change that, I think, would be unfair. To change that suddenly would be unfair. To give an overall opinion or direction saying, over time, the transitional costs, we hope to see it reduce, and I very much would like that. But to do it suddenly, I think it's irresponsible. I think we have to give more time. Now is not that time. So I would not be able to support that, even though overall I would be very supportive of giving that opinion or encouragement for the center to continue on the good work that they're doing with their overall operations, which is seeing improvement over previous years, and work towards reducing the reliance on that transition cost.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I echo much of what Councillor Singh said. The Center Square are basing decisions and planning on counting on this transitional funding. It also affects not just the Center and the Square, but our Symphony, and there's some great forward momentum going here, some good positive signs. If we remember where we were at the start of this, when we proposed this traditional transitional funding, it's come a long, long way, and they need to count on our support going forward for the time that we proposed it.
I won't be supporting the amendment. I think, in a sense, it's almost redundant. We've heard from the general manager that the expected surplus this year is going to see an additional probably $35,000, $40,000 coming back to the city already as a result of the good results that they've had this year. Now, those numbers aren't finalized, but I think we can have a reasonable expectation that will be coming back in any event. So. Being that the Center and the Square has not seen an increase, their budget's essentially been frozen as far as the city is concerned for, I think, 2 or 3 years now. I think it's appropriate we approve the budget as is, and in the meantime, we're happy to collect any half of the surplus that you guys want to bring back to us in future years. Councillor Gazzola for final comment.
Yeah, I just want to mention that what I'm doing is not redundant. What I'm doing is causing a 25% a change in the tax stabilization reserve, and when we have the organization here telling us they're going to make they're well on their way to an $80,000 profit, which will bring $40,000 back into the tax stabilization reserve. So it's not really a redundancy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Okay, we'll take the motion on that as moved by Councillor Gazzola to reduce the funding from the transitional funding from the Center and the Square by $25,000. So if you're in favor of doing that, you'd hit green. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment fails. And the main motion as moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We will take a 2-minute stretch break, and then we'll continue then.
Not just the resolution. You can hit the issue.
Okay, can everyone please take their seats? Okay, if everyone can take their seats, we can get back underway here. Okay, Mr. Haggie, I understand we have the gentleman, Bruce, from the Horticultural Society here. Can we deal with that right away before we jump into the enterprise operating budgets? Unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly where that is in our budget line here. Okay, very good. Sorry, on the last page?
Right here, 235.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So I'm being told it relates to Tier 1 grants. Those would be approved as part of the operating budget, which is the last bit of the day. So in schedule, it would be the part of the last thing to come up. So I'll look to the chair as to how.
Okay, well, how about we just, we'll look at this one single line item. So it's on page Appendix A2 in your sheet that's in front of you, and we'll look at approving that part of the Tier 1 grants individually, just because the gentleman's here, if anyone has any questions. Moved by Councillor Fernandez. Any comments or questions? No, it's fine, Councillor Fernandez. Not seeing any comments or questions. Those in favor? Or sorry, recorded vote on everything as per. Oh, yep. So this is if you look at your sheet that has the actual, okay. So the second last page on the inside, Appendix A-2. Yeah, 5 from the bottom for the Kitchener Horticultural Society. The amount is $235,956. We're approving that from Tier 1. Okay. Just the delegation's here, so if there's any questions, sorry. Okay, so everyone clear on that? So that's been moved. The voting is open. Voting is open. Has everyone voted? Okay, and that carries unanimously with all members that are here. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you kindly. Okay, and we will continue. Mr. Haggie.
The next section to discuss are the various enterprises. Council is aware are city business lines that fund themselves through the rates and fees that they charge. Slide indicates or is included as a reminder to Council of the decisions you've already made about the different rates and fees for these enterprises. Council has already approved the rates and fees for golf building and parking as part of the user fee schedule, which was approved in November. Council has also already set the gas rates for 2018 in a process outside of the budget process. So today, as we're considering the budgets, we'll be asking for approval of each of the enterprises. But the rates that can be affected are really only the water, sanitary sewer, and storm sewer utilities. Each of the enterprises has a summary slide in advance of it that speak to the budget as well as the projected actuals for 2017, and then that's followed by the number slide that Council's familiar with. Most of the budgets remain unchanged. Some of the projections have changed from their original presentation, and they'll be highlighted as we go through. The first is building, which remains unchanged from the budget on the budget side of things, and the projections are just slightly worse than Council saw during the operating budget presentation. I don't have any comments to that, Mr. Chair. I'd look for direction, approval of the building enterprise now before we move on to other enterprises.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Councillor Ioannidis, question?
I was going to move it.
Oh, okay. It's any questions or comments on the building enterprise? Okay. Recorded vote in favor as moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Okay, and that carries. Just one more. Okay, we're just going to go back to the Horticultural Society. Councillor Fernandez has one question, although we did deal with it, but do you want to go ahead and ask?
I apologize. I didn't mean to misstep here. I know that we'll be dealing with the operational surplus more towards the end of the day. At least that's my understanding. If I have something related to that additional surplus and how I want some of it used, would I be bringing that forward now? Or because it's related to the Horticultural Society?
Okay, so if I can jump in, I probably should have spoke to that earlier. The policy in terms of surpluses, it's not finalized until, it's still projected at this point. So typical, the policy is that any surplus at the end of the year goes into tax stabilization, which itself is underfunded. So we can't be spending money we don't know we're going to have for sure yet. So we don't actually deal with the surplus. It's just part of our notes as to the direction that we're going, but we don't spend that money until, or if we spend it at all, until we know that we're going to have it. But I'd look to staff to comment.
So through the chair, today we're not looking for direction on the projected surplus or deficit for any of the enterprises or the tax-supported operations. It's provided for information for council, but by council policy, the reserve policy, all of those funds just get closed out to the tax stabilization reserve.
So there is no opportunity for any requests. Like we know that we have the $51,000, right?
And that's different. That's assessment growth revenue that the roll is closed. We know that funding is unbudgeted, so it's additional $50,000 that is not included anywhere in the budget, and that's ongoing funding. It's very different from the projected surplus or deficit because that's a one-time event, not ongoing funding. And we already have direction on what to do with that through council policy.
Okay, so if I wanted to address the $51,000 now related to the Horticultural Society and work that's being done around King Street, that's something I need to wait for till the end of the day, or to do that now?
It's council's prerogative as to when we deal with it. The discussion around KPL is we'll circle back to that toward the end of the day.
Right, yeah, so the intention is because there's a few different items, we'll deal with the additional assessment altogether near the end of the day or near the end of the package.
Okay, because Mr. McNeil was here, I thought maybe it would be prudent to do it now, but I'll wait till the end of the day then.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we just approved building enterprise, correct? So very good.
Next is golf. Not much to say about golf either. The budget's unchanged. The projected actual overall net bottom line result is unchanged for 2017, and we're looking for approval of the golf budget at this point in time.
Councillor Ioannidis.
I'll move it.
Sorry, I missed you a couple times here. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'd like to ask staff, there's a big increase in the expenses. How does that relate? Expenses next year are going to go up by 23%. How does that? No, the expenses are going to go up by, comparing budget to budget, by 13%. That's well above, what causes that?
So the changes within the budget are based on the fact that we're actually budgeting on gross and not net. So it's just a restatement of how our actuals are.
Is your gross profit decreasing?
It's how we actually were reporting our revenues and our expenses in the past. These are actually more realistic to our actuals.
All right, what would happen if the dividend were slightly increased to the city?
Any increase in the city dividend would increase the deficit and increase the ongoing balance in the deficit budget.
Who are your bankers?
The city.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Kugler, 1 second, and there'll be more questions. Councillor Gazoli, finished?
Yeah, I'm going to move a minor amendment to this budget. Okay.
Would you care to table that now?
Yeah, no, I'm going to increase the dividend to the city by $5,000 to $80,000. I think where we're going is that we're saying that the dividend is somewhat equivalent to what the property taxes would be, and therefore our property taxes have been going up. So it's appropriate that dividend increase by a small amount. I think it can be done without any impact to anyone. It doesn't really hurt anyone. Yes, it affects the stabilization reserve fund, but that's really a meaningless fund in that the city of Kitchener is the banker, and the real equity in our golf course is in the value of the golf course. So it's a humongous figure if we ever wanted to include that. So.
Okay, I'll take that amendment, and I don't need to comment. I have no issue supporting that as well. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, the Stabilization Reserve Fund is related to the golf enterprise, correct?
Sorry, please repeat that.
The Stabilization Reserve Fund is related to the golf enterprise that we're seeing here right now, right?
Correct.
And we're seeing a negative balance going forward to 2022 without any change. So, is there anything expected that, and you guys already are doing, I think, a decent job, but again, it's the realities of the business a little bit. Is there something in mind that will be done to steady the ship and come out of negative? Or this is the reality that we have to really face?
So through you, Chair, predominantly until we actually pay off the original deficit from the construction that we did out at Doon Valley Golf Course, that'll be the first time we actually see a return of revenue back. There are some things that we are looking at. We are looking at some other partnership opportunities and other ways of doing business. So we continue to look and explore especially around food and beverage, of what opportunities might exist out there and how we might be able to use the facility beyond the golf season. So
I absolutely encourage that. I think that is where we need to go for revenues. Again, relying just on the memberships and more people coming, patrons. I think sometimes that's just dips and valleys a little bit, but there's other business out there that we could utilize from that asset. But obviously that still needs to be done. If we were to make any change and increase the dividend to the city, that's only going to compound the problem. It's not going to help solve the ongoing issue in steadying the ship a little bit, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I'll just quickly make a comment that I would not be supportive of any amendment, although we have to look for whatever ways we can to increase our, positive impact back to the tax base, but this is not one enterprise, at least not right now.
Okay, thank you. There's no one else in the queue, so we will be dealing with the amendment first as put forward by Councillor Cazzola, I don't have anyone to comment. I'm just going to comment quickly that I'm going to support the amendment. It's not a huge amount of money, and I do think there's actually some merit in realizing that given that our agreement with the other golf courses, I think it's an informal agreement, is that we will pay a minimum dividend of property taxes and the other expenses that other golf courses will pay. I think it's appropriate to make sure we sort of keep lockstep with that going forward, and it's not going to make a huge material difference, I think, in going forward in the future. Mayor Vabenovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I echo your comments on this one. I think it appears that today we're destined for a day where we're going to see people, some people trying to make little tweaks over the course of the day. Because staff, quite frankly, in my view, have done a strong job on the budget. Having said that, I think for the rationale that you outlined, particularly as it relates to property taxes, I can support a small dividend increase to the city.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
This is just bringing a question to my mind. When was the last time that this dividend was looked at with regards to the value of the property tax, and or has it been increased recently? I don't recall. Does staff have an answer for that?
Mr. Haggie, how's your recollection?
Through the chair, I don't remember the exact year, but we looked at it 2 or 3 years ago, so it was during this term of council, and it was a reasonable approximation at that time of the tax, the property tax that would be paying. It hasn't been indexed, has not increased during this term of council. I believe it was during the last term of council that it actually went down because it was so high.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman to add?
Through the chair, there are just 2 comments I need to make. One is that dividends as a principle are paid out of retained earnings. Golf has no retained earnings, and so it's a bit bizarre that we even pay a dividend, but we do that because of the level playing field agreement. The other point I would make is that golf course assessments have gone down, and so I would encourage you to be careful around the line of thinking to try too closely to a precise taxation level. Waterloo has seen their contributions from Grey Silo go down because golf course assessments have gone down. I expect we'll find the same thing when we go back out to update our taxation level. And so I think it may be overly simplistic to say because tax rates have gone up this year, we should increase the dividend, when we found that across the sector, assessments have gone down and taxes have gone down.
Okay, I appreciate that. Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
Okay, I'm just going to make a quick comment. We have looked at this, maybe not this year, but we've looked at it in the past, and I think it can end up being a slippery slope. It's easy to try and take from something that seems to be a revenue generator, but when in actuality it's not too much, and we've borrowed on this enterprise to enhance Dune, and so I think, in my opinion, it's premature to try and increase that dividend. And quite frankly, at the end of the day, $5,000, I know we're trying to make little tweaks or whatever, but $5,000 at the end of the day is going to hurt this enterprise more than the penny or two that it's going to save the taxpayer.
Okay, no further comments or questions. Voting's actually been open for a while, so please go ahead. This is on the amendment. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment fails. And to the main motion as put forward by Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Arlington, unfortunately everyone can see that you haven't voted yet. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. On to parking, Mr. Haggie.
Next is parking. There actually is something to talk about here as far as differences. The budget and the projected actuals have changed. It's mainly due to property tax reassessments for City Hall and the Kitchener Market. So after the budget was prepared, we got new updated information from MPAC about the assessed values of those. As a result of that, the costs have been decreased in both those areas, which is a benefit to the parking enterprise. Even with the reduced property tax costs, though, it's important to note that parking is projecting deficits within the forecast in 2020 and beyond. So increasing the dividend from parking is not a sustainable option. I'll turn it to you, Mr. Chair, for discussion and approval of the parking budget.
Thank you. Mr. McCormick, you might want to take a drink of water. There's a whole bunch of questions here for you. You might want to make sure you know where your wallet is as well. Mayor Verbenovich.
Not a question, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to move the budget at the appropriate
Very good. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Mr. McCormick. I don't know. I'm looking at the parking budget year after year, leading up to, at least for now, the rationale has been that the parking enterprise seems to struggle because obviously the work that's happening in the downtown and the impact from the LRT construction. Now that's coming to a completion, where the hope is obviously people will use the main terminal here, the hub, as a way connection point. Even if they were to come and park in downtown, they can take the LRT wherever. Why is not the overall picture for the parking enterprise not starting to look more rosier than the way we have been projecting with the expected rationale, but that rationale doesn't exist anymore?
Through the chair, with the LRT construction, although there may be or likely increased ridership with the transit, so we are cautiously looking at our projections. We don't know what the impact is totally until the LRT is up and running. So we are taking just a more precautionary process when we look at our budgets.
And I hate to argue the way the budgets were come to, but I still have to push back and ask that question. There's two sides to that. More maybe using the LRT locally here, but then again, we may have more that come into the core to park and then leave their vehicle to go on two-way GO, or hopefully one day high-speed rail. Is that taken into consideration as well? At least for the two-way GO, or one-way GO, whatever we have right now, and hopefully with improvement in a few years.
Mr. McCormick, hang on just 1 second. Mr. Reedman, do you have something to add?
Yes, through the chair. So I've been a little bit more involved with the region on the transit hub. So they are projecting increased parking demand for travel to and from Toronto. As well as, if you recall back to the presentation I did as part of the budget process, we are projecting the need for 300 to 600 additional spaces downtown in the medium term, even with the LRT up and running. So that's looking at a 10 to 20% shift to transit, but it also looks at about a 1.8% growth in employment in the downtown. Not all of that can be accommodated on individual properties. So even though people will shift away to other modes, which is very beneficial for our community, there still is anticipated growth in parking needs in the downtown in the future.
Well, that just goes to make my point, though, and with the expected growth, and obviously we don't have, we don't have contributing factors like the construction that's been going on in our core, and as well as obviously we have more expected development happening in the core. We're looking at less reduced requirement on parking for residential development. All that compounded together, we should see a better picture at this. So what's still the struggle?
Through the chair, if you recall, a lot of our surface lots are proposed for redevelopment over time. So we are losing supply in the downtown with that redevelopment to other intensified uses. And we are still projecting the potential need for a parking garage in the future. So we are planning for that possible eventuality.
So if we weren't planning for the eventual additional building of another garage, that would change our finances considerably then?
Through the chair, you may recall a few years ago, we have taken cycling and TDM out of the parking enterprise and shifted that to the tax base. In addition, the DCs are certainly we are recovering some DCs related to our existing garages that we've constructed, and that ends just outside of this budget forecast, so the budget just outside of this window does not look as positive as it is right now.
I appreciate the explanation. It's still not necessarily adding up in my mind, and I hope we have that discussion about the future garage so we know what we are expecting. But anyways, that somewhat helps answer my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman, something to add?
Through the chair, I just want to make the point very clearly around what's happening with cycling and with TDM. And so if you look at the transfer to the capital fund line in 2020, it jumps from $260,000 to $700,000. That's the reason why the projection worsens so much in 2020, because there's an additional $540,000 coming back into the capital program to fund those two initiatives. The parking garage should have no impact on this projection because any impacts would be beyond the 5-year time frame.
Thank you. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
That was going to be one of my questions, so I appreciate that clarification on the TDM. But our reserve for the stabilization reserve is actually above the maximum benchmark looking out. And so if we decrease the amount that was going into the actual stabilization reserve, even though there's deficits up to 2022, and of course I can't see beyond that right now, do we have the opportunity to transfer a little bit more to the city, the dividend transfer to the city? Sorry, I'm clicking my pen.
Through the chair, I think I understand your question is, do you want to increase the dividend transfer to the city, and do we have that opportunity to do so? That is up to council to make that decision, I guess, today. As Mr. Reedman had pointed out, we have a positive stabilization reserve fund right now, but that's used for to manage the fluctuation. So right now, things look fairly rosy on paper. Coming in 2023, things like the development charges, where we are being supported right now, will drop off the page, and we'll see some not so favorable results as we move forward. Also, the transportation demand management and cycling master plans will be hitting our books in 2020, so we'll see some negatives there as well. So those are all things that we want to keep mindful of as we move forward.
And in doing so, I guess my question would be, I initially was going to come in and suggest a higher amount, so you've helped me decrease some of my ambitions, but if there was an additional transfer of $100,000, would that keep us in a decent situation across the stabilization reserve fund moving forward?
Through the chair, the closing balance in year 5 is over 1.1 million. Obviously, 100,000 just deducts from that. So.
Right, I understand that it's 100,000 over every year. Yeah. So I guess I look to Mr. Heggie to see what the compounding effect of 100,000.
Mr. Heggie.
Sure. So just in really simple terms, you would be looking at $500,000 less in that reserve. It would be a bit more because of interest. We'd earn a bit less interest, but it would be a significant impact on that reserve. And assuming that everything plays out the way that it's projected, which in our experience in the past does not happen.
Okay, having said that, I was going to come in with a substantially higher amount than the 100,000. I would like to put an amendment on the floor for 75,000 additional transfer to the city.
Okay, noted.
Should I make a quick comment now, or should I wait?
Yes, sure, if you'd like to.
I just wanted to, for me, the parking garage is something that's significantly being looked at and addressed. I know that no decision's being made today. I understand a lot of that will be done in the future, but quite frankly, I can't imagine sitting around this horseshoe and approving a parking garage in downtown without some very significant, compelling arguments. And so I feel as though that may not continue to proceed. So I'm taking that assumption off the table and reducing or increasing the amount of the dividend. Not a lot, because I was going to do a lot more, but enough to at least get us to the point where if we do decide that the parking structure is a no-go, we're still in a decent situation and we may be able to increase the transfer more, or we may be able to invest further in TDM and other things that come out of the to support the parking enterprise. So that would be my amendment, is 75,000 increase dividend.
Very good. I will take that at the appropriate time. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I've been beaten to the draw here, and I'm sort of encouraged with the $100,000 figure that I'm hearing, that I heard. I was going to come forward with an amendment, and I still will, of $85,000 increase from the dividend to the city. And Councillor Galloway-Seelock, what is all that about? Well, no, you did.
Okay, councillors, just please continue to stick to the
No, I'm
issue at
a
hand.
little tired of what's going on. Anyhow, my rationale is we ended up doing a lot better this year than we had expected. I think you're being ultra conservative going down the road. You're not. It's not until 2021 do we show the same revenue figures as we actually acquired in 2017. So I think, if I were in your boat, I would be conservative on that too. But the buck stops here with council. So I'm as far as I'm concerned, that we could increase the dividend to the city by $85,000 over the 5-year period, and I don't think it will cause the parking to go into bankruptcy. I'm really concerned about subsidies, and I would like, I know I've asked for this before, and I'd like to get an update on where those subsidies are going. I cannot believe in this day and age, is where we're trying to go with getting people out of their cars and whatnot, that we're still subsidizing people in our parking garages. That to me, there's a $1.25 million line that the taxpayers are providing to entice some people to get out of their cars. And that to me is an area that should be disappearing down the road. And the other area I have this supply-demand thing, I know it's tied into parking, but really to me it affects everything. And when we get down the road, it's coming out of the total capital forecast now, and I think that's where it should stay. I don't believe that that's a cost of the parking enterprise directly, which would change those figures considerably. So it's on that basis that I will move the $85,000 amendment.
And I think there was a question there that Mr. Heggie wanted to address.
Sure. Through the chair, as far as the subsidies go, the largest portion of that is funding that comes from the economic development budget to pay for on-street parking in the downtown, the 2-hour free parking. So it's not subsidized.
Well, it's coming indirectly. It's going to come from the taxpayer. So if it's coming out of economic development, we change things there. So.
And the other comment are about the projected results for 2017. Council should recall that in 2017 we had a number of garages, private garages that were shut down, and so we had a lot of parkers from apartment buildings that were moving into our lots on a temporary basis. That's not a sustainable effort. They will be moving back into their garages in 2018 and beyond, so we have not budgeted to assume that will continue on.
Very good. Mr. McCormick, do you have anything to add? I'm not.
Through you, Council, or through the Chair, I was going to make the same comment. We have a number of short-term agreements right now with various apartments in the neighborhood. It's not sustainable, and that's why you'll see there's a dip over the next couple of years in the gross revenue, and it takes us that long to get that type of customer base back, and that's why you see that little dip in there.
Appreciate that. Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no problem. Councillor Singh?
Yes, just a comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there are no further questions, Mr. McCormick. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I like the direction that we're heading. That's kind of where I was planning myself. I had wanted to hear all of the questions beforehand, but I'm glad that both Councillor Galloway-Seelock and Councillor Gazzola seem to be in the relative agreement that there needs to be an increased pressure on more revenue coming from the parking enterprise into the tax base. And I agree with the comment that Councillor Gazzola made that the subsidies, they are quite a lot. And over time, we do need to place some pressure in reducing. Again, I think that will come with time as more increased demand comes and development happens in our core. But with the two proposed amounts, again, I I would prefer even the higher amount, but I'm supporting first the 75,000 only because added up, if you take a look, it still comes in line a little slightly couple thousand above the minimum, and with the 85 then you're below the minimum. I think it's more aspect of just the accounting principle more than anything else, and seeing what would be more prudent. If the 75 still fails, I would support the 85. Point being, I think there needs to be some increased dividend back to the tax base, and I think now is the time to start doing it, and we do need to have increased pressure on this enterprise to continue going out there, and this is not a criticism, this is a compliment. They have been doing good work in finding some contracts and agreements with private landholders who have had increased parking demand and finding those opportunities, and I think we need to continue in placing that pressure that they carry that effort forward, and I think so we're not asking too much with either the 75 or the 85.
Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. I will support Councillor Galloway-Seelock's amendment. I struggle a little bit with it because there are a number of things that are going to change in the coming year, including the fact that we know we'll be losing our revenue from 345 King because we've sold that property. Hopefully, a number of those people will locate onto other properties, and so we won't, feel the full impact of that. But there are other construction that's going to be starting, and I'm hopeful that that's going to increase some of our revenues as well. As Councillor Singh indicated, we see this out through to 2022. It will still keep us slightly above our minimum benchmark, which I think is a prudent thing to do from an accounting point of view. When one looks at the issue of subsidies, I think we need to keep in mind that the downtown, while it has made some positive steps, is still on an upward climb, and we're not at a point yet where, quite frankly, we can move to a world that doesn't have some free on-street parking. By 2022, might we be there? Possibly. But I think we need to stay focused and make sure that we continue to see the positive direction that has been taking place over the past number of years, that supports the investments our partners are making from the private sector, and then revisit it a few years down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on my $85,000, and I'm hoping you will call that one first, so that if it should happen to fail, then I can support the $75,000.
Yeah, the procedure dictates that I take the amendment to the amendment first.
Yeah, I would encourage Council to support the $85,000. It's not a great deal of. It can help. You put all these things together. At the end of the day, they can help. We had a very good year this year, and yes, you're saying, well, we can't count on that next year. I think there are going to be lots of cases where things get closed up again next year, and people are going to want to come to our parking garage. So I have no problem with that, and I'm not. I think we need to look at subsidies, and I'm not saying you close out all subsidies this year, but it really bothers me that we're still subsidizing Laurier students to use parking across the street or to go to school. We need to. Why should the taxpayers be doing that? So I think there's money to be made. I don't, and I'm not being critical of the parking enterprise. They've done an excellent job, no question. You look at we were looking to have a negative tax stabilization reserve fund at the end of this year of $481,000, and we've got a positive one of $310,000. That's an $800,000 turnaround. Yeah, they're doing an excellent job, and I appreciate that. And as an owner, like all owners are, they want to increase the dividend. So I think we can do that and not hurt our parking operation, and I'm sure they'll continue with the same efforts and probably end up even doing better to try to satisfy their shareholders.
Okay, Councillor Singh, you had just something
Mr.
additional?
Chair, if you could allow just a small clarification on that subsidy. It interests me too, for the Laurier students. Does that ever expire?
I remember dealing with this several years back, and my recollection is we have very limited ability to affect that, but I'm not sure if staff's prepared to respond to that this time. Mr. Haggie?
My recollection from Mr. Regier, the times that it's come up, is there's no sunset clause in that agreement.
Distinctly
But
remember...
there's nothing prohibiting us to forego that subsidy.
We have a contractual agreement
We're in a contractual agreement.
Yes. To provide them with it.
Okay.
I distinctly remember Mr. Regier's hands like this. There's no one else in the queue. I just wanted to comment. I agree 100% on the subsidy. I think we do need to look at that, and if we are looking at changing some behaviors, I don't think there's much of an excuse for the subsidy, and hopefully we can address that somewhat through future budgets. Obviously, I don't think we can handle it today. On the transfer out, when I saw the restated results here, I anticipated that some people would be looking at drawing additional revenue from the parking enterprise, and that goes to Mr. McCormick and his team. I think the parking enterprise is doing very well, and I applaud you for that. Having said that, alluding to my comments earlier about, yes, we're in good times, I think we need to be very careful. I would really rather see us draw out a smaller amount than proposed. A number in my mind was 25, maybe as high as $50,000, largely because this funding isn't going anywhere. If we realize that we're in a better position next year, we can revisit it. But it also doesn't put us in jeopardy several years down the road, and I'm glad the question was asked about the compounding factor. It's not just that amount that comes out every year, it's that amount compounded every year. So I won't be supporting the 85 or the 75. I would probably support something more like 50, but we'll see where that goes at this point. So recorded votes and everything. So the first thing we're going to do, just so everyone's clear, is, yeah, I know there's no surprise. Just so everyone's clear, we're going to vote on Councillor Gazzola's amendment to Councillor Galloway-Seelock's amendment, which is increasing the dividend from 75 to 85,000. Even if you vote against that, we would still be voting on the 75,000 coming forward. Okay. Hope everyone's clear on that. If it carries, that's it. Correct. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. We will now vote in Councillor Galloway-Seelock's motion to transfer out $75,000. Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. And the balance of the budget as put forward by Mayor Verbenovich. And that carries unanimously. Mr. Haggie?
All right. Next is the gas utility, which I'll give a summary of all three sections of gas, and we'll deal with it all together. Gas deliveries budget remains unchanged. Projected actuals are somewhat worse than during the budget operation presentation. It's due to reduced revenues from lower consumption at the end of 2017 and some increased operating costs. The facts and figures of that are shown on this slide. As far as gas supply goes, the budget is unchanged and the projected actuals are very close to the projections that Council saw during the operating budget. That's reflected here in the supply side. And finally is cap and trade. The budget again is unchanged. Projected actuals are also very close to what was presented during operating budget day. I'll turn to you, Mr. Chair, for discussion and approval of the gas budget.
Okay. We do have some questions. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I see the explanation of some not as well expected results in October and November, but in the last few months with the very cold weather, will that see an increase or some offsetting from the October and November?
Good morning. Through you, Mr. Chair. There was higher consumption in November and December, so we'll be averaging around 93% in the last 4 months. So while we did have a lower than expected October and November, which is 80% of budget, it'll come to true up.
So it will offset?
Up to 93%.
Up to 93%. And then again, we don't know what's happening.
Correct.
January, February.
We'd have to see what the rest of the winter shows.
That's fair enough. The other question, again, the stabilization reserve fund, I see again it's slightly below than our minimum, but in relative terms, is it still considered healthy reserve?
Through the chair, absolutely. So we do what we believe is a prudent job in managing this in light of the fact that there is external environmental conditions. And while the minimums show below, they are still approaching the minimums over time.
Okay. And we are cautioned to increase, I guess, revenue back to the tax base, because are we legislatively required only? We can, or is it prerogative of council to set what that target can be? We can increase it at our whim.
Sorry, through the chair, please?
From the revenues from the utility going back to the tax base. We can't freely just raid that.
That's the dividend you're speaking of?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah, so the dividend is fixed at a 2% inflation right now as per the budget call.
I see, okay, all right. My remaining question would be, and this was further explained a little bit by Ms. Fletcher's email back, I think, from January 7th, originating from a question from December the 4th, I believe, regarding the REAP subsidy that the tax base provides. And the question I had asked at that time was, could we have that grant coming out of the utility as opposed to from the tax base? And that's the subsidy that's provided to REAP. Apart from the email that was sent, is there anything that's prohibiting us from doing so? I think that's the 40,000 some subsidy that we provide to REAP.
Would you like to speak to that, Greg?
Through you, we do have programs through REAP right now that are funded from our current budget or demand side management now. However, those dollars what you're referring to is not incorporated in our budget.
And I appreciate that. Is there anything that's legislatively prohibiting us of increasing that subsidy and having the current ask? Again, I don't remember the exact amount. I think it's 40,000 approximately coming additionally from the tax utility as opposed to from the tax base.
Yeah. I'm not aware of any regulation that speculates that at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Chair, I had made that comment earlier in the December meeting as well. That was my indication, seeing that this would be the more prudent place to come from, especially the link from the mandate that REAP has, and as well as the good work that our utility is currently doing and is still providing, I guess, some subsidy already. I think having that increased subsidy coming altogether from the utility would be better. And my point goes back to the same I had made before, seeing that there's an increased expectation for us to go out there and do community benefits that helps to reduce the carbon footprint, that could positively impact us in reducing our requirement. That goes back as a cost to our ratepayers. I think this is one way that could help to benefit us as well. At the end of the day, we're helping the organization the same. It doesn't necessarily matter too much if it comes from the tax base or the utility, but it will help the tax base, and I think it's better, more transparency and better showing coming from the utility as opposed to from the tax base. So my motion is the REAP funding coming from the gas utility as opposed to from the tax base. And if staff can just confirm what that REAP subsidy is. I kept on throwing 40,000, but just for clarification.
So my staff will look for it. I don't even know what budget that is in, the $40,000 or whatever. So my staff are looking to see where.
To my understanding, when I had asked initially during that committee or council meeting, it comes from the tax base. You can clarify.
Yeah, so it's quite broad though. The tax base is everything within
I
the
see.
city.
Okay. From which line?
We would need to know what account it's from in order to verify the amount.
Yeah.
So my staff are looking to try to figure
So
it out.
as there are other questions, perhaps you can verify, and that would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, just quick clarifying point. So, pardon me, I was out. So your request is from the gas utility versus the tax base, and is the intention to increase the dividend from the gas utility by that same amount? Or, I think staff's going to need clarification on that. Mr. Chapman, do you have a comment?
Through the chair. So I can confirm that right now the current grant is a grant from the Environmental Committee through the Environmental Committee's budget within the Legislative Services Division. So this will no longer be administered by the Environmental Committee. It'll be administered through the gas utility. If I understand the intention correctly, it will simply become an operating budget line within the gas utility as opposed to a dividend transfer and then something funded through the tax base. This would become a cost and a program supported by the natural gas utility.
And the other question, that begs the other question then, if it's been coming out of REAP, what happens to the Environmental Committee's grant? Because they've been funding that all these years. Do you want to reduce the Environmental Committee's grant?
I think that would be prudent because that grant is generally sitting there as a funding item to REAP. So it would no longer be necessary because there was no other purpose other than providing that funding to REAP.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll think on that. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, thank you. Can be quite supportive of where we're going with Councillor Singh's recommendation. What that does is reduces our budget expenditures, and therefore is a $40,000 gain to our taxpayers if we leave it there. And I'm going to bring forward a amendment that increases our dividend from the gas works from 2% to 3%, and that would mean this year would be our dividend would increase by I rounded it off at 150, but if you wanted to be exact, it would be 141,000. And yes, it is something that will impact all the 5 years going down the road, and compounded, I worked out an impact of $800,000 would be coming out of our tax stabilization reserve. But on the other hand, I look forward at the budget, and in 2018 we're budgeting for a gross profit of 27.22%, and I don't see any reason. Now, last year we budgeted for a gross profit of 61%, but I don't see any reason that gross profit would not be maintained at a 57.25% flat along those whole 5 years. And if we did that, that will introduce an additional $1.4 million into our stabilization reserve, and therefore, really the 150 a year that I'm talking about has very little impact, except that it does, again, pay a better dividend to our shareholders and helps them out. And it's been right from the get-go where I want to There's very little you can do on the utility side of things, but here's something we can do on the tax side. So if you start doing some of these things and adding them all up together, we can get our tax rate down closer to the 0.7% that I wanted, and therefore the overall impact to our taxpayers of 3.1%, which is still considerably higher than the inflation rate. So the other, I don't have other issues on. I really believe that the supply budget is way over provided. At the end of this year, we had budgeted to have 2.9 million, and we've got almost 7 million in that supply. And that's something that doesn't impact the city whatsoever. That's strictly something that impacts our users. When we brought out the new rates, I had put forward a proposal to decrease the supply rate which we would charge, and surprisingly my proposal did not carry, and so we're ending up with a considerable amount of money, even in the worst case scenario after next year. All along the line we're going to end up with, $3 to $4 million in a reserve in that account. I really can't understand why we need those kind of dollars as a reserve in that account. It has nothing to do with, except for the price of gas and what we're paying for it, which is something that everyone around the world is suffering. So I believe that I'm not making any changes to that, or I haven't looked at any changes to the cap and trade. It's still early in the process, but what impacts us and our shareholders is the delivery, and I really believe that we can increase our dividend to our shareholders.
Okay. First off, I'll take that as your comment as well, Councillor Gazzola. A point of clarification, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just want to be clear. The overall impact I keep hearing is 4.1%, but the overall impact to when we put everything all in, is actually 2.43%. Is that correct? So if we were to go to Councillor Gazzola's additional 1%, we would be all in at 1.43%. Because 1.43, because the overall impact right now is 2.43%.
Taking into account everything, the water, stormwater.
Taking in gas, everything, the all-in, because that's what we keep talking about is the all-in. Well, the all-in with gas is a decrease, and so we're not at 4.1, we're actually at 2.43. Well, if you want to take in the Netflix too, you can put that on your personal expenses, sure.
Mr. Haggie? So I've updated the chart. So if the tax rate increase is 1%, the bottom line is 2.2%. It's not just a simple addition of all the rate increases, it's the whole package combined together.
Right. So if we got that down to 0.7, which is what Councillor Gazzola's goal is, my point is that we're not dealing with 4.1% all in. The clarification is that we're dealing with right now on page final 13, it says 2.43%. Is that the all-in number we're dealing with before we've made any changes today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. Yeah, so it was 2.43 as a starting point.
Okay, we are dragging a little bit here, so please keep it to questions and keep it as succinct as possible, please. We still have 4 people in the queue and some amendments to deal with. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I have a question on the cap and trade on final 33. There's a transfer to capital, which is 40-40, and then out to 50 each year. Can you help me understand where that 40 is going and what it's going to do? Is that for offset abilities, or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, those are for facility-related projects, so that Kitchener Utilities can manage its carbon obligations for its facilities. So that would go to offset projects as well.
Okay, so this is additional funding for our facilities that they wouldn't have had in previous years.
Yeah, so this is a part of our Ontario cap and trade obligation to reduce the utilities' carbon footprint as well.
Okay. Just thank you. With regard to the motion to take the REAP funding out of the gas utility, where would that place the gas, the funding for REAP in future years? Does it keep it in a more stable funding model than coming out of the tax base?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I would suggest it's no more or less stable. It would become a line item in this budget, and if REAP ever requests an increase, then that issue would be brought forward to council as a part of the approval of the grant. It would essentially would simply remove the Environment Committee from the process, given it would not be a grant that they're administering anymore.
Okay. Ms. Fletcher to add?
Through the chair, if I can go back to the previous question about offset programs, maybe Mr. Prasad could clarify. I think where Councillor Fernandez was going was the funding would go to our City of Kitchener facilities, and it would be beyond just City of Kitchener facilities, would be my understanding, if we were to look at offset projects.
It would be on behalf of City of Kitchener facilities, but as well, it would look at anaerobic digestion and sort of getting the community together to increase its solid source separated organics and getting gas and biogas out of that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate the additional information. Just going back to the REAP situation. Taking it out of the Environmental Committee means that the Environmental Committee will no longer have any input whatsoever into the REAP's discussion about their funding. Is that correct? Like, I have a little bit of concern about no oversight by the Environmental Committee since REAP has been tied to the Environmental Committee for as long as I've sat on the Environmental Committee, for when they first started coming. And I worry a little bit about some of that oversight that Volunteer Advisory Committee has been doing in cooperation and partnership with REAP.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I see no reason why REAP can't continue to report to Environment Committee and present and update the group. You'll also be aware that Kitchener Utilities has a long history of working with REAP, has funded amounts far greater than this grant to support the home energy retrofit program. And so I hear your concern. I think there can still be a relationship for REAP with Environmental Committee, despite moving the grant into the KU budget.
Okay. Thank you. That puts my mind a little bit more at ease. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. Yeah, I have another concern just about the REAP funding coming from the gas utility. I just was wondering if we know how it might affect REAP in any way. Has the councillor had a chance to discuss it with the leadership at REAP as to whether or not that would impact them in any way?
Councillor Singh?
Councillor Marsh, money is money. It's really accounting where the money is coming from a city perspective. To them, it matters nothing if it comes from the utility or it comes from the tax base. We're not reducing the funding. We're keeping it the same. I'm not proposing any reduction.
No, I understand your proposal in terms of the funding amount. What I don't know is if we make a rash decision today about transferring the stream coming from gas utility instead of from the tax base, I wonder if that would have any kind of implication on their funding applications to provincial sources of funding or not. I wonder if any...
If I can continue and explain, you had asked me the question. Again, this is not a rash decision. This is something that was, I think, extensive time was put in my questions to when the presentation was made from REAP. So this was something I had indicated to them as well, that was my intention during budget to propose this. Nothing was objected on their part, and as well as Ms. Fletcher had emailed all of council explaining the extensive subsidy that the utility already does provide and the current relationship it already has with REAP. I think this is just the extension of that existing relationship.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sounds good. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that when they apply for funding from the province, that it's not that there's no implication that perhaps would negatively impact them. I also think that if we do this, that we should include a direction that the Environmental Committee does still provide input each year on the REAP budget. And I also, back at the time when Councillor Singh, when you put that idea forward, I also had put forward the idea that we change it to be Tier 1 funding. And so either way, I just want to see more stable funding so they don't have to come begging for funds each year. And if this has the same effect, then I support it.
Thank you. If it's not implied, I'll take the additional Environmental Committee oversight as an amendment. Councillor Marsh. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and some good discussion going on around this. I guess I would ask Danny really as a follow-up question to the idea of moving some of the dividend money that's been proposed, because the transfer to gas capital rather, because my concern there is number one, can we justify it, and number two, and I think council needs to remember this, the model that we have in play here is also designed to protect our relationship with the OEB. And so I guess asking Danny if you can talk about that, because I think we need to tread very lightly here so that we don't start doing things that potentially could jeopardize that.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on that. It's true. We have a very close relationship with the Ontario Energy Board, which governs utilities in Ontario, and the dividend that is paid is usually based on a detailed cost of service analysis that looks at our rate base and it looks at our return on assets. And while we do increase this by 2%, we track this very closely to what the Ontario Energy Board would allow. And increasing it beyond this rate of inflation takes it out of that predetermined model that we track. And we would not recommend that.
So, I mean, to be more direct, could that jeopardize our relationship with the OEB and the preferred status that we have?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's important to me. So based on that, Mr. Chair, I think I'm inclined to support the direction where Councillor Singh is going. I'm not inclined to support the dividend amendment that's being proposed.
Thank you. Just following up on the transfer from the gas utility. Something I struggle with, so I need confirmation. So supposing that in any given year we collect more funds in the gas utility than we need, what happens to that excess revenue?
Through the chair, if we collect more funds than we need, it will flow through to the stabilization reserves balance.
Okay, and once the stabilization reserve balance is at its targets, then what happens to that money?
Sorry?
Mr. Chapman?
Just like in the case of the supply utility, it goes back to ratepayers. And Councillor Gazzola is entirely correct that in the past 2 years that has not happened. It's happened because we've had unseasonably warm winters. If we find this year that we have an unseasonably cold winter, what we'll find is that the problem goes in the other direction. In fact, we will draw down that stabilization beyond the target that we had set.
So am I incorrect in thinking then that additional transfers out of the gas utility is simply taking money from out of the pockets of the gas ratepayers and putting it towards the population at general in the City of Kitchener?
So you're right in that sense. The end impact may actually be the same. I think what we're concerned about is the risk that as we go beyond what is right now a 60% dividend payout ratio to something even higher than that, it will attract the attention of interveners before the OEB and the board itself.
And last question on that, does staff have any idea what the implications would be if the OEB were to start regulating us?
For a certainty, that dividend would be lower, and our costs, our regulatory compliance costs, would be much, much higher.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
This is an argument that is brought up every year that we don't want to jeopardize our position with the OEB. And staff, and hearing from their side, I know what the answer is going to be every time. And I am sorry, increasing, I'm putting forward a pretty reasonable thing here that we plan on maintaining our gross profit basis the same as it has been, the same as we're applying to 2018, carrying on a good business practices, and because that provides a bigger profit that we can therefore give our shareholders a bigger dividend. I cannot see the OEB coming down on the city of Kitchener for doing that. And if it does, it means that we're not carrying our arguments at the OEB properly enough. So I'm not going to buy that argument that's thrown on the table every year that we can't increase our dividend. I'm looking at a minor increase, really, when you look at the size of the organization. And I will again ask council to support that. It doesn't hurt our tax. It doesn't hurt our customers at all, and in our total customers, we get a tremendous benefit from the gas system already. So it's an area we can't move on the tax on other utility sides of it. We can't be increasing rates and whatnot. And on the other, that's one issue. The other issue I want to make, I have kept the gas reported reduction out of this whole equation because that's sort of a different part. We're the only ones that have a gas works. I don't agree that it's a 2% reduction. Time will tell on that as to who is right on that. So I've looked at the increase on our ratepayers at the 4.1% and not including the gas works. That's really outside of the issue.
Okay, we are in comment. Councillor Singh.
Actually, I didn't get a chance to ask a question on Councillor Gazola's motion, if you would allow it.
Please.
I'm on the fence a little bit, as I think it's an opportunity for us to look at all avenues where we can have a positive impact towards the tax base. But again, I'm still cautioned by the question Mayor Vivenovic had asked, and the answer that it could jeopardize our current relationship with the OAB and the favorable position that we are with not being taxed on our revenue. So my question would be, the amount that's being proposed by Councillor Gazola, 150,000? Is that correct?
141.
100, sorry?
141,000.
141,000. In relation to what the overall revenue is, perhaps it could be considered it's still only a small amount. Could that small amount still cause concern and still be a chance of jeopardizing what we have, the good deal that we have right now?
So, through the chair, I would not be inclined to deviate from the current process and precedent that we've set in tying this number to detailed analysis. I think it opens the door to something we don't want to get into.
And that could cost us far more?
Absolutely.
Relatively, what type of saving do we really have from the taxes that we save, as opposed to if we had to pay on our revenue?
If you did have to pay taxes on the revenue, on net revenue.
I'm not sure staff would be able to answer that question without looking into it closely, but suffice
Okay,
to say.
I'm guessing a significant amount, so millions, I'm assuming. So the 140,000 savings right now could jeopardize that millions of dollar benefit that we currently have. Based on, I guess, that explanation, I would not be supportive of that increase, even though I think it's a good avenue to look at. But again, the cost of it could be far more than the benefit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazola, you've commented twice already. I have you back in the queue. One more thing to add? Please go ahead.
No, this whole question of our relationship with the OEB, yes, we've had a real advantage on the income taxes. Someday that advantage is going to disappear. Really, we really want to be honest. We're hurting the rest of our country by not paying the taxes we should be paying. Okay? Really, if we really want to be, above board on everything, I really believe we can help our ratepayers a little bit and not send the OEB into spasms and the Receiver General into heartaches.
Okay, so I'm going to close out. I'm going to support Councillor Singh's motion, assuming two things. Assuming, number one, that the Environmental Committee's grant will be reduced by the same amount the gas utility will pay. Okay, and also I'll take the amendment by Councillor Marsh that the Environmental Committee still have oversight over REAP's annual grant. So I will support that. One moment, Mr. Hagee.
Sure, just to cycle back on the amount that was still out in question, my staff had said it's $30,000 is the amount of the grant.
Very good, $30,000, thank you. And Councillor Gazzola?
I would change my amendment because if the 30,000 comes through, it's an impact on the guy. I would change my amendment. If you do that, the tax levy is going to gain the 30,000. I would change my amendment to 111,000. I'll even round it off to 110. How's that?
Okay.
To 110 as opposed to.
Noted. Thank you. So I'll just continue my comments on that portion. Mayor Bench from the queue. Just okay. Try and queue in earlier, everyone, so we can move along here.
And I appreciate this, Mr. Chair, but we keep coming back to this issue, and I just really want to emphasize to this council, before you consider that amendment, we have staff that deal with this issue day in and day out, year in and year out. And we've always known the benefit that brings to our community. In fact, Councillor Gazzola will recall that in a previous lifetime, and admittedly, he had a different role at that time, he would have been arguing this very same thing, that we should not be jeopardizing that relationship. And I, for one, do not want to be part of that council that potentially pulls that, puts that relationship into question, that ultimately will hurt the ratepayers of our community and the taxpayers of our community. I think the second thing, that we're losing sight in this principle is that the money gets transferred into our tax stabilization fund. And that is a fund that already is underfunded. So to go and actually pull a whole pile of money out of that is not prudent either. So for two very good reasons, the biggest of which is that we cannot afford to jeopardize that relationship. I really implore council to not go in that direction.
Thank you. I was just looking at this from without. We do have this argument every year, and the argument loses every year because it's, if I'm being frank, Councillor Gazzola, it's a fairly simple one. At the absolute best case scenario is we get an additional $111,000 under the nose of the OEB, and they don't care. Okay, except that $111,000 in the fullness of time is coming out of the other pocket of the ratepayers of the gas utility. Like, that's ultimately how it works in the fullness of time. So what we're really doing is poking the bear for something that's really going to minimally affect our taxpayers in the long run. Not true. Okay. Okay, and that's the way that. Yeah, that is the way that I see it. So I will not be supporting the additional funding coming out of the gas utility. I think that we're at that amount where we're comparable to the private sector in terms of the rates that we're drawing, and I think that it's appropriate. And I still think, again, it's something that often we forget to talk about, is how lucky we are to have this gas utility, and that instead of the profits going to a U.S. corporation, as most gas utilities do, the profits go right back into the community that the residents pay. So I think it's a great thing. Councillor Singh, I have you in the queue. Okay.
Don't worry, it's not because I have anything more to say. Just for clarification, it's 30,450. I pulled up the December 4th report. Okay. It's 30,450.
Okay, so what we'll do first, I believe Councillor Singh's amendment was first on the transfer. We're going to vote on Councillor Marsh's amendment to the amendment that the Environmental Committee have oversight. And that carries unanimously, and we'll now vote in Councillor Singh's motion that the funding be transferred from the Environmental Committee grant to the gas utility. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now take Councillor Gazzola's motion to draw an additional $111,000 from the gas utilities in form of dividend. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. And, pardon me, perhaps, I was away. Mr. Councillor Schneider, was there someone that moved the main motion? If not, moved by Councillor Fernandez. So we'll now vote in the main motion. Yeah, voting on the main motion, the budget for the gas utilities. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We will now break for lunch. Let's reconvene in 45 minutes. Is that okay? 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock, yeah. Okay, 1 o'clock, we'll reconvene. We do have some work to do.
I will call the special council meeting to order. Someone want to move that we go in camera? Councillor Yanetsky, Councillor Ioannidis, all those in favor? Opposed, that carry. Motion to recess, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Schneider, all those in favor? Opposed, that's carried.
I don't want to just jump in.
It is. My parents got me this. I'm going to wear this for the whole time. Just for kicks.
I'm just wondering about this. The 60.
Yeah.
Is that, this is,
So that's a decrease, so we plan to draw on the other.
right. And is that because of changes?
No.
Figure out what we're going to do after that.
We've got There is. There's one other one for the system.
Yeah. I didn't take as much as I really wanted.
Okay, welcome. A little later than expected, but we're moving along here. So I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are at the utilities. Mr. Haggie.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll present water, sanitary, storm together. We've been discussing them over the last little while as a group, and again, the combined increase is 6.5 for all three of these. First, we'll start off with water. The budget is the same, and projected actuals are somewhat better than what Council would have seen during the operating review. It's related to increased sales revenues as well as some decreases in maintenance costs. Looking to sanitary, the sanitary budget is unchanged, but projected 2017 actuals are significantly better than was presented during the operating budget. The main reason is decreased costs of sewage processing. These are well below the 5-year average in September and October. As we look at the number slide, though, even with the better than expected results in 2017, you can see in the sanitary stabilization reserve, which is just in the kind of the middle of the page, it's still well below the minimum target benchmark. We're looking at ending the year at $1.2 million versus a minimum benchmark of $4.8 million. And as we've seen in the past few months, there can be significant variability within this enterprise. So it's important to maintain a balance in the reserve and help avoid rate spikes when things go poorly for this utility. Finally, as a stormwater utility, its budget remains unchanged, and its projected actuals are somewhat worse than what Council would have seen during the operating budget. I'll pause there, Mr. Chair, and look for passage of the water utilities budgets.
Very good. A few people in the queue. Councillor Fernandez.
Just a question on final 35. When I look at the operating expenses, we're going up $100,000 increase. Sorry, that is not 100, it's $1 million increase. Can you help me understand what that increase is about?
In very broad terms, some of it is just inflationary costs from providing the exact same maintenance program. Another part of that is the increased maintenance work. So during the operating budget presentation, there was some discussion about needing to do more work on the water side and the stormwater side. So that increased cost is included in that budget line.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ineski.
In consideration of the comments on the pages here that you're referring to, would they all relate and go back to the handout that we have in recommendation number 3? of this report or this, document?
Yeah, so through the chair, the actual budget figures are in number 2. So you'll see water, sanitary, and stormwater utilities, revenues, and expenses. So the gross dollar amounts are in number 2. Number 3 is the water and sanitary rate. So when we talk about the rate increase and what the price per cubic meter is in resolution number 3. And then resolution number 4 is related to the stormwater utility. So when council or committee passes, all of those will be finished.
Okay, I appreciate number 4, and I'm glad your explanation of what we're dealing here on these 3 or 4 pages tie in with the recommendation 2. So recommendation 3 is a separate scenario.
In passing the utility budgets, you will be passing number 3 as well.
At the same time, you vote for number 2.
Correct. Because when you pass number 2, you're saying overall the budget for water should be this much, but in order to get that, we need to know what the rate is per cubic meter.
Okay, I got you there. So in recommendation number 3, it's the middle line. It's calculated as a volume, 1/10 of a cubic meter per day. What would that translate in terms of a dollar cost? I mean, the other ones refer to so much dollars per cubic meter. So what would this convert to?
So same thing. It will be a dollar amount. It'll be like 23 cents and 28 cents.
Oh, that's the answer? 23 cents and?
28 cents, I believe, if my math's correct.
For one for water and one for sanitary?
Correct.
Do we have a minimum right now?
Yes, this is the exact same resolution that council's passed for the last number of years. So we do have a minimum charge.
Okay, so that's not increasing, just that's a standard dimension that you use.
Right, so the actual charge would increase, but it would just increase by the same amount as the every other rate.
Okay, now I understand where you're coming from. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions dealing with expenditures. I'm looking at the expenditures. If I'm looking at budget to budget, they're going up 6%. If I'm looking at budget to actual, they're going up close to 13%. Now, you did allude to one difference there, but can you tell me what is accounting for such high increase, and specifically what are we dealing with?
Through the chair, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I'm looking at, I'll look at final 35, it's up on there, and I look at operating expenses budgeted in 2018 at $9.2 million, and if I compare that to the budget in 2017 of $8.7 million, that's a 6.1% increase. If I look at comparing the 9.2 to the actual figures of 8.2, I'm looking at close to a 13% increase in expenditures. Can you tell me what, over and above the rate of inflation, what is causing such a high increase?
Through the chair, I believe Mr. Haggie answered that question.
Well, he answered he referred to, I understand you're going to increase your maintenance provision, is that correct? To what extent? What extent does that change have on this total picture here? And did we not increase our maintenance during, even prior to 2017? I'm trying to understand if we're able to keep our expenses in 2017 at $8.2 million, what's happening in 2018? What is different?
Ms. Fletcher?
Through the chair, one of the budget lines that I'll give an example is for water main breaks. Staff budgets based on 110 water main breaks per year at a cost per water main break. And in 2017, I believe we had 70 water main breaks. So if you're comparing a budget to an actual, there's a budget line that we had, we realized less repairs than what we would have budgeted for. So you're doing the comparison of the 2018 budget to an actual, we realized less maintenance costs in that particular budget line. The council member is correct. We are ramping up for a much more proactive maintenance program. You saw that coming out of the water infrastructure program, so that's how we've set our budget.
But what does that account for? And I can appreciate that, but what does that account for? And you're assuming, what did you say the normal number of main breaks are in a year?
So it's over how many years?
Through the chair, staff budget's based on 110.
And last year you had?
70.
Yeah. Now, isn't it, you spent a lot of money over the years, the last few years, improving our breaks. Is it not reasonable to expect that our main breaks might go down in the future? And
through the chair, we still have quite a number of the cast iron and ductile pipes. I think you saw one on the weekend that let go, and at this point we are at 21 main breaks just for January.
Yeah, you budgeted conservatively. I don't blame you if I were on that side of the fence, but I'm on the other side of the fence, and sometimes. Anyhow, that's fine for main breaks, but what is happening on the maintenance portion, on that maintenance sector? What is happening this year compared to last year? I'd like to just see what's causing the 12% increase. What?
Through the chair, there's 3 issued papers here for 3 new staff. That equates to $262,000, I believe, and everything else is inflation there.
Okay, so it's new staff.
There's 3 new staff that there's issued papers on.
What do they? I should know this, but what do they add up to roughly?
I believe it's $262,000
for the 3 of them.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Is that for a full year? Is that a full year's cost, or is that for a partial year?
That'd be a full year.
That's the full year cost. Okay. All right. I don't agree with that, but that's another point. Okay. Thank you. One other question, somewhat similar. If I look at the sanitary, if I look at that budget to actual, I'm looking at a 20% change. Is that the same story here? Or?
Through the chair, which line item are you referring to?
I gather if I go over to 37.
Yep.
And I think what I was doing there was I was looking at expenses, and I was actually looking at administration and probably maintenance together. Those other parts are different. So, if you look at administration and maintenance, you go up to, 6.6 versus 5.5. What's the?
Well, you're looking at the budget chair versus the.
So through you, Chair, I believe Councillor Gazzola, I'm just trying to find the numbers he's referring to, but Councillor Gazzola, you're looking at the budget 2017 to projected 2017, is that correct?
Yeah, which I assume is actual or close to actual.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, as close as it was at the time that this was issued. And so you'll see on the stormwater side that the stormwater is over budget. And essentially, sanitary and stormwater have shared staffing resources, and there were a number of stormwater demands this year that pulled staff from the sanitary utility area into the stormwater. So case in point, the Grand River flood, we expended significant resources to respond to that. Our stormwater main repairs have also increased. And so it's a matter of shared resources and allocating resources to the priorities of the day.
Well, is there anything by doing that pulling those staff out of sanitary and into stormwater, is there anything we didn't accomplish in sanitary?
Yeah, so if you, I'd have to do some more detailed analysis in terms of our accomplishment units, and we don't have those right to the year end. But the budget areas where we saw decreased expenditures was pumping station maintenance. That's probably the largest gap area.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola, you've actually far exceeded your time at this point.
Oh, well, okay, I'll bring in again. Can I
Very
bring
good.
in?
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to get the context of this. Looking at the water utility, the way I see it, it's costing year over year the City of Kitchener to purchase water from the region a 1.9% increase. That's what they're increasing their cost to us, correct?
Yes, so through you, Chair, that's correct. Almost 50% of the costs are related to the regions.
So fair enough. So it's a flow through typically, and even though we are charging the ratepayer 4%, 1.9 of that increase is from the region alone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So essentially, we're only increasing by 2.1%. That is the City of Kitchener increase. I mean, if you take out the region's increase out of it.
Mr. Hagee?
Sure. Just to clarify, the region's costs are only about half of the water utility. So any increase they have, you basically cut in half. So in essence, it's 1% of the increase is regional, 3% is city.
The City of Kitchener. Okay, all right. Well, that helps to clarify a little bit. And the same is for sanitary? Yes. It's only half of that. Okay. Again, the region's portion is significant in the sanitary. We're at 7.9%. So essentially 8, so almost 4% is the region of the 6.9 that we're proposing, correct? Right. So again, the city's water and sanitary rates, although they seem high, again, it does take into account the region's rates, the rate increases. Overall, I'm glad to see where we are from what was projected initially from the conversation with the AIRP program. I think this seems to be a lot more of a phased out approach, something that I've been advocating for a long time. One thing I'm kind of discouraged to see is on the stormwater utility. I've heard already through explanation, again, there's been increased demand through some issues with that's happened already where it's taken resources. But when we look at year over year, this is not one time. We've been looking at almost a 9 to 10% rate increase over the many previous years. When this utility was initially formed, on here there's a chart that shows what an average on number 4, residential residential single detached small, where that cost to that homeowner now is $8.23 a month. When we started off with this utility, I think it was 2011, correct? What was that cost at that point, where we started off? Do you recall, or?
Not sure if staff's going to have that handy.
Well, that's okay. I'm just trying to bring that to the forefront. As we discuss, hopefully, staff can remind council and committee what that starting point was. What I'm trying to get to is, year over year compounding, it has been a significant increases on the utility where to my knowledge, we've essentially doubled. As effort was made to reduce the impact on water and sanitary, is there an opportunity to reduce on the stormwater utility as well? I realize any reduction will impact the AIRP program. If we were to reduce it to similar as the sanitary to 6.9 from the 9.9, what would that ultimate cause be?
Through the chair, just to answer the first question, is there anything that could be done to lower it? The maintenance, I think, has been established, and I'm just looking at expenses right now. The stormwater credit program, that program's in place, and there are commitments for that. The grants to charities, places of worship, may be an area that you may wish to consider. Transfer to capital is the WIP program, and transfer to capital other covers all of the other work that the stormwater utility does in terms of the programs that it has. And those are all the programs that you saw in that spreadsheet that deal with cleaning out of stormwater ponds, etc.
Just for clarification, transfer to capital, road reconstruction is actually...
it's the WIP program. It is the stormwater utilities share of the WIP program.
Okay. And that's the Accelerated Infrastructure Program?
Yes.
Okay.
So the only one that I would suggest you may wish to look at is the grants to charities, places of worship.
I appreciate that, but if you look at...
Councillor, I'll get you, if you don't mind, your time's expired as well, I'll get you to hold that thought and keep back in, please. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, the only other question I had on these three sections deals with the grants to charities for stormwater. Has there been thought of eliminating that program? Because it's something that was set up when it first came into place, but charities and places of worship do have to pay for their water utilities and sanitary utility. So why are we still continuing to give that exemption? By giving that exemption to charities, we're putting that on the burden of all the taxpayers, and really it is a burden of our society in supporting those charities. That's where it should properly be handled. They should pay their fair share, as they do with water and sanitary, and they would need more money than to operate, which they would get from donations from the public, which are allowed as a deduction for the public's income tax. So by having these city taxpayers pay for it, the public do not get a income tax exemption for city taxes. So why don't we, my question is, and it's probably something more to go to council eventually, but I've brought it up a number of times, should we not be considering removing that and treating it the same as water? Or the opposite is, we're going to talk about is give them exemptions for their water and sanitary sewer.
Not that it's explicitly written here too in terms of a grant, but I believe the school properties and school boards have the same benefit. Mr. Reedman, did you want to comment?
Thank you. Through the chair. So this was something that staff did not recommend, providing grants to charities or school boards. So we would look for council to provide direction if that's the course of action moving forward.
Yeah, and I wouldn't expect staff to be able to answer this other than to confirm that we do treat it differently. We treat the two of them. I would like to see it. I think the time has come. The stormwater program's been in place for a number of years. The time has come for, I'd like to have staff look into that whole situation. So that has no impact on this year's budget, but coming out of this, I guess I would like to ask staff what it would take to bring back a report concerning that topic.
The first question I'd have is, I'm assuming it's not going to be dealt with today, so it's not going to be part of this budget. So I would suggest perhaps that be brought forward at another time, Councillor Gazzola, maybe at...
Oh yeah, except today would be a good time to put our voices to something. It would be a good opportunity to poll council to see where we sit on it.
Yeah, and
I'm asking for a future report and nothing to change today.
Okay, I'd look to staff. I think this might be something that might be better to come out of a committee or as a motion brought forward at a council meeting. But Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, so it's certainly in your hands to decide how you want to deal with a motion today. What we could offer at a minimum is to recirculate the staff reports when council dealt with this issue previously, As Mr. Reedman indicated, it wasn't recommended. You received a number of delegations at the time, and staff reported back. And so that report would have good analysis on the cost, the number of organizations affected, and the rationale for the day. So I would offer that up, that would take no time to recirculate the previous reports on the issue.
Okay, so Councillor Zold, before going back to the queue here, I'd leave it in your hands. And I'm being quite honest, I don't recall enough about it to make any sort of decision on it at this point, so I would recommend that at a minimum. And if you choose to pursue it at a later date, I would be more than happy to have that discussion.
No, I
Councillor
would
Zold.
settle as a starter if staff did what they have recommended. That would be fine.
Very good. So staff's taking that then. Thank you. Councillor Singh. Sorry, 1 second, Mr. Hagee.
Sure, I just wanted to pop back in before the countdown clock starts. So the question was, what was the original fee? It was $5.67 back in 2011, compared with $8.23 now. So that's a $2.56 difference, which is about 45%. So it has not doubled, it's gone up by about 45%.
Okay, my apologies. I thought it was around $4, so thank you for correcting me that. But again, a 40% increase over the last 6 years. I was going with the question, and I can't seem to recall what it was, but I'll carry forward with another one. When we look at a rationalization of what is dedicated from the revenue from the utility to the AIRP program, the Accelerated Infrastructure Program, how do we bring that to context? Quick calculation I did. So the road reconstruction related to the water utility is about 21%, and stormwater, again, the road reconstruction related to the overall revenue from stormwater charges is about 34%. As a layman, I see a little bit unfairness, more heavy reliance on the stormwater, as opposed to from the other utilities that get more notice. Perhaps, I don't know if there's a rationale to it.
So through you, Chair, the distribution of the contributions from the storm sanitary and water, that's related to essentially the depth of road disturbance required to access those utilities. And in addition, there, on the stormwater side, many areas are underserviced, so don't actually have stormwater infrastructure, and or we're upgrading the stormwater infrastructure more than we are the sanitary and the
So you're saying when you're digging up that roadway for general full reconstruct, they may not have had a stormwater line?
That's correct.
And that's new infrastructure that's being
correct.
put in place?
Yeah, and we can see that in the growth of our assets. Stormwater is growing at a quicker rate, the linear mains.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chapman,
And historically, stormwater is paid the least amount. It's 23% of the total, water 31%, and sewer 46%. And so I appreciate as a percentage of their total budget, it looks like a larger amount, but on a per project basis, they pay 23% of the total.
Okay, well, overall picture that helps to clarify. So my ultimate question is, if we were to look at a reduction to stormwater as well, to bring in line perhaps to same as sanitary, at 6.9, that would be a 3% reduction from the proposed. And again, I don't know if this is kind of would catch staff off guard, but what would be that impact to the accelerated program, that 3% reduction?
So through Chair, staff, without having considered it, because the contributions match the actual infrastructure that's being replaced, and there is great need on the stormwater side in terms of investing in replacing our assets. Likely we would look to the maintenance program as well, and that would, and we know that there's also pressures in that area, and so we'd probably be looking at reducing the maintenance program.
Okay.
Mr. Reedman, do you want to add?
Through the chair, so the water infrastructure program looked at each of the three utilities and came up with the recommended rate that council had endorsed moving forward with the budget. So tweaking one of those rates would ultimately impact the total distance of reconstruction we could do on a given year to catch up on our program. Alternatively, if it was looked at the transfer to capital other, our stormwater master plan and our implementation plan recommended a significant body of work that needs to be completed As a reminder, $40 million worth of work is unfunded in that portfolio right now, and 75% of our city is not covered by stormwater management, so there's risk to parts of our community, to flooding, so it would slow down the rate of work of implementation on that side as well.
Okay. Again, it's tough to make any suggestions on this. I appreciate the explanation given and what the impact could be. This is one utility where the ratepayers do have an opportunity to have direct impact on what they pay through taking advantage with the credit program. And ultimately, even though for myself at least, I wasn't very supportive of formation of this utility, but I supported it thinking that, it's been people's hand. They can actually have a direct impact on what they pay by, putting the necessary infrastructure on their property to manage the stormwater, the water, the runoff that comes from their lands. We haven't seen as a favorable uptake on the credit program. Ultimately, that could be related to the amount of credit that we provide. Again, I think last minute it's really tough to suggest. But if you were to look at changing the credit program, meaning what the percentages that we allow, by end of day, if I were to give a suggestion, not right now, by end of day, if we were to have that information, would staff be able to calculate what it would be from, right now the lowest tier credit is 25%. If we were to increase from 25 to 30%, and that's 2 rain barrels to my understanding. That's the lowest tier that you can apply for. I forgot how many liters of water collection that is. If you want to increase it from the 25% credit to a 30% credit, what would that impact be to the utility? Would staff be able to have that information hopefully by end of day?
Councillor Singh, you realize you're going down a road, you're trying to reform the stormwater credit program on the fly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on final budget day. I'm not sure staff's going to be able to put it together, and frankly, it should have been.
Mr. Chair, I would really appreciate if you would allow staff to answer that question as opposed to give you an opinion. They didn't have the opportunity to answer that question, so if they say it, I've absolutely acknowledged the point that you're making.
All I'm suggesting in the future, if you have suggestions like this that require work by staff, you need to ask these questions ahead of time in form of an issue paper. So I will allow the question if staff's able to prepare that sort of response. I don't fully understand it myself at this point, but if staff can prepare the response by end of day.
If you don't fully understand, can I clarify just in case? So what I'm asking?
Please.
I'm simply asking what would be the cost to the utility from the credit program from the 25% credit that can be applied to a 30% credit. And I think that was fairly simple enough, but hopefully staff have understood.
Okay, so Mr. Reedman, I have you first here in the queue. Did you want to comment?
Through the chair, I think that would be extremely difficult for staff to do today because it wasn't on our radar and there's a lot of different intricacies around how everything's established. What I can say, though, is that in our implementation plan, one line item in there is a targeted marketing campaign, which is to improve the uptake of our stormwater credit program. So that's actually working with landscape architects and different companies that install landscaping works on people's property to actually help inform people of how to participate more fully in this program, which will ultimately improve the uptake of it.
Thank you. Before my time is already up, but point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Please.
There's 2 ways of conduct around this horseshoe. One is to throw something on the table, not caring what the results may be. The other is asking the questions and making your decision based on the questions asked. I was merely putting that question on the table and asking staff what would require. And I accept the answer given, and that's fine, but I wasn't making a suggestion. I was ultimately asking, do they have the available time to be able to make that calculation or bring back that impact? And had they said no, I wouldn't have put anything on the table. So I appreciate what the point that you were making, but I think you took my question out of context.
Okay, and I apologize if that was the case, and staff has answered the question, and I respect that you've accepted the response. I still have 2 people in the queue. Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, I'm just looking at the expenses administration, the difference from the projected 1,808,000 to the budgeted 1,867,000, and what was originally budgeted for 2017. I'm seeing a difference of 115,000. Is that an additional staff person, or what does that increase?
So through you, Chair, Councillor Fernandez, can you
on
confirm
final
which
30
page?
On final 39,
Final 39.
under stormwater utility. And I'm looking at what was originally budgeted for administration was 1,772,000. Now we're budgeting 1.867. Is that, the difference of that is 115,000. Is that for an additional staff person?
So I'm going to ask Hans to come up. Administration is in his area.
Through the chair, there's no additional staff that we have. It's simply additional effort.
Additional effort?
Additional work, yeah.
Oh, but isn't administration staffing?
Yes, from...
Like I was, not to interrupt your response, but I would see that effort would have been under maintenance, that kind of thing, as opposed to administration.
Yes, under the administration item, the budget was 1,772,000. The projected to the end of the year is 1,808,000. And that's simply from additional admin work that was done.
Okay.
It's not an additional person.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And Councillor Gazzola?
Sometime I'd like a clarification from Councillor Singh about throwing stuff on the table. I don't know what that's referring to, but that's not, won't waste the time today. Let's have pardon? Yeah. Just a quick question on the reasons for the increase, and going back to your WIP, and you might have answered this, I'm not sure, but you stated, and I can see that you need a lot more capital money for stormwater. The stormwater capital money you're increasing by almost 10%, whereas sanitary was only increased by 2%. Okay, and I can appreciate that we need to do more construction for stormwater that we don't have. What I don't understand is the maintenance figure for stormwater is 2.5% increase, whereas the maintenance level for sanitary is sufficient where it is, and water is a 0.6%. Why is there such a large increase in the maintenance component of the stormwater that we have less infrastructure, so it should be less maintenance?
So through you, Chair, in terms of the stormwater infrastructure, it's not that we have less from a linear water or storm main perspective. Our linear system is slightly less, and in some areas underserviced. But we also have a more complex system. So our stormwater system consists of creeks, ponds, stormwater management facilities, oil grit separators, treatment systems, and so leaf collection, street sweeping. So it is quite a complex system in terms of the type of maintenance that's undertaken. And to your point about why is there additional maintenance needs, we underdid a comprehensive analysis in terms of gaps, and there's a $2 million maintenance gaps in stormwater, and we're recommending phasing in that gap, closing that gap over 5 years.
Is that an annual shortfall? Is that $2 million an annual shortfall that we should be putting?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, just quickly, can you just give me an idea of what it is that we haven't been doing that we need to do?
Certainly. So most of the stormwater program is reactive in nature. And so when we look at where our critical area of gap is, it's in water course inspection and maintenance, sediment management, so that's through catch basin cleanouts and inlets and outlets. Catch basin maintenance, holes inspection and maintenance, low impact development maintenance, we have no monies allocated to that. Storm main repair, and we saw that as our largest pressure this year. The growth of mature trees requiring additional leaf collection. And then there's various programs such as sweeping, culvert maintenance, those types of things. So that was outlined in the water infrastructure program report.
Mr. Hagee has something to add?
Sure, I just wanted to jump in quick. The information is in the operating package on page 014 or 114, 115. The list of where we're short is in the operating package.
Thank you.
Okay, there is no one in the queue, so I would look for a mover for the combined, as moved by Councillor Fernandez. So this is the combined. Okay, voting the utilities separately, we can certainly do that. So we will. Pardon me. I will vote first on the water utility. And that's carried unanimously. Next, we'll vote on sewer. Sanitary. And that's carried unanimously. And finally, we'll vote on stormwater. Those in favor? And opposed? And that carries. Okay, Mr. Hagee.
So the next section is the capital budget. At the time of preparing everything, there were no changes. There are still really no changes, but there is an issue paper suggesting a change to the proposed 2018 budget, and that deals with the Middle Strasbourg trunk sanitary sewer. It was a topic of discussion at public input night. The issue papers relating to capital, and the first three are all follow-ups that came out of operating, and as I mentioned, the last one, Middle Strasbourg, is coming out of public input night. They're all provided in the package, and they begin on page 49 of the budget package. At this time, we'd be looking for direction and approval of the capital budget.
Okay, very good. And first, we have Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Are we dealing with them all together, or are you going to? That's okay. Throw you into the mix here, Councillor Schneider. Do you want to deal with them all separately, or all together?
I think separately probably
Okay.
best separated out.
So I don't have any questions on the South End Arena follow-up. I do on the Don McLaren roofing. So I can, there seems to be no one else in the...
Are there any questions on the South End Arena follow-up? Any questions on the South End Arena follow-up? Councillor Gazzola? Okay. So there doesn't appear to be...
So I can move on then to the Don McLaren Arena? That's the next one?
You may.
Okay. I have some questions, and literally staff just walked in, so, and I did give them a little bit of a heads up, some of the questions that I'd be asking with regards to the roof repair. I just want to know the opinion of what, can we delay the roof repair for Don McLaren one more year to get a little bit more information and to look at this facility through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan? So that's my question.
Mr. Chat?
Mr. Reedman.
Mr. Reedman, sorry.
Through the chair, so staff do not recommend delaying roofing on Don McLaren Arena. There's a few reasons for that. So staff do not foresee any chance that the Leisure Facility Master Plan would suggest closing Don McLaren Arena, particularly due to the fact that the city is intensifying in the downtown and recreation facilities in downtown are relatively short, and there's going to be increased demand on those. Additionally, from an FM perspective, The roof assessment was completed in August 2015, and at that time, it was recommended that the roof be fully replaced within 2 years' time. So we actually did push that back 1 year outside of last year's budget due to other higher priorities that were needed to be done. So the roof is at the point where it is failing. There's moisture issues getting into through the roof, which will lead to more costly repairs and more risk for structural damage and mold issues in the structure. And then the last thing is we're planning on putting a specific type of roof on this facility and using a combined tender for different facilities that have the same roof, because we are fairly tight to be able to try and accommodate all these roofing projects in one year's budget. So we're trying to maximize economies of scale to do similar roof projects in the same tender.
If we were to look at the possibility of deferring this to get more information and kind of do a more comprehensive review, I appreciate that staff saying that they don't foresee any changes of need to Don McLaren. But what would be the cost or the potential cost to do more of just that patchwork for this year and defer this decision until next year? I understand it's kind of a guessing game, but...
Through the chair, we're really not able to patch the roof any further at this point in time. We've been trying to keep the leaks out, but any work that we've done has not been resolving the issue. We're getting condensation issues on the arena floor as well as in the spectator areas, where water's dropping down and has to be mopped up. And it's actually freezing on the ice surface, reducing the quality of the ice surface as well. So the roof is so far gone, it is at the end of its life cycle, that it is one that requires replacement right away.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh?
I have a question on BDO3. So
Please.
I just want to ask about the wayfinding signage design. I see that the design is included in the budget, but I'm just wondering if we will also be planning to install the signs throughout the city in 2018, or if that would require additional budget.
So through you, Chair, the intent is to create the standards in terms of the signage and identify priority areas to equip with signage. So the budget doesn't allow for citywide installation, and what we would look at is coordination with other projects that are going on so that we could get the new signage standards installed in those existing projects that are underway.
Okay, so what's our end date when we anticipate having sufficient wayfinding signage throughout the trail system?
So through you, Chair, I wouldn't be able to provide that information right now.
That's fine. I just I want to put that out there to maybe follow up in an email, and it would be really great to try to implement. I understand the Cycling and Trails Master Plan is going to be reviewed this year, and so that would be a question I'd like to pose to the committee working on that. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Fernandez on that.
Just to let Councillor Marsh know, the wayfinding signage has been taken on by one of our Cycling Advisory Committee members. He's been doing a tremendous amount of work, and I know that there's been ongoing discussions between himself and one of our staff people to really move that forward before the end of their term.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola on BDO 3.
Yeah, I had something on that and something on the Strasbourg, the Middle Strasbourg. Right?
We'll get to that right after.
On this one here, I don't really. We have a list of projects here that staff have picked. Is that where they came from? Did council have any say in these projects?
Mr. Hagee?
Through the chair, during the capital budget discussion, we had a budget for trails, we have a budget for naturalization, and the request of council was to provide more details of what those actually are, so it's just being provided for information.
Okay, and that's what I thought it is a little, but does council ever get a list? Is there a list of here's what needs to be done and here's what we're recommending for next year? Is that list of what needs to be done, is that, do we have that?
So through you, Chair, that list is generated through master plan updates. And so we have an existing multi-use pathways and trails master plans, which helps to prioritize these, and then we review them annually based on need. We'll be undergoing combining the cycling and trails master plan this year, and so there will be another opportunity to review that list. And certainly staff can bring forward the planned works at any time upon council's request.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen with this, here's what needs to be done, and here's what staff have picked, just to make sure that our priorities are in line. Doing this, we don't see that. Here's what you're recommending, and that may be by far the best way to go. But we as council haven't had a chance to say, hey, why isn't item number 32 more important than item number 28?
Ms. Fletcher, do you want to add?
Sure. Through the chair, and I believe Councillor Gazzola asked the question during capital budget. What I can assure you is it's a very extensive list, and it's quite an extensive prioritization process. And as Ms. McGoldrick has indicated, as we refresh our master plan, we can ensure that there is some feedback to council on how we go about prioritizing. But it is an extensive list to provide every year.
I'm not questioning your qualifications or I'm just saying it would be nice to see. Here's the total list, here's what we picked. Because really the buck does stop here, right here with council. So if there's something that maybe should have been on the list, we don't know that. So, and we're responsible for it. So that's fine, thank you. I gather in asking for the complete list, I'm still in limbo, that I have to go through the whole study and pick out the list. Or did somebody already pick out the list?
So through you, Chair, that list is certainly available within the master plan itself.
That's what I mean. So I have to go through the master plan and pick it out. You don't want to make it easy for me.
Well, I'm happy to provide that list to you, Councillor.
Well, that's what I would like, yeah. If it's not too much, I don't want to put a burden on it's not a major requirement. I'll get to sleep tonight without it, though. All right, thank you. I have a question on the Middle Strasbourg. Is that the time now for that?
Yeah, but could you just cue back in for that, please? And thank you. Just get you back. Okay, very good. There are no further questions on that, so we are on the Middle Strasbourg Trunk Sanitary Sewer for questions. And up first, we have Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah. I currently don't have any questions. I was just prepared to move the recommendation.
Very good. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I had some concerns about this this item as well, because as I'm reading the issue paper, I'm a little bit concerned about the what ifs and the possibilities and the maybes. And some of them that I'm talking about is if the developer group don't agree to the terms of a credit for refund agreement, but also what if the project, like what other projects could be delayed or held up because we had taken those DC funds out and advanced them. I mean, I would think that if the developers are putting it in, it should be a pretty seamless flow. Something's taken out, something's put in within a short period of time. Is that my correct understanding?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, if council were to approve the credit refund agreement, it means that the city is locked into paying back the developers at the time that we have already planned to do that capital project. And we only pay them back to the extent that we meet our growth targets. So if the city doesn't grow as fast, the developers don't get paid back as fast. So it's fairly low risk from that point of view. There are other risks outlined in the issue paper as well, but I don't think that that's one of the major concerns.
Okay.
And sorry, just to follow up on that, the other part of her question that she'd asked is, does anything else get delayed as a result of approving this?
So through the chair, no, we would not adjust the capital budget now. When we go through the next DC study, that could potentially, so that's going to start probably in 2018. It needs to be finalized in 2019, but the timing of any subsequent projects is not planned to change right now.
Okay, but in the issue paper, it talks about granting the city an easement through their lands for the sewer installation. Without their participation, the final design approvals could not be achieved. Although staff believes the merits, there are financial risks. One of the financial risks that I would wonder about would be the cost of taking on the trunk sewer in advance of when it should be in our capital budget.
So through the chair, we're only asking for advancement on the design portion. The construction is about $11 million. That's still out in 2022 and beyond, and we are not planning to build this unless the developers come forward for a credit refund agreement. Otherwise, the city will build it in 2022.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, my question was, and I don't know whether you want to take the time, I was sort of hoping to see a picture of what needs to be done and what's being changed, so to try to better understand it. If everybody totally understands it, I'm prepared to leave it. I'd asked Mr. Gross if he could just quickly show us what they're planning to do as opposed to what was previously planned. What is the change, and can we just see it graphically on a map?
It would seem staff's anticipated
I don't know if anybody
that
else
question.
is interested. If you're not, that's fine, because it's not going to make, the funding is not an issue, right? Yeah.
Excuse the map, it's a little bit hard to see. It's an overview, and to give you a sense of where things are. This is Fisher Hall Road. Leams Road is up here. Plains Road is down here. This is the hydro corridor crossing. And the creek, Strasburg Creek, is in this vicinity here. The issue is that the region would like to reconstruct Fisher Hallman Road from just north of Weems Road right through to Plains Road. In order to do that, they also have to replace the culvert which crosses Fisher Hallman Road at Strasburg Creek. Based on a Ministry of the Environment resolution direction, all the work related to the infrastructure on Fisher Hallman Road in the area of the creek has to be done all at one time. The sewer, the Middle Strasburg trunk sewer that we're talking about, runs from here to the temporary pump station on Weems Road. That is the $10.5 million project. In order to provide the region with the information that they require so that they can rebuild Fisher Hallman Road, they need to know where the sewer is going to be and how deep it's going to be right in its location. So that works, that sewer can be put in at the same time that the culvert is done and the road is done. It has to be all at one time. The piece to the east and the piece to the west, that can be done at a later date. So in order to give the region the information they require, we have to do the detailed design. We have to know where the sewer is going to be located, both east and west of Fisher Hallman Road. And that relates to the land requirement that's referenced in the issue paper. I need commitment from the developers on both sides of Fisher-Hallman, that they will provide the property that's necessary for that sewer as part of the detailed design. I'm going to stop there for now.
Okay, can I just ask one? By doing this, this is something that's out of development charges, right?
It's all development charges.
Yeah, so it's not, so it doesn't affect the taxpayer directly. By doing it, there is a savings by doing it at this point, as opposed to having to come back later and do this, right?
The point is that we cannot come back later and put it in across Fisher-Hallman. All the work that's on Fisher-Hallman Road has to be done in one phase at one time. We can't come back afterwards and try to put the sewer across the road.
At any cost?
At any time.
Okay. No, I was curious as to what our potential savings are in going this route.
That's difficult to say, but there would be savings, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I found that explanation useful. Thank you. I still have two people in the queue. Councillor Ionescu.
Thank you for the explanation and the analysis with the map. It's very helpful, and I know exactly where you're coming from and the background and what's required. My question comes down to the legality of taking an item that's in a potential reserve DC fund in 2019 onwards of a DC report that hasn't been considered by council and advancing something that's not approved in that time frame to bring it into this time frame, because in the DC budget, DC report from 2014 to 18, this item is not in there. Can we legally do that, advance something from this outside of report into the report?
Mr. Hagee.
Yes, we can. We have a policy that says how these move forward, a credit refund policy. This term of council has already done this with a few other ones, so Strasbourg Road is a very good example. That was outside of this DC, or the 5 years of the DC term, and was brought forward. It's totally compliant and legal.
Okay, so that answers that question. I understand where you're coming from. But this also creates a deficit in the DC in the future, and the objective of the DC is to keep it above ground. Now we're going below ground. Can we legally do that as well?
So through the chair, it would, as noted in the issue paper, it would only be an issue if we move the funding forward, complete the design, pay for it, and the developers do not agree to a credit refund agreement, or council does not agree to that. Because the delegation that was here on public input night from the developer group said that they are planning to fund this $680,000. So the risk is council approves it now, we go forward with the work, and we cannot have a credit refund agreement that council agrees to and the developers agree to. I would suggest based on the past credit refund agreements, that's a small risk, but it's up to council to decide whether you want to do that or not.
Right, and I appreciate where you're coming from on that, and I remember that the delegation being here like a week ago requesting that. So based on the advancement to now, from 22 to 2018, the developer will get credit for it when they want to apply for the building permits?
Correct.
Which could be sometime after 2022. Or they would be getting this up front sooner?
So they could get credits as soon as they can apply for building permits. The refund would not happen until 2022 or later, as per the policy.
Nothing earlier than 2022?
Correct. So we would not actually pay, like a cash outflow would not happen until 2022 at the earliest, because that's when we are planning to do the work. But in the meantime, developers could get a credit on the sanitary portion of the building permits within those subdivisions.
At what point in time? Between next 4 years?
Yes. So as soon as they can apply for building permits, they would not have to pay the sanitary portion on that part.
But you said the sanitary portion is not going to be built until 2022.
If the city, if the project just goes forward as we plan, we will not build it till 2022. The developer group has applied for a credit refund agreement, And so their intention is to pay for the construction of that sanitary sewer in 2018 or 2019.
So they're willing to upfront the $11 million to do that work in the subsequent years?
Correct. And then get credits in the meantime and a refund in 2022 and beyond.
But that's something we'll have to consider in a future council meeting when that comes up as part of the new development charge document as well. Is that correct?
I expect it will come to council before the DC study goes. I expect it will. We're planning on bringing it, I think it's April of this year is when staff plan on bringing that agreement to council for decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Galway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to talk about some of the risks to the project that might not be financial, because we've already touched upon them and they seem to be somewhat minimal. But if we didn't proceed with moving at least the design forward, is there a risk that the region would have to delay the entire Fisher-Hallman Road expansion project, including the intersection of Fisher-Hallman and Bleams Road?
Through the chair, we had a meeting with the region staff a couple of weeks ago, and it was very clear that they need all of the information related to infrastructure on Fisher-Hallman Road before they will tender the Fisher-Hallman reconstruction. They will, failing getting information, they're talking about one of two options. One option is to delay the work for 1 year. And this is all based on their internal discussions and how they perceive their funding and their finances. Or if they decide not to defer it for 1 year, they will do some temporary work at the intersection of Fisher-Hallman and Bleams and defer the work for 3 to 5 years.
Okay, and that's a really big concern to me as the representative of that area, that intersection. If you can imagine, backs up beyond Seabrook as well as Huron Road on a daily basis, and that intersection is horrendous. And so delaying the work would be extremely problematic for a number of the residents that commute along that roadway in which they have to commute, because there's not really many jobs out in that area to be had. My other question, well, I guess it's not really a question. I guess I can form it in a question. If we have the ability through developers to front-end finance both the design work as well as the trunk sewer itself, we need that pipe in order to build a community center on those lands. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'm not sure exactly where the community center is going to go.
It would be it would be on the Big Springs farmland.
Unless it goes into the temporary pump station, which was a discussion that happened about a year ago and decided that there would be nothing additional going to it, then the answer is yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all my questions. If I can just make a quick comment as the representative in this area, that intersection is in dire need of improvements, and I hear about it fairly regularly. And I think anything that we can do to assist in making that project happen sooner than later is something that we need to take advantage of. And so while there is risk involved in this, I think the risk is minimal, and that really this is just going to be a transfer of funds that we put into the capital, but then we will get that check for the exact same amount in the near future, and then we can proceed forward in trying to get these improvements done on this roadway overall. Another thing that's really scary to me as the representative, there's no street lighting along Fisher-Hallman Road, and there's tons of people walking on that road, which is so scary at nighttime because there's no sidewalks, and people are driving between 60 and 100 kilometers an hour, and they're literally on a not even a paved shoulder, just on a dirt shoulder. And so it's basically a rural cross-section, so we need to get Fisher-Hallman Road widened, and we need that intersection approved. And so anything that we can do from the city perspective to make sure that that continues to follow the appropriate timelines from a region perspective, I think is a bonus. And I think if we are able to do the work now for the city as a whole, it makes a benefit, but it also is a benefit to the taxpayer because costs now to build a road that big will be less as inflation will increase it over the next, that 3 to 5 year time frame that Hans was talking about. So I really hope that we can get the support to do this because that road needs to change, and it needed to change last year, but anything we can do to help assist in this would be the best thing we could do.
Through the chair, if I may address one thing that Councillor said, and this relates to the community centre that you spoke of. There can be absolutely no grading or development work done on the west side of Fisher-Hallman Road, south of Bleams Road, until the culvert has been replaced. That is the key for everything.
That certainly helps. Councillor Fernandez? No? Okay. There's no one else in the queue, so this has been moved by Councillor Gallery-Seelock, and we'll take a recorded vote on this. Okay, and that carries unanimously with all that are here. Thank you. Moving on, Mr. Haggie, when you're ready. Mr. Haggie, I'm going to go to Councillor Gallery-Seelock. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking the chair with regards to the information that you sent to us just via email that was following up for operating and capital, if I could insert some of my questions with regards to that, specific to the major park funding, which was number 4 in that email you sent. So I don't have a page number for any of you. It was an email Ryan sent on December 13th.
Thank you.
Perfect. And that page from Capital was Capital 81. Sorry. So this is where in the capital budget there's an increase of $273,000 over 10 years for the Kiwanis Park general provision, and so I had asked for this to be an issue paper, but this is what I asked for. My concern with the way it is that by giving just Kiwanis Park that additional funding, it actually makes it the highest funded park, and it leaves 2 other parks lagging pretty far behind. And so I'm just wanting to understand the rationale for giving $273,000 to Kiwanis Park and nothing else to McLennan Park or the Huron Natural Area, because the idea was to get them to parity, and it seems that it's made it a larger gap putting two in the $1 million range, and then the other two are 800 and 700,000. So I'm just trying to understand the philosophy behind that.
Mr. Hagee?
Sure. So when we were looking at doing it, we were trying to get them to be approximately the same over the the course of the 10 years. I guess we thought we did a good enough job. If there's something other specific, and we were concentrating a whole lot more on the CC funding than the DC piece. So you'll see out in 21, 22, it's basically $84,000, $85,000 per year in each of those. The DC study, we're waiting for the next DC study to come to equalize the DC funding in each of those parks.
Yeah, but it's concerning even still to see two of our major parks getting $10,000+ and two of our major parks getting $1,000 or $2,000. And that parity isn't coming, and that was the hope to get. Like, I'm not one for taking money away from parks. And I know Kiwanis Park probably needs the funding as well, but can we do a better job of making them equal now, and then also continue to increase or look at it through the DC study?
Sorry, and through the chair, in the early years, 2018, 19, especially, the amounts in McLennan and Huron are less because those amounts were committed to other projects specific to them. So the McLennan one is less. I believe part of that is going to the lawn project there, and Huron Natural Area, I think that was part of the trails upgrade that's happening there. So we pulled some of the money that would otherwise show in a general provision account to do something else in each of those parks. So that's the inequity in the early years. Later on, it's more consistent.
Mm-hmm. Except for the DC portion.
Yes.
Right? And so with this change, Kiwanis Park doesn't have any DC funding attached to it, right? So I appreciate giving more money to the parks, period. Sure. I'm just trying to get them to be a lot closer aligned. And maybe what you're saying is that they are, it's just the funding's coming from a different line. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Mr. Chapman, to add?
So I'll speak to that and then add my comment. That's correct. So the funding used to be in these lines, but when we received the grant funding, we pulled it out to show it as a match in that new budget line item. And on the issue of development charges, our view would be that the right time to equalize that, and we can take a direction on it, is when we do the new DC study for 2019. That said, nothing would preclude Council from summing up the total of DC allocations here and redistributing them. We just think the best time to do that is when we're doing the comprehensive review of the DC study.
Yeah. In my intent, I think, has been pretty clear. I want parity across them all. So I'm not trying to take from Kiwanis to up. I want them all to be there. And I guess that information might have been relevant that some of it was taken out, because when you look at this chart, it shows that Kiwanis Park has over $1 million. Victoria Park's over $1 million. You have the Huron Natural Area at $775,000, and you have McLennan Park at $800,000, $827,000. So it just doesn't look fair. So maybe with that additional information, it might become clearer. The DC funds, I definitely can wait and see what comes out of, and the intent is written there. I just, I guess understanding what was taken out for those grants would have been a piece that could have assisted. But again, my intent is to have parity in all four major parks, and I think that's what staff's striving towards. So thank you.
So actually, I have two in the queue now. Councillor Fernandez first.
I'm sorry. I am.
No problem at all. No problem. Sorry, Councillor Singh.
So I didn't follow the numbers. I was just trying to get clarification from Councillor Galloway-Sealog. Oh, I see. Okay.
So there is no final tally. I did those tallies myself.
Okay.
So I just added the two of the CC and the DC funds, and that's where I got the numbers.
So I'm not following the email. I was looking off on screen, and yeah, part of it is cut off. So I didn't see the final total that you had.
No, there isn't one. I tallied it myself,
yeah.
So I got my calculator out and I did it.
Okay.
So.
Well, that aside, I think you've
Was it?
It's
Oh, it is?
on the email at the end, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But then again, that aside, and Councilor Galloway-Sealock has given the totals, and that makes the point that I've had that same concern. I appreciate her bringing up and pointing out McLennan Park as well, along with Huron Natural Park. One thing, Mr. Hagee, you mentioned about the Great Lawn. Sir, and if you can elaborate that, you said portion was taken out because of the Great Lawn, the work that's happening there.
Mr. Hagee?
Sorry, for that larger project, I believe some of the funds, so you'll see in 2018, 2019, it's $44,064, then 82. It would have been like $80,000 in 2018, 2019 originally, and then some of those funds were reallocated. I believe it's to the Great Lawn project, but I'm not 100% certain of that, but it would have been reallocated to another McLennan Park project. So it's a reduction here, an increase in another line. We're still spending the same amount.
And for Natural Huron, because they got the federal funding, is that why it was reduced also, or?
I believe that one relates to the trail network through HNA.
Okay. So, okay, I guess that provides an explanation for Huron. But just to make a point with the McLennan Park, I agree with the point that Councilor Galloway-Sealock is saying that we need the parity now. The work that needs to happen ongoing throughout the park, not remediation. And again, this is not an argument, I just want to make that point. The Great Lawn was bringing the park back to natural state what it should have been, had it not been with the cause of issue with the methane problem that was found, and having to remediate and then having to resod and make the repairs to the park. Again, I don't know if now is the time to do it or not, but I agree that the parity does need to happen sooner through the budget process. If we can find through adjustments where we can have increased fundings to these two parks, so they're similar to Victoria Park and Kiwanis, I think for fairness it would be sooner than later would be better. But again, we'll look to see through the budget process if that opportunity comes up, and I would be supportive of that if Councilor Galloway-Sealock finds it before I do.
Through the chair, just one other thing I'd like to point out is the very bottom line. So Kiwanis Park has two lines, one for in the aquatics budget, one in the FM budget. The other ones do not have that FM line specific to it. So we don't account the same way for all of these. If you look to the bottom line, there's a parks general maintenance, and so all of the work that's happening in Victoria, McLennan, and HNA, there's that additional
comes
fund
from that general,
that those costs can be paid for from. So it's
no, I appreciate it can be paid from. I'm just saying for transparency and clarity for all to see exactly what's dedicated. I think it would be better to have it appropriately funded to each park specifically, and then showing that parity. I hear the rationale. Again, I'm not necessarily debating that. I just like to, again, reiterate the point. I think we need that parity a lot sooner than it's being pushed off for. Some of the rationale is because of the government funding and that Great Lawn, but that it too has additional parameters to it too. I'm just speaking to the park in the area that I represent, and that park does have necessary items of improvement that have been waiting for. And again, had the Great Lawn work not been necessary, they could have had that focus earlier, and now that's being deferred. So anyway, that's all I really have to say on that.
Thank you, Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand that the funding that was given from the federal government, how much was that in relation to what Huron Natural Area is getting over the next number of years?
Mr. Hagee.
Honestly, I don't recall what the government grant is. My recollection on the whole thing is that it was a 50-50 grant. So the city had to pay half, the government was going to pay half, but I don't recall the amount. It was fairly significant.
I can't remember either, but I do remember that there was a split. So that would not be accounted for here in this chart then?
Correct. This was just the budget system going forward, what shows up in each of those accounts. Okay. And the grant was previous.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, nothing further on this, then we'll move to BE04, the Part-Time Active Transportation Planning Project Manager follow-up. I'll take questions or a motion for that. Mr. Hagee.
Through the chair, that's a operating budget item. So there's really nothing else on capital at this point. We look for a recommendation to approve the capital budget.
Let's do that first then. Moved by Councillor Singh. Any? Oh, sorry. I thought I heard Councillor Singh's voice. Pardon me. Moved by Moved by Mayor Verbenovich. Questions, comments on capital budget? I have Councillor Fernandez in the queue.
Yes, so I just want to make sure that I'm pulling my motion in the right order. Under items approved by the budget resolution, on B, under number 9, these are capital or these are operational?
Capital.
Okay. Then I'd like to bring forward a motion related to my question earlier around the Communitech grant. If the clerk would like to take this, that's okay. I've got copies for everyone as well. So as Ms. Anderson puts this up, I want to explain a little bit about my rationale. I listened really carefully to what Mr. Kligerman spoke about at Public Input Night. And he talked glowingly about all the work that's happening at Communitech. He talked also about the number of different sources of funding that was coming in to Communitech from private investors, federal funding, and a variety of funds. And lately, I hear us talk about making sure that places like the museum and the Center in the Square, as well as numerous other facilities that get funding for us, that we want them to be sustainable. So I think it's time that we pulled back a little bit on our Communitech funding. From the presentation that I saw, I see that they're doing extremely well. They're getting increased funding. I know that I've heard that their membership or their fees have increased, and they've grown exponentially. So I think it's time to pull back a little bit and decrease their funding by $100,000. And this is my motion.
I'll expect some debate on this for sure. And first in the queue, I have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just a point of clarification, our money that's going to Communitech moving forward, this is not for running our Civic Innovation Lab?
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, that's correct. And just to give you maybe the fulsome context of what this $300,000 was originally intended for, as you may recall, when Google vacated their space at the Tannery in 2016, Communitech took over a much greater footprint, and so as part of them continuing to grow and offer more programs to businesses, initially we provided financial support last year, which largely funded the corporate innovation labs that were built within the one wing, which includes the city's civic innovation lab. So much of our contributions through the reserve over the last year in particular has been to help with the capital programming. Their intention moving forward and what this funding would continue to support is the programming that goes on within their now expanded space. Programs like Fierce Founders, which supports female-led companies, Communitech Rev, which is to support scaling companies that are growing up, that are mid-sized and growing, and then Communitech Edge, which is another incubation program. So largely what this contribution does is enables them to make use of this new space that they've got and recently renovated in order to continue to offer more programs to more companies, ultimately with the hopes of growing more companies that eventually land throughout the region, in particular Kitchener.
Mr. Chapman to add?
Through the chair, what Mr. Bloom has indicated is all correct. I think the point you're referencing, Councillor Schneider, is the fact that in recognition of their partnership with us for all of those things, they have provided the space and the services in kind. And so they have a considerable value, but we receive them free of charge by virtue of the partnership that we have for this $300,000 per year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mayor Verbenovich.
Well, thank you very much, and I have to say that while I certainly respect the
the motion coming forward, and Councillor Fernandez is right to bring the motion forward. I would have to say I'm nothing short of shocked to see it coming forward. One needs to keep in mind that the reason Communitech, or part of the reason Communitech has been as successful as it has been because of the collaboration and the leadership that has been shown by successive municipal councils here in the city of Kitchener and also in the city of Waterloo. And other funding partners, both other orders of government as well as the private sector, look to that leadership, look to that community commitment and investment in order to help shape and determine the extent of investment that they're going to make. I think Mr. Klugman made it very clear to us that the amount of money that we have invested in this whole thing has been leveraged, I don't even know I don't want to say 100-fold, but in the tens of folds in terms of monies that other partners have brought to the table. And that continues to be the case. I mean, Communitech has played an incredible leadership role together with the folks at Mars to go after the supercluster funding, for example, which isn't our money. It is seeing private sector dollars in the hundreds of millions of dollars coming forward to try to access upwards of $250 million from the federal government. We see how Communitech will be involved in the work that is happening in terms of the Smart City application, together with the region and the other municipalities. So the whole ecosystem that's been created in this region has been created because we have worked collaboratively and we've had the courage and the foresight to make these kinds of investments. I think, quite frankly, for us to be stepping away potentially with an amount that's 1/3 of the funding that we're talking about, when we are continually seeing the fruits of our labors for a small investment continue to grow, would be incredibly short-sighted and would start, quite frankly, slowing down and potentially reversing the progress we've made as a community. I would strongly, strongly urge Council not to support this recommendation. It is, I think it's taking us down a very dangerous path in terms of what we need to do. We're in a world, quite frankly, where other communities are not only catching up to us very quickly, but are starting to surpass us in terms of the global competition that exists out there. The fact that this region, was able to be part of the Toronto global pursuit of Amazon HQ2, and to be the only Canadian location that actually has been considered in terms of going to phase 2, is because of the work that's been done. And so, it would be at a very crucial time when we should be sending positive messages. This is totally taking us down a rabbit hole we don't want to go down.
Thank you, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what the mayor just said, I wrote down a lot of Ian's comments from the public meeting night, and in his comments he referenced that our $500,000 from the 2008 EDIF fund leveraged $100 million. I'd say that's a pretty good return on investment if you've ever had one. On top of which, we now are seeing $1.2 billion in building permits. And so no, it's not Communitech who's building them, but it's what is happening in our community, and Communitech is one of those pieces. And I think He also mentioned that we're far ways from where we need to be because of the pace of competition. He says it's picking up, it's important to continue, other places are further ahead of us, the talent competition is huge, it's bigger than it used to be, and part of their biggest challenges are talent, transport, and need to be at a good place we need to be a good place not just to start a company, but to grow a company. And so I think for me, when I can look at that return on investment and send a message that the city believes in this initiative and this organization, I think it's something that we need to do, because if you can turn $500,000 into $100 million, I'm on board.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
I think most of my comments have already been said, and I would just move that we vote on the question.
Appreciate that. Thank you. There's still people in the queue. There's only two left, plus my own comments. Councillor Yaneski.
Well, it's interesting to hear the comments here from around the horseshoe. When the Communitech rep came in and made his presentation and talked about the glories and the achievements that have been happening in the community and Communitech and the whole district, and how we're just growing fold. I mean, that's great news. That's great news. And we have supported the Communitech people back from initially over the number of years, and things have just multiplied exponentially, and it's just been wonderful. But the taxpayer is probably wondering, well, why do we keep just funding him all the time when it's been such a success story? It's time to pull back. And I have to agree with Councillor Fernandez in terms of we have to decrease the funding. I mean, we still provide some. But I would be prepared to make an amendment to Councillor Fernandez's funding to increase to decrease it by $150,000. And that's my recommended motion.
I will take that as an amendment to the amendment. Councillor Singh.
Yes, Mr. Chair, like Mayor Vivanovic, I'm surprised the direction that we're heading. I'll just quickly ask some questions of Corey, just referencing it to try to bring this into context a little bit. What's happening in Accor, speaking to of Deloitte, that's right beside the tannery, the Bright Up building, the full development with Google's encouraging expansion from the tannery to there, and ongoing growth. Desire to Learn, Vidyard, which graduated out of Communitech, and Thymelic as well, just to name a few. Apart from all the other development that's happening, the condos, the additional jobs that are being created, is it fair to say those things may not have happened had Communitech, so I'm referencing those specifically because they're locationally positioned closest to the tannery, had Communitech not decided to come here and kept staying in Waterloo, and that the ecosystem that's been developed now did not exist?
Through the chair, I think it is a fair statement that while there were many key projects and initiatives that came through EDIF that ultimately has started the upward trend downtown, yeah, I'd say, in my opinion, without a shadow of a doubt, the investment in Communitech and what it has done to galvanize really the innovation community around downtown has been the major fuel that has led to much of what Councillor Galloway Seelock referenced in the over $1 billion in potential construction happening. Even just last week is a perfect example of a spin-off from the Corporate Innovation Lab. So Deloitte had a Corporate Innovation Lab within Communitech. They were previously located in the south end of Kitchener, and have made a significant investment in the building on the opposite side of the tannery, on the opposite side of Joseph Street, largely to be part of this ecosystem because they believe in being part of the innovation community downtown. So there's just one simple example. A second one, Canadian Tire bringing their innovation lab inside Communitech originally, and now has grown out to a company that is now outside of, is downtown but in a different location. So I would say on two fronts. Number one, yes, I would agree with you that it has stimulated, it has been a major reason why we've seen the growth we have. And two, the Corporate Innovation Lab concept alone has shown its value to us.
So that doesn't happen on its own. That happens through support And I think the past leadership had the wisdom to support Communitech with seed funding of $500,000. It's leverage, and it's already been said what the return to the community has been, apart from just the overall growth, the increased jobs that have come to a core and is making our downtown more thriving, making our city far more vibrant. We talk about taxes, we talk about the impact. I'm one of those. But I don't think we spend enough time about creating jobs, allowing our residents to be able to afford to pay those property taxes. And these are the agencies, these are the organizations that help to create the economy that we have here in Kitchener. And going in this direction is counterintuitive. When things are good, you press the accelerator. You don't slow down. You don't go backwards. I think they need every bit of funding because it comes back twofold, threefold, multiples. And I think this would be not wise to reduce the funding, something that we know will give us far more in return.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Davey. I guess my comments would be, I was reminiscing back to my days when I was a financial planner, and if I was to mention to my clients the type of return that this investment has created for this community, and would recommend my clients to not invest it further into those types of investments, I think I would have been fired on the spot, I think. I think single-handedly this would probably be the worst decision I would in my time on council if we were to go along with reducing the funding. The exposure, the supercluster, everything that all my colleagues has mentioned, like this is single-handedly has transformed our community, but it's been with lots of pieces and a lot of collaboration. It's just, to me, it's mind-boggling that we even go down this path.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Just to ride a little further on the councillor's reminiscing, as a journalist, I wrote in a number of ways very critically of Edith and that investment. I've come full circle on that now, where I look at that investment as probably one of the smartest moves ever made in Kitchener. And just to jump where we're at now, I would never be in favour of cutting back on Communitech, simply because it's fine to talk about us having a vibrant city and a vibrant downtown. We've still got a long, long way to go. Every time I walk down King Street, I see we've got a long way to go before we reach that point. And in my opinion, that's why we need to continue the path we've been treading with groups like Communitech, and I certainly would not cut back now.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue except for myself and Councillor Fernandez. I will speak, and then Councillor Fernandez will have last word, as it is her motion. Without reiterating what my colleagues have said, I got to say I'm shocked to see this motion without any request for an issue paper or the ramifications or anything like that ahead of time. And that's just the very beginning of it. I do find it interesting that the museum and the center and the square were referenced as being more self-sustaining when they have both. The museum has asked for additional funding at public input. Evening in the center and the square received significant additional funding about 3 or 4 years ago. I don't need to go on. I mean, this motion is essentially suggesting that we defund what is probably the economic heart of the city of Kitchener. Councillor Fernandez.
Well, thank you. And I didn't expect that this motion would go over very well. As a matter of fact, I expected it to go over like a lead balloon, which is exactly what it did. But I think this essentially, Communitech, and everything I've been hearing from people who've tried to get into Communitech, people who have been at Communitech, they're telling me that there's money there that's coming in, that the users are being turned away because they are so full. So if some of that is true, even if a nugget of it is true, why are we continuing to support, to some part, a private sector business. And I think what's critical is it's taxpayers' dollars. I'm not saying that that we're going to spend it on something frivolous. It would stay in the Economic Development Reserve because my understanding is that's where the funding is coming from. So I'm not saying we're going to spend it on something else at this moment. But I just want us to have some oversight. Yes, I referenced the museum and the center and the square because we keep saying to them, how can you become more sustainable? How can you find other sources of revenue? How can you cut back here and cut back there? I mean, even today, the KPL. So if we're going to ask that of some of these other organizations, why are we not asking that of Communitech? Because they are bringing in money. They are full. And yes, they may have done a bang-up job, and we're thankful for where they started. They've brought in Google and Desire to Learn and all the other companies that have been mentioned before. Do you really think that they're going to pack up and leave now because we're not going to fund Communitech? They've put brick and mortar here into the city. They've employed staff. They're bringing in people from Toronto. So I really think that it's time to say, thank you. We're going to continue funding you a certain percentage, but we're also going to pull back a little bit. Stand a little bit on your own feet, as we ask so many other organizations in this city to do. I don't expect this to pass, but I think what's important is, Councillor Singh, is there something funny about what I'm saying? Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I do have two people in the queue. I'll permit clarification, but no more comments, please. Mayor Vabanich.
Thank you, because I think it is important that a piece of information get clarified for the public record. Communitech is not a private corporation. Communitech is a not-for-profit organization with membership that's made up from the private sector, the city, and other partners who act collaboratively to go after funding to support the technological ecosystem that we have in Waterloo Region.
Okay, thank you. I suspected that would be the point. There is no one else in the queue then. I will take this motion. Recorded vote. Oh, sorry. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me. First, we need Councillor Yaneski's amendment to decrease the funding by 150 rather than 100. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment fails. Now I'll vote in the main motion to decrease funding by $100,000. Has everyone voted? Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Okay, we are now back to Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, perhaps you can guide me. I don't know if this is the right time to focus on this. I had a suggestion, but first a question related to the funding that's given to Red Sea, Waterloo Regional Economic Development Corporation. Can I ask a question of staff before I...
Please.
Or would you prefer that come at the end? What?
I believe that comes, I'd look to Mr. Haggie, I believe that's through operating. But
Yeah, so that's an operating grant, so the more appropriate time is, as we're going to pass the capital budget and then move into that.
Yeah, so actually, if you could hold on to it till we deal with operating, my mistake.
Sure. Councillor Fernandez had asked me why I was laughing. I was proposing and doing something with Red Sea, but with your motion, I was laughing, thinking that mine will probably not fly with all the comments. That's what it was being referenced to, not at what you were saying.
Okay, thank you for that. So I recall, pardon me, who had moved the capital budget? Mayor Verbanovich, that's right. So I'm seeing no one else. You certainly can. Mayor Verbanovich.
Sorry, and maybe staff can guide me here. I seem to recall, and I'm just confused by the numbers when I look at the summary sheet. I seem to recall that when Mr. Morskel was here, he asked about the possibility of a modest increase to the museum grant to get it up to 150,000, but we're giving them 253. So, can someone help me here?
Sure.
Through the chair, Mr. Morskel is talking, I believe, about the cash grant, which, as opposed to the amount here is cash and in kind, and so when he's talking about his figures, he is often only referencing the actual cash outlay.
Gotcha. Okay. So would that simply be a matter of us changing the split or actually increasing the amount?
It would be an increase.
And how much would we need to increase if we were going to do that?
We can look if we're going to deal with that motion later, so by the time we get there, we'll be able to tell you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, nothing else in capital budget, and we'll take the, Councillor Fernandez.
The physician and specialist recruitment, that's under capital?
No, that's under operating.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, and now we'll take the, just double checking. Okay, yes, now we'll take the vote for the capital budget.
Nope.
Councillor Singh?
I'm sorry, with conflicts in capital. At the end of the budget meeting, do I have to point them out, or right now? Because we were taking a vote on capital.
Right now?
No.
Right now.
Okay. I had referenced them through the capital meeting. Can I just say the conflicts noted out, or do you want them pointed out individually again? Sorry? Sure. So state them again. I did through the capital budget. Okay, so the conflicts as noted through the capital meeting, I want to recuse myself on those votes. So if that can be separate.
Okay, so without the need to know necessarily what those are, first we will take the items not related we'll take the items related to Councillor Singh's conflicts. So Councillor Singh will not be voting on this one as part of the capital budget, recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? Capital budget carries. And the balance of the items, we still need to vote on that. The balance of the capital, has everyone voted? Those in favor? And opposed? Capital budget is carried in its entirety. Mr. Haggie.
There we go. Next is the tax-supported operating budget. There are no changes, but we've been tracking some of the changes that have already been made here today. There are 5 issue papers. 4 of them were requested coming out of operating. The 5th one, winter maintenance, came out of public input night. So we'll be looking for discussion on the issue papers and then overall the passage of the tax-supported operating budget.
Okay, so we will begin with final, where are we here? So, okay, sorry, yes, BDO 4.
Right, so it's on page 54 of the final budget day package is the first issue paper to, if there are any questions or discussion.
Moved by Councillor Galway-Seelock. Questions? Councillor Fernandez.
No question. I was going to move it as a member of the Cycling Advisory Committee.
Okay. Okay, we'll take a record. There's no other questions. We'll take a recorded vote on that. Sorry? Yes, the movement was staff's original recommendation. Oh, sorry, no, okay. Councillor Galway-Seelock, your intention was to move staff's recommendation. This was the issue paper request. I'm sorry, I meant the intention I thought was to move staff's original recommendation of the 3 full-time positions. That's actually on an operating page. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
This is in addition to the decrease.
It is. So through the chair, it might be easier to look on resolution number 12. We've got listed off the positions. The active transportation planning project manager is the 3rd one down on the list. The issue paper was requested about maybe doing something different. Staff said we prefer our original recommendation, and I took the motion as continue with what staff have originally recommended.
Okay, and I think that was the intention, correct? Okay, clear? Okay, apologies for that. That was confusing. Okay, so that is the motion before us. Recorded vote. It's yeah. The full 3 FTEs. Yeah. Okay, voting is open. Okay, sorry. Hang on for 1 second. Councillor Fernandez.
In fairness and a complete transparency, can we not vote for these positions one at a time? Do we have to vote for all of them at once?
If you request that they be voted individually, we can do that.
I'd like to request that. I think that would be wiser and more understandable for everybody, because we've had issue papers flowing around, and it's probably important to break them out.
Certainly. Okay, so
Thank you.
if you're looking at number 12 on your sheet, there's the top 3. If this is OP2 beside them, we're going to vote on landscape architect, followed by neighborhood liaison, followed by active transportation, in that order, okay? So, recorded vote for landscape architect. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Next, the neighborhood liaison coordinator, project manager. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And finally, the active transportation planning project manager. Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Break? Certainly. Yeah. No problem. All right. Yeah, no problem. So we will break for about 5 minutes or so, okay? Apologies, everyone. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. Okay, and we are now at dealing with the additional assessment growth.
Well, Mr. Chair, we had been going through Resolution 12. We had approved some of the staffing in Resolution 12.
Oh, yes, yep.
There's still the property assessment and the two property assessment positions. The other ones were approved with the utility budgets, the bottom two.
Certainly. So again, those are on page OP 04. So I would look for a motion to approve those. Moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock. We can take them together or individually. Is there any preference? I'm not seeing any preference, so we'll take them together. So that's approving the property assessment analyst and the property assessment review administrator. Recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Daggy, do you want to I just want to make sure I'm not skipping over anything, so we'd be dealing with property assessment next then? Is that the intention?
Right. Yes. So the Resolution 12 is taken care of. All the FTEs have been approved. So we are looking at BDO 5, which is the additional assessment growth. I've added the amount into the spreadsheet, the 51,673. That is the additional assessment growth. So BDO 5 just says here are some ways that could come back. They were the items that were discussed by council or by committee at operating budget. It's council's decision as to whether any of those are funded or none of them are funded or if something else is funded. So we'd look for direction on that.
Very good. And yes, I'm glad you mentioned these items here. There's reference to it being a staff list, but I do recall that I believe all of these items were mentioned or referenced by this council, which is why they're before us.
And the issue paper explicitly does say it, but they're not listed in any preference order. It's simply as they come.
Very good. Okay. First in the queue, we have Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. First thing I want to actually touch on is an issue that we've had a number of emails from staff on in regards to the issue of neighborhood winter rink facilities throughout the community. There's been a fair bit of discussion around those recently. There's somewhat of a backlog on some from an operating point of view, as well as some capital dollars needed as well. And so I would like to, out of the additional assessment growth, move 15,000 into that budget to support winter rinks. We, from a community perspective, have a fair number around the community, but we also know there's other parks and neighborhoods that don't, and we do have an operating shortfall in that area. And so I'd like to begin addressing it. This certainly isn't going to do it for every year, or do it in its entirety, but I'd like to begin by putting $15,000 towards that.
Okay, very good. So this could get messy in terms of how I take motions. So Would your preference be, Mayor Rabinovich, that I take your motion first for 15 of the 51 and change? Or did you have a full motion for the entire amount of assessment growth? I'm just trying to figure the best way to... Please?
I was only dealing with that piece. I know others have some thoughts. So you may want to hear what some of the other ideas that members of council have, and then we can figure out whether the assessment growth piece deals with it, or if we want to use any of the other dollars towards some of that as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. So there are 5 people in the queue to comment on this. Next is Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, I have a motion written out with relation to, on page final 57, the King Street Rockway entrance feature. In reviewing this suggestion, I had originally thought 50,000, but I rejigged my numbers when I looked at the percentage. And if I'm correct, 25,000 would be, well, 3% is coming from the region for what the total capital cost is. I thought that maybe 25 would be about 1.5%. This is an important entrance feature to our city, and I like the idea that we're talking about partnerships again, so partnering with our Horticultural Society / Garden Kitchener. The region is already putting some funding towards it, and then because it has already been identified through our parks plan that Rockway is the gateway. Not sure what 25,000 will buy us, so to speak, but I think it's really an important feature as we come into the city. I think we can leverage a lot more of this with the assistance of Garden Kitchener, and I think it will probably garner a lot more than we think it will get if we just for the amount. So I'd like to put that forward as well.
Thank you. Actually, first, Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment?
Through the chair, and it may address the issue that Councillor Galloway-Seelock is looking to clarify. The issue paper speaks to an ongoing increased investment in operations and maintenance. So the thinking in the issue paper was that the city and the region will fund the upfront improvements, but if we do something quite extensive at that entrance feature, it will cost more to maintain over time. And so the recommendation here was to put some funding towards annual operating dollars, perhaps in partnership with the Hort Society to support that. My read of the motion in front of council is that this reads more like a one-time contribution towards capital, which is fine if that's your intent, but it's different than the intent in the issue paper.
And I recognize that, and I made an error in how I wrote it out, and that was one of the reasons why I reduced it, thinking that the 25,000 annual maintenance would probably get us a lot more with the partnership. So if there is a change that clerk can do on this to reflect it as an ongoing maintenance partnership, I think that would be important.
Okay, and question of clarification, and just to be 100% clear, Councillor Fernandez, we're going to do so. It is, actual assessment is $25,000 this and every year going forward, correct?
Right.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
So my question of clarification is with regards to, is it for the operating budget surplus, because that's what it says in your second paragraph, or is it to use the money for the additional assessment growth?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Okay, so the issue paper comes on the additional assessment growth, where there's $51,000 additional assessment, but your motion says it comes from the operation budget surplus.
Sorry, you're right. And again, that was my original motion, but in discussions with Ryan, I understand that that money goes into tax stabilization, and we can't be pulling it out of tax stabilization until we have that money. And sorry, I apologize. I should have made that change as well. Sorry, Jeff. Can you rewrite my motion? I don't mean to do that. Thank you for seeing that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next in the queue, we have Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a very simple resolution. I would move the last item on the list, the long list, and that is reduce the net tax levy. So I would move that. I'm the idea of a number of these other issues I can support, but, we've got a $92 million capital forecast. A lot of these items should have been looked after in that. So as far as this little amount, I would like to see it go back to the taxpayer and thereby reduce this year's levy.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Zoll, that's the full amount, correct?
Full amount, yes.
Okay.
I have some other amounts.
Just trying to keep track here while I'm also trying to figure out how to solve this at the end. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Just a couple questions about two of the motions on the table so far. First, I just want to know, do we know how much it costs to install and maintain the neighborhood rinks? I think it's mainly volunteers that maintain them, but what's our staff output cost?
Mr. Rubin.
Through the chair, so outside of water, electrical, and storage requirements, it's $5,000 a year to run per rink to run a volunteer rink. So that includes some of the costs from operations as well in community services.
Okay, thanks. And then for the garden, I'm just trying to understand, after the region completes their reconstruction along King and allocates $165,000 towards landscaping beautification, is that a one-time cost that they're putting in, and then this proposal would be $25,000 towards just annual maintenance of the region's landscaping, or can we get some clarification on that?
Mr. Chapman?
My understanding, and others may want to add to it, is that the region will provide, a basic acceptable level of landscaping as a part of the reconstruction project. As the city often does, it may partner with the region to enhance the urban design, given it's a major entrance feature, and the city would accept some responsibility to maintain that enhanced design as well.
Okay, so typically, if it was just a basic landscaping completion, would the region then be responsible for the maintenance of it on an ongoing basis?
That's my understanding. Either they would maintain it, or if it was covered under the regional road maintenance agreement, we would recover it through that agreement. Right,
okay. Just trying to understand what the $25,000 would get us, if much at all. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to understand what could we imagine this might give us for the entrance of to the city, and do we need more? Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Bloom. Either Mr. Bloom or Ms. McCoulter, going to start off.
So through you, Chair, I had a look at our total budget for garden landscape maintenance costs, and it represents approximately 4% of the total budget. So just to give you a bit of context in terms of our expenditure across the city for all gardens.
Okay, thanks.
And Mr. Bloom, do you want to add?
So, through the chair, just some added context from our dealings with the region downtown, that typically they will, any types of flowers, for example, they will look to the municipality to cover. That's typically not in their realm of maintenance. So if you were looking for anything floral, then this funding would need to cover that.
Okay, thank you. And I would be in support of adding 3 neighborhood rinks and some funds towards an enhanced entrance to the city at Rockway. I also am a fan of the idea of increasing our budget for the Tier 2 grants. So that is something that I would want to add to the mix add to the soup.
The soup's getting thin. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Hagee.
I just wanted to get clarification on the winter rink item, whether that's adding new rinks or whether it's increasing the maintenance budget. I was unclear.
Okay, I have Mr. May queued in here. Is it on this, Mr. May, before I go to the Mayor Rabanovich on his clarification?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's in regards to Councillor Marsh's past comments on the Tier 2 grants.
Please.
So my understanding is that the Committee of Citizen and staff who have reviewed the Tier 2 grants are about to complete their work, and I would suggest to you that based on that work, at least for this year, no additional funding is required.
That's useful. Councillor Marsh, can I get just trying to get some consensus here, can I get do you still want to pursue it, or if that's okay given, or do you want to think about it? Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. All right, I'll withdraw that for now, but I guess what we'll see is how many dollars have not been recommended at the time and see later. So for now, I'll just withdraw that. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And sorry, and Mayor Hrubanovich, clarification on the rinks. Would it be, are you looking to supplement current rinks or opening to additional, or would you look for the staff to comment?
So the intent was to add to the operating fund for this. From a capital perspective, as I recall staff's emails to us, there was a suggestion that as we build new parks, we would incorporate that as part of the work involved in new parks. And in terms of existing ones, there are some opportunities potentially from a capital point of view, whether they apply for grants or perhaps using some of the other parks budget. The reality is this isn't solving the whole problem in terms of what we need. It's just a small step in the right direction.
Okay. Next we have Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, just a question of clarification to Mr. Hagee. The assessment from the last time, it says you went up from 1.55% to 1.59%, 0.04 increase. So this 51,000, does that represent the 0.4 increase, that slight increase, or does that represent the whole 1.59?
That's just the difference. So the difference between 1.595 and 1.55.
Okay, so it's 0.04.
Yes.
Okay, I understand that. Some of the options here are good. I sort of like them, but I was going to also make a recommendation, and I was beaten to the punch to reduce the tax levy. So I'll just leave it at that. So.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I just have a question to Denise. My question is relating to the tree canopy maintenance, and seeing that it's 51,000, I don't want to budget all of that amount because I think there's some other needs that could be used. At a minimum, what would you need here to have increased tree pruning?
So through you, Chair, for increased tree pruning, we do require qualified, certified arborists to perform that work, particularly the structural pruning program. So the 51,000 would not be sufficient to cover that cost. What we've identified here is that we could have a seasonal resource, likely in a student form, to meet the demands or to accelerate the tree replacement program, as the new trees do require watering. So that's where we were going with the description here.
Okay. All right. That's not where I wanted to go with, so I'm good with that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, actually, if Denise might be suitable to answer my question as well. But before Ryan may be able to assist, any suggestions, can they be towards capital as well, ongoing capital funding towards any initiative, or they can only be for operations?
Mr. Hagee?
They could be towards ongoing capital. It would just be an increase to the capital transfer.
Okay, so I'd have a question for Denise. When you're done. This is a point that I had raised in previous meetings regarding neighborhood parks. Mm-hmm. Currently, the program, how is it funded? Are we in a backlog? I can speak to the need in some neighborhood parks in the ward that I represent. I've heard some issues in other parts of the city. So anecdotally, I've only heard as a need, but are we adequately funded, or could there be additional infusion of capital that could push that program along?
So through you, Chair, there is a backlog of needs associated with our parks. Now, I think, Councillor Singh, you had mentioned specifically around playgrounds and playground replacement. And so we do, and I don't have the number immediately with me, but I could certainly get that in terms of the number of playgrounds that exceeded their expected life. That being said, we do have a rigorous maintenance program, and so and an inspection program. So as features within the playground are identified, we replace them. So
it would be more specific to the replacement, where we have aged and equipment would need to be replaced. So full replacement.
Sorry,
so my concerns have been with full replacement. Parks, where the playground structures are fairly aged and more, they may not be as nice as some are newer parks, as to a backlog for full reconstruct of the playground equipment. So that's where the need that I've been specific on, and that's where I was asking, are we in a backlog on that? Is there need for funding to that program?
So we do have playgrounds that exceeded its expected life. However, none of our playgrounds in service they all meet the standard of the
Sure.
CSA. And
Sure.
so, yes, there is a need to replace playgrounds. However, we have been able through our maintenance program to address specific components that are failing and replace specific components. That's becoming more difficult as those components are no longer available
Right.
when the playground reaches a point where
Sure,
there's
and I appreciate that. And Mr. Chair, my concern wasn't necessarily towards the safety. I have full faith that we are maintaining our current equipment to the current standards, but it goes beyond just maintenance. It goes to aesthetics and older neighborhoods having the same amenities and nicer equipment as to the new developed areas. And this is an area that has been spoken of numerous times from constituents in my ward, and as I said, I've heard and seen the need in other parts of the city as well. I would propose the remaining $36,000, as I agree and support Mayor Bovanovic's motion towards winter rink maintenance. I would suggest the remaining $36,000 infusion towards our neighborhood parks.
Okay,
so that's the capital program.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do here, because this is getting it's getting more and more complex. I think the only way we can reasonably deal with it is to go in order of. Go in order of who commented first and who stipulated first. So what I'm giving you a heads up, Mayor Bovanovich, because you're the first to queue in. I will be going to you for a motion first, and I would hope that it would make an attempt to sort of capture some of these things. If any members of committee have a big problem with that, I'm happy to discuss another way around this, but it's a bit of a quagmire at this point, so put some thought towards it while we go through the remaining comments here. Next, I have Yes, Councillor Zoll, your resolution's easy, but I'm trying to figure and establish a way that it's equitable. Councillor Calvary-Seelock.
Yes, I have strongly advocated for the Kitchener Public Library, and I think we need to do something to assist so there's not an impact to the service levels or a minimal impact to the service levels at the KPL. So I would... And if we don't deal with it this year, we're dealing with it next year. So I would suggest that we put 20,000 of the additional assessment growth towards the KPL's funding request for a minimum wage increase.
Thank you. Who hasn't spoken? Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, quick question to staff. Maybe even to Councillor Marsh. I should know this, but I don't. The item on final 57, downtown sanitation, I get a fair number of complaints about the state of the downtown, not enough power washing, plantings, clean team. The question I had is, what is being done, how much is being contributed at the moment by the BIA and the Working Centre toward all of these items? I don't know what that figure is. Maybe Corey would know what that figure is.
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, there's a number of initiatives that they do on their own. Most specifically, they do contribute $50,000 a year towards the flowers on King Street, and I believe in their 2018 budget they have a significant line item, I believe around $100,000, that they don't have a solution, but they want to work towards the sanitation enhancements. So anything that we could offer on top of that would certainly benefit that initiative.
Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez, I have you in the queue. I'll get to you in just a second. I just have a couple questions myself. I'm going to talk about the super fund items, the Workplace Insurance Safety Board. What is the ongoing contribution to this? Because the difference between the minimum target balance and what's in there does concern me. So can I get an idea of, do we have a set contribution that's going in there? And if so, are we expected to eventually get out of that, I guess, danger area?
Through the chair, the funding that was proposed through the budget would get us there in that 10 to 15 year time frame, assuming based on the known items we have to date. So as we get, as there's legislative changes, as there's new items that come up, our liability will increase, and so the goalposts will move. But based on what we know today, we will be funded within 10 to 15 years. I forget the exact amount of funding. It's in the range of, just over $1 million coming in, and our expenses are right around the $1 million mark. So we are contributing more, planning to contribute more than our historical experience has been.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Chabandad?
Mr. Chair, it's on page C-184 from Capital, and the total annual contribution in 2018 will be $1.4 million.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so although we should keep an eye on it, I'm content to leave that for now, but just in the interest of putting the items forward, because again, I'm probably the most boring person in the world, I'd really hope to see some of this go to tax stabilization of this $51,000 as an ongoing funding source, because as alluding to my comments earlier in the day, I do think that these are relatively good times with unemployment in the economy right now, and I think we should be putting some funding away for the time that we may need it when we do face some recession on a go-forward basis, but I leave it to committee to hopefully take my preferences somewhat in consideration as well. Still, Councillor Fernandez, I have you in the queue.
To bring forward my motion?
No, I had you.
No, again.
No problem. Okay, there is no one else in the queue, and again, I look to committee to comment if there's some concern, but I think it's probably the most fair of unfair options to have Mayor Urbanovic bring his motion forward first, and we'll go from there.
So, Mr. Chair, just before I just want to clarify how we're dealing, or when we should deal with the piece around the museum, if I want to deal with that as well.
I look to Mr. Haggie. I think that it's probably as appropriate as part of this as anything else, Mr. Haggie?
Yes, I would say if there's adjustments to be made, I think now's the time to do it.
Okay, and if we were to take it to the 150 amount, were we able to figure out what that difference is?
I recall the request from the museum was about $15,000, but
I think it's 15 or 17 or 13 or somewhere around there.
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Haggie, I thought you were on there. Okay,
sure. Right. So their cash grant right now is $133,200, so it would be $16,800 to get them. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, increase their cash grant to $150,000.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I would like, I guess, are you looking for me to just move the rink part, or are you looking for me to perhaps put a collaborative motion?
The motion is yours, so if you have the option to do either of those things, and I'm going to go in order of the queue, so I'll go to you first, followed by Councillor Fernandez, followed by Councillor Gazzola. And just to highlight these things again quickly, I think they're in front of us, but you had mentioned the winter rinks, Councillor Fernandez had mentioned the Rockaway Gardens, Councillor Gazzola had wanted to put it back to the tax levy, Councillor Ioannidis preferenced the tree canopy, Councillor Singh mentioned the parks and playgrounds, and Councillor Galloway Sealock mentioned the KPL.
Okay. Okay, so in light of that, I guess just to try to make it easier, I'm going to suggest the following: 15,000 for winter rinks, 20,000 for King Street, 20 for neighborhood parks, 20 for KPL, and 16.8 for the museum.
Okay,
And
I'm
that
pretty
would be
sure
my
that doesn't add
motion.
up to 51, but you're just talking about adding on to the levy after that, correct? Okay, and could you repeat that one last time? 15 for winter rinks, just so we're all clear.
Yeah, that's as it's on the screen.
Oh, okay, very good.
And then that leaves us the balance to decide. The balance is a reduction to the levy.
So 2040, 80, so that's a roughly 91,000 additional. So it does bring the levy up by the overage, but you can see at the top there, it would bring the levy up to 1.65%, correct?
It'll bring the levy down to 1.65 from 1.7.
Yeah. Okay, so I will take that motion.
So I think, if I can just briefly speak to it, I think what this does is it does speak to a number of areas that are important to our community that we regularly hear from residents on. I mean, things like our parks, our winter rinks, the library and so on are all extremely important. The museum has made significant headway in terms of their capital contribution this year, and with additional work being on the way in that regard. And I think it's important that we give them that little bit of extra support. And finally, I agree with Councillor Fernandez. In fact, it was one of the things that I had identified for staff to take a look at, because I think that is the main entrance into our city. Like, if you think of most people coming into certainly downtown Kitchener or even uptown Waterloo, they're actually driving up King Street. Not getting on the highway. I know the City of Waterloo is doing some work on the entrance coming in from University through their capital going forward. So I think that gives us, some improvement in some important areas for the city, while also giving a small further break to the taxpayer.
Okay, I have 3 people in the queue for comment. Councillor Gazzola.
Did I hear you say there was a little break for the taxpayer in this? I missed that.
You did hear that, yes.
What is the break for the taxpayer?
Well, as you recall, we started the day at 1.7. I'm not going to get into debate, but we started the day at 1.7, and this would bring it to 1.65. Councillor Gazzola.
But we had 51,000 to give away, and we're giving away 91,000, like drunken sailors here trying to spend the money. That's disrespectful to the sailors. I can't support. To me, it just seems to burden us to give the taxpayers a bit of a break. I go back to the fact that we're looking at a picture of 4.1%. Our customers are made up of taxpayers and utility users and whatnot. They're getting hit with 4.1% increase when the cost of living is going up 1.7, maybe slightly higher than that. So I think we owe it to them to give it back, to let it go where it should go. That's all I have to say. I won't support any of those suggestions. I have a couple of other suggestions that I will make, but they can be made separately, independently of this.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez.
I'm a little bit concerned that now we've got not only a number of different councillors bringing, and I'm just as guilty as everyone who's bringing all their special interests to the table here, but I mean, I'll ask the chair, how are you intending to vote on this. I mean, on each individual item, because, I mean, KPL has already said that this year they can deal with that issue. I respect the museums. That's a new one that was brought up towards the end of the discussion. You know, in neighborhood parks, we did hear from Ms. McGoldrick that they're managing it. You know, maybe once we have the fuller understanding of what the operation surplus is throughout the year, you know, that may be something that we can look at in our 2019 budget. I think we have to be cognizant that we're starting to add instead of take away from the tax levy when some of these have been discussed already throughout the day.
So again, I'm at committee's disposal. At present, the motion would be taken as a whole. If you wanted to break it up into pieces and vote on each individual one, we could do that as well.
I would strongly suggest that, because I think that would be the fairest way for us to get an understanding of where the support is for each item, because I wouldn't be able to support the entire list as it is here.
Certainly, we'll do that then. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, because I'm not prepared to support to go above the additional assessment growth. So if we're going to go do this separately on each item, that'd be good.
Okay, very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
I would like to go through them separately as well. Just to note on the KPL, though, at the time I asked whether it was appropriate to leave it until this time to discuss it. And so this is why it's being referred to this time, because I didn't want to have it out of context with the rest of the budget and other wishes that people would have, because I didn't think that was fair. So that's why it's been moved to this part of the budget. And one of the things that I have a problem with is that we have many entrances into our city that have nothing. And people coming off the 401 have an entrance feature. And most people don't hit King Street. They get off at the expressway, and they either go one way or the other. There's plenty of people coming in directly off of Homer Watson Boulevard, off of Fisher Holman Road, and off of Tressler Road. And we've got nothing out there. And so we've done a ton of stuff to beautify and amplify our downtown, and that's great, and I continue to support that. But when it comes to this, I can't support it. If we want to do beautification to our entrances, then let's do it. Let's do it across the city. For me, I don't see the additional need of the $25,000 to do that. So, what's that? Yeah, 20, whatever amount it is here. Well, it was 25 was the request. And when it comes to the museum, I'm not one who just gives an amount of money just to get them to a round figure. Like, I appreciate that they're continuing to try and work towards sustainability, but 16.8 just because they want to be at $150,000, to me, sure, let's give them a little bit of money, but maybe it's closer to the 10,000. So maybe I'll make that amendment to 10,000 for the museum. I'm all for neighborhood parks, but I think right now, like, that one wasn't brought forward until just now, and I think we need to just continue on that course and look at, through the Leisure Facilities Master Plan, how our parks are doing, because I know we've given significant efforts to try and decrease that backlog over the last number of years. So I can support the winter rinks and the KPL. KPL, we can deal with part of it this year, or we can deal with all of it next year. And so I think giving that $20,000 puts us in a different position for next year. And we also heard from Mary that they say they can manage it, but there will be a service level decrease. And when we're putting 20% increase in card users and the Hefner Studios bringing in more people, now is not the time that we want to be gapping more positions. And so I think that giving a small amount this year will help not only this year, but it will help the impact that we will end up probably feeling next year as well.
Thank you. Councillor Ionescu?
When we started talking about this $51,000, and we looked at 9 options here, 8 of the options talks about spending it one way or the other, and one option talks about reducing the tax levy. And so we're talking about 51,000 in various ways, various amendments, and now we're up to 92,000. I think we're going the wrong way, as I would see it. And as a result of that, I think I maybe have to remind council that we're dealing with OPM, other people's money. And it's the taxpayers' money, and it looks like it's going to be spend.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so far we have been prudent and responsible the way we've made our decisions to get to the point that we are at right now. We are fortunate with the growth to have an opportunity to look at improvement of service delivery. Beginning of this budget meeting, I discussed or alluded to acknowledgement, of course, from staff, them getting us to a point of proposed budget increases at or below inflation. And beyond that, having an additional goal of improvement of service delivery, I think goes beyond just the tax rate. I'm the first one to say that I do advocate with the reduction to our taxpayer wherever possible, but at the same time, those same taxpayers do demand and ask for improvement to their services or improvement to their quality of life. Some of the proposals here will absolutely affect the quality of life in their neighborhood, and that's just as important as trying to get to a magic number. We are already at 1.7, which is at or below inflation. And some may say the 4% rate when combining all our utilities to the increase. At the end of the day, we're talking about the property tax. The ratepayer has an avenue to reduce their consumption, pay less. A property taxpayer doesn't have that opportunity. And at the end of the day, gas utility is our utility too. The last time I checked, it's in our control. We vote on that. So we have to look at that combined number, in which case it's not 4, it's around 2.4. Looking at what's before us and as amended by Mayor Ivanovic, and I'm okay with some of the amended numbers. Again, I'm comfortable with the winter rink. I'm in somewhat agreement with Councillor Galloway-Seelock with the entrance maintenance by $25,000. I think this is something that we can forego. There's significant investments already being made to our core, as well as, and she made a good point, there's many entrances to the city, and we can't just focus on one. To the neighborhood parks, I appreciate that we do have an avenue to go through the master plan, for a leisure master plan, but that takes time. The need is now. Not all of us, have the opportunity to represent an area that may have a lot more development or new parks. There are neighborhood parks where they're lengthy in time, where they would have replacement or improvement to their equipment, and that can't be extended forever. Whatever opportunity we have to infuse extra dollars to accelerate, maybe one park at least a year, that would be a vantage point that we don't want to miss out on. I would be supportive of the Kitchener Public Library. That's something we have to deal with. We deal with it today, we deal with it tomorrow. I think this is a good opportunity. So I'm okay with the numbers that are there. I'm supportive with the amendment as laid out by Mayor Ivanovic.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Davey. I want to put out where I would support, just so it may add some clarity to how some of my fellow members will support or not support. I agree. I will support the rink maintenance, and I will support part of the funding for the neighborhood parks and for the museum. As for the KPL, I think we could look at that next year as instead of just giving a little bit of an injection. I think we should just give them a full injection next year and look at that then. As far as the King Street Rockway entrance, I'm totally in agreement with Councillor Galloway-Seelock. I agree. I think if we're going to look at street entrances, there's one in my area as well that I represent that could could benefit from that as well. And I think those are the tax levy, whatever there is left over, that's where I would support it going.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
I just wanted to get confirmation from staff that if we did succeed, if the motion passed, would we be able to see 3 more neighborhood rinks in 2018 in this winter season? Would we have the staff and resources to be able to do that for the winter rink maintenance and also for the neighborhood park in 2018 or not?
Ms. Fletcher?
Through the chair, I think Mr. Hagee made a point of clarification that the $15,000 that's outlined here is for ongoing operating and maintenance, that it's not capital.
Okay, right.
For increase, we will look through park development to include water source and electrical and look for spots for new rinks. The $15,000 will not cover 3 new rinks.
What will 15,000 get us this winter?
It's an infusion in the ongoing maintenance and operating of our existing rinks.
So we've heard recently, as you know, we are all well aware that we have people trying to skate on stormwater management ponds, and we have made it clear to the public that that's not safe because of the salt that is contained in the water. And so I'm just my understanding of this motion was to be able to respond to the need for providing recreational opportunities for people in the winter to get outside. And I'm just trying to understand where would this $15,000 go? And maybe it's not easy to answer.
Okay, I don't want to muddle this anymore with the stormwater discussion, or sorry, the stormwater pond skating discussion.
No, I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, the question is totally fair in terms of what.
That was the impetus in my mind for this this motion.
Okay, Ms. McGoldrick.
So through you, Chair, prior to expending monies in terms of building a rink, we have to make sure the supporting infrastructure is there in the park. And so what we would need to do is look to see where there are volunteer groups that support the ongoing volunteer for the rinks, and match it up to where there's existing water services. Should there be no existing water services, the cost to install the supporting infrastructure is likely in the order of $10,000 to $15,000. So we may be able to look at 1, maybe 2 installations if we group the neighborhood park capital monies towards that. So we'd have to go away and look to see which parks have existing water services, which would support rink infrastructure, and should there be none that match with where those neighborhood volunteer groups are, we would need to invest in terms of the water service prior to being able to install a rink.
It sounds like a long process, so I'm just trying to understand. We're in the middle of January now. During this winter season, would you foresee that this would be a possibility, or are we looking at for next year?
Yeah, through you, Chair. At this point in the winter season, particularly as we start to see these warming trends and
yes.
Our rinks starting to melt, I would suggest that we wouldn't be able to support an additional rink this winter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I want to see us be able to increase our winter rink maintenance. I guess I just, I'm unsure about whether I'm ready to support that 15,000 because I feel it's worth directing staff to include that in the 2019 budget rather than for now, but I'm just going to think about it.
Point of clarification, Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you, Chair Davey. So the point of including it this year is so that it can be applicable for the 2018-19 year, because you'll recall that in an election year, we won't be finishing our budget till probably late January, early February, so then we won't see anything until 2019-20.
Councillor Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't envy you the task of dealing with this. But anyway, my suggestion would be 15,000 toward the next net tax levy, similar amount, another 15 towards tax stabilization, $10,000 to Rockway, and 11,000, that would be the remainder of that, 51,000 towards an additional rink.
Thank you, Councillor Etherington. Thanks for the promotion I just got there at the beginning of your comments, too. Okay, so we're going to take the vote on this one by one. I'm just going to comment briefly that, again, my hope was to sock some of this money away for a rainy day, and we've kind of gone in the opposite direction, which has left me in a bit of a quandary as to how to deal with it as we go through, because I could find myself voting in favor of things that I think are worthy of it, then by the end of it to be over the limit that I'm really comfortable spending. So I think I'm ultimately just going to vote, personally I'm going to vote against everything and see where we end up at the end, and if there's money left over, then I'll adjust my preferences appropriately. So recorded vote for each of these items, beginning with increasing the winter rink maintenance by $15,000. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Next, we'll be voting on Rockway. Was there, oh, pardon me, there's an amendment to Rockway. I missed that. The amendment was to reduce it to $10,000 from 25? Okay, so we'll take that amendment first. So the amendment is to reduce the amount from $25,000 to $10,000. From 20 to 10. That's correct. Now, to clarify, this isn't approving it at that amount. It's just changing it, and then we'll vote whether to approve it or not afterwards. Those in favor? Opposed? The motion fails, so we will now vote on $20,000 for Rockway. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. Next is $36,000, I believe, towards parks. Sorry, could we bring back the other screen? Was it? It was 20, okay. Oh, 20, sorry, I'm reading the number beside it. $20,000 towards parks is the motion. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Next item is the KPL. At $20,000. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. And finally, the museum, it's here at 16.8, but I believe Councillor Galloway-Seelock amended that to $10,000. Okay, so the vote isn't to approve it at $10,000, but it's to change it to $10,000, and then we'll vote on whether we're approving it. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment carries. We will now vote on whether to give an additional $10,000 to the museum. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we've gone through and we spent about exactly half, actually, of the $51,000 that were there. And as per my promise, and this is the messiest possible way to do it, but we're going to go through the list. Councillor Fernandez, you can bring forward a motion for the remainder.
Yes, I bring forward the remainder, which would be, I'll wait till this is all tallied up.
Yeah, it's 26,000 roughly.
26 would apply to the tax levy.
$26,000 to the tax levy. Councillor Singh, I have you in the queue. Doing the same? Okay. Okay. An amendment, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm going to amend that 16,000 go to the tax levy and 10, we're dealing with 26, right? 10,000 goes to the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Very good, I'll accept that. Okay, we'll take that motion first on the amendment, so it would be, again, we're not voting on approving it, but we're voting on making the next motion $16,000 to the tax levy and $10,000 to the tax stabilization reserve. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll vote on approving that. We're voting, Councillor Gazzola, we're voting on transferring $16,000 back to the tax levy and the remaining $10,000 to tax stabilization. Okay, so voting is open, or sorry, it's not open yet, now it is open.
That was the amendment.
We're voting on both at the same time, yes. Because it was an amendment. We had to amend Councillor Fernandez's motion. Okay, has everyone voted? Those in favor? And opposed? And that carries. The additional assessment has been dealt with. Mr. Haggie, where are we?
So we're essentially done. I guess we could look for a motion on the entire budget. So passing at the revised amounts, so specifically in resolution number 1. And it would be helpful to get a blanket approval. There's some administrative items at the back. There are some items that we haven't dealt with specifically. So it's essentially on the tax levy and all other resolutions included in here that council has not already dealt with specifically.
Okay, and that's with respect to the operating budget, or just, I guess that would be the balance of it, correct?
So you might want to do it in 2 parts. One, approving the tax supported budget at the revised amount, the 1.6%, and a second one for, all outstanding items. So for instance, council has not passed Tier 1 grants. You have not approved the administrative items, which are number 19, number 20, those types of things.
Certainly. Okay, so this is the opportunity to bring anything forward that hasn't been covered yet by this final budget meeting. Councillor Gazzola, I have you in the queue. Actually, I have 4 people in the queue, beginning with Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have 2 items that I mentioned that I would like to bring forward. And the first one is that I'd like to move a recommendation that increases the gapping provision by 20% over what we actually incurred last year. And in so doing that, there would be a reduction of $500,000, which I would like to direct $200,000 of that towards the tax stabilization reserve and $300,000 towards this year's tax levy.
Okay, first we're going to need, because this wasn't an issue paper, and all members of the committee may not be up to date on gapping in the process, we're going to need a description from staff what gapping is and the implications of this. Councillor Gazzola, did you want to comment first, because this is going to be new to most of us?
Well, it's part of the operating budget that we dealt with on whatever day it was. Did we not have a vote on it that day or not? I guess we didn't know. What we have is, I'm looking at last year's figures. We were able to get by with gapping with a figure of $1,250,000, and this year we're leaving it at the same budget rate of $2 million. And I'm hard to understand why we couldn't match last year's figures. Well, in fact, I'm saying let's put it at $1,500,000. That's $250,000 over what we provided last year, and that frees up $500,000. And I'm saying you put part of that into the tax stabilization reserve, and part of it you let it go towards the tax levy for this year.
Okay, just before we continue, I'm going to go to you, Mr. Chapman, just a moment. I have Councillors Singh, Fernandez, Yaneski, and Verbanovich in the queue. Are they on this item yet? No. Mayor Verbanovich on this item? Okay. And Councillor Yaneski, is it on this item? Is it on Councillor Gazzola's motion? No, okay. Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before I provide the background that you've requested on gapping, I just want to clarify a point. That gapping budget is a revenue. And so we budget a $2 million revenue, and that effectively lowers the tax levy requirement. We only brought in $1.25 million last year. Despite our best efforts, we're not able to achieve our gapping target. So if the budget were adjusted to $1.5 million, that's a revenue reduction, which would be a levy increase.
That's right. Councillor Gazzola. So, yeah, microphone, please.
Under general expenses, and therefore I looked upon it as an expense. You're saying we brought forward $1,250,000, and you're going to say that's going to make you $200,000. That's fine. I apologize. I looked at it. It's in with the expenses.
Yeah.
So I will withdraw that. Okay, now in place of that, okay, will you grant me this one? I would like to increase the penalties and interest income to the city to the same level as it was last year. I see no reason why the penalties and interest figure would change, and if you do that, it increases penalties and interest from the budgeted figure of $3,177,000 to the same as last year received of $3,260,000, and that would increase the revenue by $83,000 and thereby reduce the required tax levy by $83,000.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, which page are you referring to? Do you know offhand?
Part of the updated figures on the actual operations for the year that went out via email, and then Mr. Hagee circulated a copy this morning.
Okay, just give me 1 second to find that. Okay, so on that item, I have 3 people in the queue. Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
I'm just looking at this line here, and it shows an increase in the budget. I don't understand. We've gone from starting at 1.7 to 1.72 all of a sudden. So I guess I need to understand what this interest penalties and interest budget actually does. Okay. Well, so I guess my question then just becomes, what impacts does that have across the city's budget?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, as you've noted, the budget has been increased. If there are other items, and if you're interested in the analysis that supported the budget that's here, we can have staff bring it down. Because I do know that a lot of work goes into projecting this budget. It's not a number that was just pulled out of the air. And so if time permits, we need a few minutes, but we can respond and let you know the basis on which the budget was set for this year.
I would appreciate that. So if we can just hold off on that item and deal with some of the others that might be in the queue, and then come back to that when staff arrive.
Are you sure of that figure of 145,000?
Okay, I will certainly permit that. So we'll push pause on that for a moment, and we'll move along. Next in the queue, we have Councillor Singh.
Sure.
83,000.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, carry on? Okay, all right. I had begun to touch on this during capital, so this is to do with the Waterloo Regional Economic Development Corporation, the funding that's received by them. Is that ongoing operating expense, or was it just a multi-year agreement that we had that will end and we would renew again at that point?
Mr. Bloom?
Please remind.
Through the chair, it is a commitment until the end of 2018, and Waterloo EDC will be back before you break from council to make a decision on the following 4 years.
Okay,
for
and
2018, we're committed.
And at that point, that we would decide to renew again for multi-year?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there any rationale for why it wasn't funded out of the Economic Development Reserve Fund?
Through the chair, so I don't know the exact specifics of the detail, but I do know when CTT used to exist, I believe part of it was just using that funding, which was built into operating, to help fund that aspect. I think the other notion is that this was intended and envisioned while they only set a 4-year contract at the start. I think the goal is that Waterloo EDC be a long-term commitment, which is far more of an operating expense than a reserve expense.
How is the Economic Development Reserve Fund funded? We're at a healthy reserve right now, I think close to $10 million. It grew over the last few years. Was there infusion from our tax base, or how do we come to that amount?
Through the chair, it is, again, don't trust me on the specifics, but probably about half was residual from the Economic Development Investment Fund was left over. The remaining is monies that have been transferred after land sales. So it's been essentially funding that is parked in the reserve for council to make a future determination.
And mostly these land sales are parcels that are held within the core.
Through the chair, yes, typically parking lots that we've sold off in the past.
Okay, and as we look to leverage on development interests that come forward that may be on city-owned land, again, that would be additional infusion to this reserve then. If future councils if you were willing to entertain those options of sale of those lands.
My apologies, you may have to restate the question.
I wasn't very clear with explaining myself. What I'm saying is, if there were sales of other lands that's currently held by the city due to development interests, that would be additional infusion to the Economic Development Reserve Fund, correct?
Through the chair, that has been council's practice, but it would be council's prerogative as they sell land as to where they want to direct those funds.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, what I'm proposing, and it's a little bit of shifting, but again, because the multi-year contract does end at the end of 2018, and they would come back again, laying out their purpose, their benefit to the city, to the taxpayers, and then we would look at, again, either perhaps continuation funding from what my suggestion is going to be from the Economic Development Reserve Fund or from the tax base, but because you have 1 year left, so it wouldn't have an impact sudden next year, depending on what we decide to do when that contract ends and they come back to us again. My suggestion is for that $320,000 to be funded from our Economic Development Reserve Fund as opposed to from our operating budget, which would reduce our current obligation by the $320,000 from the tax base.
Okay. I have. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Fernandez, you have a question on this? Not on this. This? Okay. Councillor Yaneski, question on this? Yeah, I know. Councillor Etherington, question on this? On this item? Okay. Go ahead.
It's a very simple question, Mr. Bloom. What has this group done for us so far? Can you give me a couple of pointers on that?
Through the chair, so this organization, which is supported by all of the municipalities in our region, their predominant focus is foreign direct investment, outbound missions, essentially attracting investment from outside of the region, and then the lower tier municipalities essentially look after business retention and supporting the businesses that are here. So in their case, they are continually looking for business leads outside of our region, trying to draw business to this community.
Can you give me an example of what they've brought to the city of Kitchener? To the region, I'm sorry. Specifically the city of Kitchener.
Through the chair, I mean, they just recently had their annual update 2 months ago. I would say, predominantly most of their returns have happened in Cambridge and some of the townships. There are a number of active leads that they work on for Kitchener specifically that hopefully will materialize in the next year or two. But to the point is they are constantly out there advocating and looking for business for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo-Silak on this?
Yes, please.
Please.
Sorry, I missed the beginning part of that. Would this be a 1 or 2 year commitment out of the reserve fund?
That would be up to Councillor Singh, I believe, right?
It's only a 1 year because their contract ends to the end of 2018, and then they would be coming back again, reapplying for an additional commitment for future years.
Okay. So my question is, will that take away from anything else that's currently being done within the reserve fund?
So through the chair, what I would suggest is there is no ongoing funding source for the reserve short of land sale transactions. And really the reserve is set up to enable council when there are opportunities to put in initiatives that will grow our local economy. That is really the place for that. So by reducing or by essentially funding Waterloo EDC from that, just minimizes $320,000 that you won't have at your availability should there be an opportunity in the future.
And my other question is, so say we renegotiate something in a year's time from now, and it's going to be an ongoing commitment, where does our tax levy, because if we're taking it out of the reserve and then putting it back into the tax levy, what does that do automatically to the tax levy?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, it would add $320,000 to the tax levy next year. And maybe I'll just speak a bit more to the issue. I think it was 4 years ago when we entered into this relationship, all three cities within the region agreed to cost share equally, which was a first for the city of Kitchener. In the past, it was based on population. In this case, Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge each contribute $320,000, and the region matches at 50%. If you transfer it to the reserve, basically either you will deplete that reserve over time or you're going to guarantee a levy impact in the next budget year. And all I would say is that staff worked very hard to deliver a budget that was at the rate of inflation to maintain service levels and built a lot in that was not within base increases to get there. Essentially, this would take us well below that number this year and then guarantee, if you're committed to Red Sea, a levy impact at the start of 2018 or 2019.
Right, because if we were to continue to fund it on the assumption or the basis that we were giving $320,000 per year, we would quickly deplete. We wouldn't be able to do what our economic development master plan or our Make It Kitchener plan is setting out. And again, if we do it only for 1 year, we're automatically putting that to the tax levy next year.
That's correct. And maybe two other points. One is that if the thinking is that land sales will be an ongoing funding source for the reserve, already today when we talked about parking, the argument was made that parking revenues won't suffer because we plan to replace surface parking with structured parking, which is far more expensive. And as you know, this reserve is one of the ways to do that. The other point I would make is that if council is at all grappling with the value that Red Sea provides, and I think there may be an undercurrent behind that in the discussion today, I would suggest to you the time to have that discussion is when they come forward at the end of their 4-year mandate with a request for a new agreement on ongoing funding. And if at that point you have concerns, deal with them. But they've not presented to you through the budget process, and we're in the last year of a 4-year commitment with them.
Right. So just quickly, Mr. Chair, for a lot of the reasons that Mr. Chapman's outlined, I can completely appreciate where Councillor Singh's coming from in trying to reduce the levy, but I think we're just taking it from one source this year and we're going to have to put it in next year, and that impact is going to be huge. And so I'm going to take a little bit of a longer term approach in this, and so I can't support it. And like Mr. Chapman said, staff have worked very hard to come in with a budget that is at 1.7. Of course, we've done some tweaking, but my concern is trying to take this amount of money and shift it from one account to the next when there could have been other things that could have been added into our budget. And I'm just concerned that if it moves there, it's going to stay there, and then it's going to affect a lot of different projects moving forward. So for those reasons, I can't support, well, I appreciate the intent of the motion.
Thank you. Mayor Verbanovich on this?
Thank you very much. And, you know, I appreciate the fact that, you know, we're trying to see if there's some additional adjustments that need to be made. But we need to ensure that what we're doing is sustainable. And I would have significant concerns around going down this path, because we operate as an entity as a regional entity when it comes to economic development, where all 7 municipalities in the region work collaboratively together in order to get investment here, because when one of us wins, we all win, in terms of jobs, in terms of housing construction, in terms of secondary expenditure that happens, and so on. And one of the best examples of that, quite frankly, was Heru DevTech a couple of years ago. When they came to this community, they were already here. They got the contract to do the landing gear for for one of the new Boeing planes, the 787. and they needed more space. We didn't have that space. We walked them down the street because they could have gone to another province. That was the option. We walked them down the street to Cambridge, knowing and expecting full well that we were going to lose them from Kitchener, but the jobs were going to be kept in the region. At the end of the day, they actually ended up not only getting that new business, but they also got additional contracts. So they opened their plant in Cambridge, but also kept the plant open in Kitchener. And I think that shows the kind of collaboration we're trying to do between all of these communities. And I would say to you that we as a city could not do what Red Sea does for all of us for these kinds of dollars if we needed to take all that and put it in-house. It would cost us a lot more money, and it would, quite frankly, have us start pitting city to city against each other, which is not the way we need to go. And so, number one, I think if folks need a better understanding of what's happening at Red Sea, and there are regular updates that happen at the all-council meetings, then we'll ask them to come in here. But the whole point of doing it at the all-council meetings was so they didn't have to redo things 8 times for each council in this 2-tier structure we have in the region. And so it happens at the all-council meetings. If people need them to come in here, we'll get that to happen. But I also don't think we should, if there are questions, I also don't think we should be putting a burden on us on the next council by simply pulling it out this year. If you want to have that broader philosophical conversation, the time to have it is when we're looking at it from a more comprehensive point of view, and not in terms of, quite frankly, it seems trying to get something happening just because it's an election year.
I have Councillor Marsh on this. Sorry, but on the Red Sea, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to recognize that they changed their name, so it's not Red Sea anymore.
It's the Waterloo Economic
Just got to take out the R. Yeah.
Certainly, it's just Red Sea was catchy though, wasn't it? Councillor Gazzola on this.
I have a question and then I have a comment. Is it your intent that this $320,000 goes to reduce the tax levy for this year? I get my heart going here again. And I actually, when you were talking about the Red Sea, I wonder what the hell the Red Sea, what it had to do with Moses. But anyhow, as much as I would really love to see this and take effect to our tax levy, and I've been trying all sorts of things all day, this is, I'm sorry, not one that I could support in any way. There are lots of other ways, I think, if we really wanted to find monies, but I mean, this is an ongoing situation with us and the region. In one way or another, we've been in it for many years. Under the current way we're dealing with it, we're sharing it equally with the other 2 major cities, and where it used to be on a population basis. So, it is something that is, I mean, from the other side, you're always interested in creating jobs and all of this. It's just our regional Waterloo answer to this. So I can't even imagine that we're sitting here talking about this. So I don't support it in any way. If we do this and do it for another year, then we've got the big wake-up in year number 3 that we're going to have to provide. And by that time, due to inflation and everything else, we're going to have to provide more dollars than we're at right now. So I won't support this, as much as I'd love to have some money go in the pot.
Thank you. Again, Councillors Fernandez and Yaneski, not on this, right? Okay, still. Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay, so I just wanted to be clear on what Councillor Singh is asking. So you're just some clarification. So you're asking for basically, instead of the $320,000 that's coming out of the tax levy now, you're saying to replace that with Economic Development Reserve Fund. And then next year, when it's future negotiation, it's up in the air to whatever it is.
The same dollars they would receive, it's just coming from a different reserve that would not have an impact on the tax base this year. There may be future impacts in future years as they come back, and I don't want to presuppose what the decision of the next term of council will be. I'm hopeful that they would support this organization as they do good work, but because there's only 1 year left, I thought funding it from the tax base, funding it from the economic the reserve fund would help positively impact our end of year, the final, where we would end with our tax increase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll comment briefly before I go back to Councillor Singh for final comment. I think I understand where you're coming from, Councillor Singh, and I put some thought towards it. I guess the biggest stumbling block for me is I'm weighing whether this organization will continue to be funded or not, and putting it on the future council to reincorporate 0.3% in their budget year. And I think the other point too, actually, and thank you, Mr. Chapman, for bringing it forward, is I had actually completely forgot that this, even though we're the larger by population area, we're paying an equal amount. So the other cities, or other municipalities are pulling their share in this. But at any rate, I really foresee us continuing funding this corporation. So I guess my only fear is I'm a fan of smoothing the tax increases as much as possible, and I'm just concerned that if we end up reducing it to 1.25% this year, then whatever it is next year, they're going to be starting with that 0.3 right off of the top, and I can't support that at this time. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to focus on 2 points and try to pause the discussion a little bit and call it for what it is, as opposed to what's been alluded to. This effort is not in any way due to the election year, and I share the enthusiasm for economic development, much the same as Mayor Vivenovic, and actually am guided by his vision for the city, especially when it comes to matters of economic development. But my proposal doesn't speak about reducing funding. It doesn't speak about cutting funding. It speaks about there's one remaining year for the funding agreement, it coming from a different source where it could have positively affected our tax base. That's it. Much of the argument that I've heard around the table has been, the accolades to the organization, which I absolutely share with. I don't think my motion takes away from that. I can respect some that have raised caution to the impact they may have on the next term of council, but the way I saw it is that's their decision of what they would value this organization and how they want to build it in a long-term commitment. I don't think it should be a multi-year contract. I think if this organization is as important to us as it is, and I agree with that point, I think it needs to be indefinite operational component as opposed to coming to an end after a few years. So that's what I would hope to see in the next term of council by all those that would be voting on it. I just thought this may be one aspect of reducing our budget further, and that's not to take away from staff. I agree, staff have done a fantastic job of bringing us to the 1.7, but if you have an avenue to reduce it a little further, I think that's a slight extra break. But anyways.
Okay, Mayor Vivenovic, I have you in the queue again. Is it on this item or? Okay, can you please?
I appreciate your indulgence. I just really want to stress to council that our relationship with our other partners in this region will potentially be questioned by what decision we end up making on this today. And we're in probably the best situation we've been in a long time in terms of the relationship between our fellow partners, the other 6 lower-tier municipalities in the region, in terms of working collaboratively on going forward. And again, at a time when, you know, we're working together, when others, i.e. Toronto Global, which is actually 28 communities, have come together, and we're working collaboratively with them to start giving signals that you know, this may be a direction we don't want to continue, is extremely worrisome. Quite frankly, this is more worrisome than even the Communitech discussion we had earlier on was. And you know, while the argument is we're just pulling this money out of the ECDEV reserve, that is not an endless pool of money. And all we're doing is simply, for Advantage this year, creating a 0.3% problem for the next council to deal with. And at a time when, you know what, we've come up with a budget that is by far the best budget in the region in terms of you know, increase. It's below the rate of inflation in terms of our taxes. I really think this is a dangerous path to go on, and I would really urge people not to go down that direction.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, Councillor Ioannidis, I have you queued in. Is that on this? Okay, guys, I really should have had Councillor Singh have the final word on this. Please, Councillor Ioannidis, be brief.
Okay. The way I'm looking at this is, I can understand Councillor Singh's position on this, and I think I know why this is important to him and everything else. And I think one of the things too that I think my concerns moving forward is, I know I made it myself pretty clear at the time when Red Sea was formed, that we would be more regularly updated, and I wanted some results. And to be honest, I don't think I've seen those results. I wanted to see that organization be a little more proactive than the way it's been going. And on a bigger scale, as far as with economic development within ourselves, I think this raises a bigger question on that funding, on whether or not we should find a very permanent funding source for that. I'm not going to support this today, but I think on a higher level, I think some of these things need to be looked at and discussed.
Okay, so recorded vote on this, and the motion as put forward by Councillor Singh is to change the funding source for the Waterloo Economic Development Corporation from the tax levies as it is current to the Economic Development Reserve for the 2018 year. If you are in favor of transferring it to the Economic Development Reserve, you'd push the green button. If you want to keep it in the tax levy as it is, you'd push the red one. Sorry, that's maybe oversimplified, but... Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Yes, we have not talked about the physician recruitment component yet. We haven't passed that, right? Is that correct?
We have not. It's part of operating.
Okay, so I have a motion related to that. At the All Regional Council meeting back in December, we had some presentation by all 3 CAOs of the hospital, and I asked the question at the time about the physician recruitment, and I was assured that we've seen some very, very positive movement in that direction. And I believe I understood that we've been very successful in relation to family physicians, and that the need was still for specialists. And so I would like to reduce that fund by $10,000, keeping it in mind that for specialists we want to continue recruiting for those. So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anyone in the queue for questions on this. The only question I would have is, was there any indication that they no longer needed these funds? Because to be frank, I'm unclear whether they continue to need these funds to insure. And I'm not sure if staff or anyone's aware of that, the answer to that question. Mayor Verbanovich, if you...
Yeah, I think to be clear, what they have indicated is that we have seen success in terms of bringing family physicians in, but they have also said that this is something we need to continue doing. This is not a problem that is going to go away. The reality is we continue to see large numbers of physicians that are getting to retirement age that we need to replace in a highly competitive market. We know that we're quite frankly, we probably have to double up our efforts, yes, is on the specialist end, because we're not seeing the support that we need. And so I don't think the answer to this is actually reducing it. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised that at some point if they don't come to us and actually look for additional dollars. I think what they have been working very hard at is trying to make sure the private sector invests in this and have been able to see success. And part of the reason they've seen success is because of the commitments that have come from the municipalities.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 people in the queue. Can I see a raise of hands who wants to comment on this? Councillor Yaneski?
Yeah, thank you. I'm prepared to support this. I sat on the hospital board for a number of years, and through discussions with them over the time period, there has been improvement, as noted, in terms of the recruitment of doctors for the area, but we still need issues to address the specialists in the area. So I think the reduction is appropriate, but we still need some to address the specialists that are required for this community.
Okay, and Councillor Gallagher-Seelock on this? No? Okay. I'll just comment quickly before I let Councillor Fernandez have the last comment on this. This is something that I could notionally support, except I don't have enough information. This is one of those items that if we had indicated to the parties that we were interested in, or we would like more information on the impacts, and I had more information, I could consider it. But because I'm unaware of the impacts, I can't support it this time. And perhaps it's something that we could involve, get some engagement on for future budgets, assuming some of us or all of us are around the table. Councillor Fernandez, final word on this.
Yes. So I think it was important that at the all-regional meeting that the CAOs of all the hospitals, when asked that question, concurred. Additionally, a magazine came out about downtown and talked a lot about recruitment day for numerous physicians and how we were courting them and having dinners and taking them all around the city. Is that frivolous money, spending of taxpayers' money? I don't know. I'm not taking this entirely out of the budget. I think $10,000 is a great way of attracting our specialists and to keep bolstering our supply of specialist physicians. But, $10,000 in the past, Mr. Chair, you yourself have questioned this expenditure of $10,000. So it's a small change. I think that we can ask that of our chamber.
Okay, with that, we'll take the recorded vote on this. Voting is open. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion fails. Next, we have Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring attention to the last issue paper that we haven't touched on yet with regards to the winter maintenance review and sidewalk clearing. I don't have any questions. I'm content with the direction that staff is going with this. But I do want to make sure that when they are doing the review and subsequent public consultation with respect to sidewalk maintenance for snow removal, that we ask the residents what their expectations would be with regards to the duration that they would want us to clear the sidewalks. I know some municipalities that do it have, I think London was 72 hours or 48 hours, I can't remember. To me, that is too long for people who have accessibility issues, so I think it's an important point that we need to address as we go through the consultation with that. But I'm excited to see that we're doing a comprehensive review with all of winter maintenance. And, I just wanted to bring back to the forefront all of the public engagement comments and public input, that we had through this, and a lot of that addressed the want for sidewalk clearing of the snow. So I didn't want to bypass the day without looking at that and making sure that we continue to have this issue in the forefront and that we deal with it in June, and the request that I made. So I am supportive of staff's direction at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Councillor Gallo-Sila, for bringing that forward. That was a key part of our the feedback we received through our engagement, and I think staff are responding appropriately in this respect. I had a few people queue in here. Was anyone wanting to comment on this specifically? Councillor Gazzola, I think you're the first in the queue for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I'm supportive of that. I didn't talk about it the other night when representatives from the community came, but it is an issue that, reading all the comments, you can clearly see that a lot of people in the community are concerned with it, and quite frankly, I'm starting to somewhat change my opinion on the whole issue, so that I'm really hopeful that we will deal with it this year. I know there was a gentleman, and he's still actively involved with this, someone from Ward 7, I think, Mr. McGaffin, who came to council and has done a lot of homework in this area, made a presentation, and staff have indicated that they would get back to him. I understand that a meeting has been set up in the very near future to meet with him specifically, because I think he's been a leader in the community in trying to get this going. So my only point is that, regardless of where the province goes on this, I think we need to come out with a stance in June of this year so that we can hopefully perhaps even put it in place for the last couple of months of this year. So I'm totally supportive, and I encourage staff to follow through on it and mainly bring the report back in June, regardless of what it's going to say. Let's deal with it in June.
Okay, I have had a bunch of people queue in, presumably to speak on the sidewalk snow clearing. It's looking like, unless someone has a motion to change what we're doing, it's looking like it's not going to materially affect the budget now. So now is not the time to have a discussion about that. So I would just please ask that you keep your comments brief if that is what you're intending to speak about. Next, I have Councillor Yaneski. Is that on snow clearing? Are you in the queue on the snow clearing issue? No. Councillor Fernandez on snow clearing? No. Okay, very good. Mayor Vrbanovich on snow clearing?
Just very quickly, I concur with what Councillor Galloway-Seelock said. The only point I would note is that if the province isn't done, I would still be looking for that report to come forward in June, regardless of what the province's timing is.
And I think that's fair. Certainly. Councillor Schneider on the snow clearing? Certainly. No, go ahead.
Just very quickly on the sidewalk snow clearing, I think it is very important to understand the expectations of our citizens and maybe some differing pricing options for clearing snow within 24 hours, 48 hours, or even sooner, because they do believe the expectation is that it would be less than 48 hours to get sidewalk snow cleared. And if the issue is mobility for our citizens, then 48 hours, to me, I think, we could spend a little and not get very much and just increase our frustration and our citizens' frustration. So it has to be a very reasonable clearing time period.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I did note in the report that most places that have undertaken this have actually seen complaints increase as a result of the service, so we need to be very careful. Councillor Singh on sidewalk snow clearing? I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, Councillor Uneski.
Dealing with Tier 1 grants, and I know Mr. Hagee is saying that in terms of how we're going to vote for one package and there's a second package. Just for clarification, I want to declare a conflict of interest. In Tier 1 in Appendix A, I belong to the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Orchestra that are receiving a grant, and I want to declare a conflict on that when we vote on the Tier 1.
Thank you, Councillor Uneski. I will do my best to remember that. Councillor Fernandez?
Yes, are we at item number 18 yet on the...
We are on everything that hasn't been dealt with.
Okay,
yes,
so I have a question regarding the 2018 recoveries for specific oversized works. Can I understand what does this mean? I don't know why I don't remember seeing this in the past. And what does this do to our Development Charges Reserve Fund?
Mr. Hagee.
Through the chair, this was brought in as part of our last DC study. Prior to that, we had built some things, some large facilities that were oversized. We could have charged DCs for them, but taxes paid for them. As part of the DC study, we are recovering those costs. So the costs come in as development charge revenue and go by council approval, have been going into this reserve. This reserve is then, in turn, funding some of the programming in those specific areas. So the parking garages, the last two, Mr. Riemann had alluded to those earlier in the day. We have part of the capital funding, or part of the capital program from parking is being funded by recovering these DCs. Likewise, in the other areas, the funding is coming into the DC Recovery Reserve and is being used to fund the capital program in those areas.
This is a plus or a minus for our budget?
It's a benefit for us to have this. So if council did not approve this, the tax-supported cost would go up and be a negative impact on taxes.
Okay. And I just want to give notification I have an administrative motion after we get into the 19 and 20.
Okay, we could take that now.
You want to take that now? Okay. There we go. This is a deferral request for the 2018 business plan to move to the council meeting on January 29th. And at that time, I will be presenting a motion related to the stormwater management ponds and the winter use of these facilities. And if I can take one extra minute to explain why. Yes, I know we've heard all about the stormwater management ponds and the rink use and the dangers. But in the interest of the ability for the public to have some input on this, I would like to be able to discuss this at council when I have some delegations who want to talk about this. We're going to have to defer our business plan until the 29th. So it's not that I don't support the business plan, it's just that I want to make sure that my understanding from Mr. Chapman was that to be able to discuss that item, we shouldn't approve our business plan until the 29th. So that's all I'm asking. It has no bearing on whether the business plan is implemented in a timely manner. That doesn't change anything. I just wanted to make sure that council knew why I was asking for that deferral. Be happy to answer questions if people are not sure what I mean by all this.
Okay, questions. Mayor Vrbanovich.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why we would need to, are you looking to bring a motion forward to do something different with stormwater management ponds? Because that would be the only reason to defer, I would think, the business plan.
And I just want to ask too how it's going to materially affect budget. But Councillor Fernandez, go ahead.
My understanding is I don't think it's going to really affect the budget, except that my request is related to the review of recreational winter use of stormwater ponds from a staff perspective, but also from the public's perspective. And I recognize that, Mr. Rubin has given us a lot of reasons not to allow winter recreation on stormwater management ponds. But I think before we close that door completely, I think it's important to hear from the public. So to respect the business plan and make sure that, I don't have to ask for a motion to reconsider next week at council, I was advised by staff that this was the best way to do that.
So, sorry, and my only question would be, why wouldn't you bring the deferral at council instead of, why now instead of council?
So I'll try to jump in. I believe it's in reference to Resolution 20 in the sheet. It says that the City of Kitchener 2018 Strategic Action Plan outlined in Appendix B of the CAO report 17027 be approved as amended. So we're essentially asking that be approved as part of the budget process. Okay. I'm assuming that if we do that, it kind of precludes a discussion next week unless there's a motion to reconsider.
Right. You're correct.
Okay. On this, Councillor Schneider? Yes. Okay.
I just want to make a clarification here that we're calling these stormwater management ponds, and they're not ponds, they're stormwater management facilities. They do not function as a pond, and I think optically when the word gets out there that, this is a pond, it's not a pond, it's a stormwater management facility. It's not safe to skate on.
Well, yeah, we'll accept that. That's a statement and a true one. Councillor Gazzola?
Let's have a question of staff. Was this item 20, when was it dealt with last year?
Same time. It's been approved as part of the budget process for the last at least 4 years, maybe longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Would we not have the ability, when we hear from the community, if it was something we were going to endeavor, to add it to the business plan at that point? Or look at it beyond the 2018 budget, at the 2019 budget? Like, there's no reason that this can't be discussed further next week.
I don't want to provide comment. This has been included in the budget because it ties in. As far as procedurally and those types of things go, I don't want to comment as to what is or is not kosher.
Okay. I just don't understand how we deferred the whole business plan or strategic plan for one item. We could defer it for tons of items because it might come up this year, and we can't add it to the business plan, which we've done on a regular basis. I know if there's a budget impact, but it's not likely going to be a huge budget impact because nothing's going to happen this year for this winter. So I don't see the need to defer without still hearing from the delegations that may be coming forward or the motion that may be coming forward. I'm not going to support the deferral for that reason. I'm more than willing to hear from people about it, but at the end of the day, just because we make these decisions today doesn't mean we can't tweak or change things moving forward throughout the rest of the year.
So a clarification from the clerk then. My understanding is that unless it's explicit in the business plan somehow that we would not look at this, it wouldn't require a motion to reconsider, and it could be additive, even though it's not our standard process. Could you confirm?
Absolutely. So through you, Chair, part of the discussion was to allow delegates to register, and to put this onto the agenda, we would require an item to be on the agenda. So essentially to put forward a notice of motion for stormwater management ponds and to evaluate that process of allowing recreational use. It would be part of the business plan, and I think through discussions with staff, staff identified that this is an item that would require some significant investigation, and it was recommended that it would be part of a business plan. So I think that's where Councillor Fernandez is coming from, essentially.
Okay, so I'll finish, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
So if there's something significant that comes up in March or April, we don't have the ability at that point to add it to our business plan?
You can, as Council sees fit, to amend the business plan. In this case, it was just our advice to facilitate the delegations to have it on the agenda was to defer.
But we can still have delegations come forward and have it on the agenda. If there's a notice of motion coming forward, it's already going to be on the agenda with the notice, right?
Yes. To that, I believe Councillor Fernandez was advised that it would require to be on the business plan for 2018, and in that case, because we're dealing with the business plan today, it would be just a one week wait to do the final approval of the business plan. So I think that's where
I can appreciate where staff's coming from and them advising, but I don't see there being, in my personal opinion, any reason to delay it, but I'm more than willing to look at it when it comes forward and see if it needs to be added to the business plan. But I have zero information in front of me with regards to what the motion is, where it's going, what the delegations are going to say, and so I'm not going to defer the whole business plan and moving the city forward for one issue. But I'm more than happy to listen and see if there is something, and if it warrants merit, I'll amend the business plan to see that happen. But I don't see this as being needed.
Okay, I would tend to agree. I have Councillor Gazzola and Mayor Verbanovich still in the queue on this. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Galloway-Seelock is saying. I thought that what we do is we do pass a business plan, but I didn't see that plan as being totally in place until next year at this time. I thought issues could arise during the year that we need to talk about and have a good discussion on, and at that point we can make a decision that yes, it's more important than the other items that we have on our business plan, and so therefore we should amend our business plan. I thought that's what sort of happened with the cats last year, that the issue arose and we got to deal with it. I mean, there are any number of issues that we could run into throughout the next year that we don't know about now, and they may be more important than what we have in our business plan. So we have to adjust our business plan. And I thought we were able to do that. And so going along with that thinking, we don't need to defer. We need to carry on as we have in other years, approve it, and carry on. I think it's a good discussion to have. The community is interested in it. We need to have it, but I don't see that it has to affect our business plan.
Okay, I would agree, and I'll let Councillor Fernandez, if you want the final word on this.
Well, I was going by how staff was guiding me, because I didn't want next week to end up where I would have to make a request for a motion to reconsider a week after we approved the business plan. That would have residents make a request for a delegation. They would come, they would sit here, and if a motion to reconsider failed, they would have wasted their time, their energy in whatever work they're doing, and some of them have been doing some substantial work related to this. They would have to literally walk out of the chambers. And I really did not want that to happen. So that's the reason that, guided by staff, they saw no problem deferring the business plan till next week, so that we weren't up against a wall with a motion to reconsider and a room full of delegations that would be walking out of here.
Okay, that's fair. And I think it sounds like it's somewhat of a bit of an admin issue on our part, but generally speaking, anyone that wants to come and address council, we accept. So I don't see it as an issue. I don't think it's necessary to defer it. I leave it in your hands whether you want to vote on it or not, but I would submit that whether your deferral motion is approved or fails, this committee will welcome the discussion come council.
I mean, I'm going to keep my motion here because if I don't, and then I hear and it fails, and then I hear next week, well, you know, council, these delegations are here to talk about the specific issue, but we're not going to put it onto our business plan because we need a motion to reconsider. You know, it's just not appropriate process. I think it's, you know, we always say that we're guided by our staff and their knowledge of how process works. I'm trying to be respectful of that. And so that's what I'm asking of council. Be respectful of the process that staff has laid out to me, and that's why I did it this way. Okay. I just didn't want delegations to be sitting here and then end up walking out because...
No, yeah, that's fair. While it might be the technical rule, I think the Mayor Verbenovich wants to speak as well. That's not our practice. Mayor Verbenovich.
Well, so just very quickly, to be absolutely clear, I think if you put a notice of motion on the agenda, that is grounds for anybody to come as a delegation and be able to speak to your notice of motion. And so I don't see any problem with that. If you're looking then to change something on the business plan, I guess if we're taking something off, that would take a motion to reconsider. If you're looking to add something, I'm not sure. I guess I'd look to the clerk for some advice on that, if we're changing the business plan.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Chair. Because the business plan is being voted on with the approved projects that are on that list, to add anything in addition or to remove anything would require a vote to reconsider, because you'd be basically reconsidering the decision of council that, in this case, would have been made a week prior.
Right. So, because I think what staff don't want to do is be in a situation where every council meeting potentially, I mean, I know that's hypothetical, we're changing the business plan without a motion to reconsider. So we deal with it once a year, and if there is something significant, then presumably it'll get the votes that are necessary to reconsider the business plan, if it's a business plan issue. I have no idea what your motion is, so I can't say if it's a business plan issue or not.
I think it's safe to assume it's a business plan issue. Okay, I think we're really, spending a significant amount of time on this, and I don't... can I just ask staff very quickly, if this is deferred till council, is there any implications whatsoever for the City of Kitchener? Mr. Chapman?
No, there aren't.
Okay, can we just... Councillor Fernandez, I will support the deferral. I think we're going around the circle on something that ultimately isn't going to matter, and it's getting close to 6 o'clock. We still have some work to deal with here. So, Councillor Fernandez, if you have a quick point, but I'll take your motion and I will support it, and I would ask that the rest of committee do until we resolve this business plan issue, which we should probably discuss at some length at a future date.
I have nothing further to say.
Sorry?
I have nothing further to say.
Okay.
I'd said it
Very
all.
good. Okay, so recorded vote on the deferral. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. Sorry, Councillor Gallo-Silac.
Sorry, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think we're setting a very difficult precedent. It's not specific to the issue at hand, but I think it's a next time I have an issue or anybody has an issue, we're going to have to reconsider the business plan every time we do that, when, in my opinion, we can just amend the business plan to add things. To decrease, I think we need to reconsider, but we do amendments all the time. And so I'm really concerned that we just set a very substantial precedent when it comes to our business plan.
Okay, so, yeah, Councillor Gallo-Silac, fair point. I think we need to have some discussion around this. In fairness, it sounds like Councillor Fernandez discussed this with staff, and to the letter of the law, it was correct. So we will need to have some discussion on this going forward. Councillor Etherington?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Before we vote on the budget, I had a quick question for staff, and I promise it is a quick question.
Certainly.
And that is, I meet people in my ward and elsewhere in the city who have trouble, a lot of them seniors, have trouble coping with any kind of budget, any kind of tax increase, particularly our utility costs. And so I want to ask staff, and I've asked them before, can they update me on the work that is going on to do something for those people who find themselves in a position where they want to stay in their homes but have trouble coping with tax increase? And I think we are doing something.
Okay, so could staff make a brief, and again, I think more of a time frame might be useful. I think staff was directed to work on something with respect to Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, yes, a lot of good work has been done on the analysis of what a program might look like. It was always our desire to do something consistent across the region and to involve the region, given they administer social services and have the infrastructure in place. All I can say is that achieving consensus has been more of a challenge than we had anticipated, and so we're continuing to try and advance the conversation. It was to be on the area CAO's agenda this past week, but as you know, there were organizational announcements being rolled out, and so my commitment is to bring it to the next meeting of that group, and I'll be in a position to report back after that.
And report back to us?
Yes.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. There's no one left in the queue. I have Councillor Gazzola, and we do still need to deal with... Yeah, I did, but we need to deal with your previous motion that we put on pause. Oh, certainly, yeah.
Province used to have a program in place to assist seniors in that position. Is that program still in place?
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, yes, the details of it I can't comment on in terms of who is eligible and how it's administered, and so I think you're referring to the tax deferral program for seniors. Yes. That still exists, and we have a budget line for it, so I can circulate that information to council. And also through Kitchener Utilities, property owners do currently benefit from, it's through the winter heating program for low-income households, so we'll certainly circulate what's happening currently. I know that council was looking to expand that program beyond what we have today.
Okay, I would like to see that, because that we could do and it doesn't cost us anything to do. Okay, now you're back to my, I thought it was approved. It's already...
So staff is going to comment. Mr. Chapman, go ahead.
Through the chair, so what I've been advised is that budget has typically been set based on a 5-year average of the prior penalty and interest amounts. The current 5-year average is $3,182,194, which is about $5,000 higher than the budget amount. So certainly that approach wouldn't support the increase that's on the screen. The only other comment I would offer is that, as you know, we implemented a new tax utility billing system, and as always the case, when staff are focused on implementing the system, they're doing less work on the collections themselves, and so our arrears have grown, which means our revenues are higher. We would expect, as those arrears are managed, the budget will come down again. So I would simply caution council about increasing that budget too aggressively.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Zola, this motion is before us. I'm not seeing anyone in the queue for questions.
Can I comment?
Councillor, sorry, do you have one now? Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Sorry, I was just processing what Mr. Chapman had said. In light of what I'm hearing, I would propose an amendment to $20,000.
So, Councillor Gazzola's original motion was, I believe, it was $87,000, Councillor Gazzola?
Pardon? I said 82.
$82,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so the amendment would be
when
to...
staff put it up, they put it up at 145, but the figure was 82. I said 83. Right? Yeah.
$83,000? Okay, sorry.
No, that's whatever.
Need to be clear on this. And, sorry, remind me where those funds were going to? Was it tax stabilization?
No, those are going to
the tax levy?
To the tax levy.
Okay.
And if I could just comment on it.
Do you want to make your comment last? I actually have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Councillor Singh?
Just on the amendment. So the amendment is for how much, sorry?
The amendment is to $20,000.
Amendment is $20,000, and unless I heard incorrectly from what I heard from staff, the last 5-year average is $3,182,000, slightly $5,000 less than what's being proposed as an increase. I think staff are correctly in budgeting what they have. Reductions now, I don't know what we're looking to achieve by going away from their suggestions, so I wouldn't be supportive of any change.
Thank you. I'll just comment quickly. I would echo that. I think there's been a lot of work put into coming up with this figure, and I haven't, to be honest, again, an issue paper describing it in greater detail would probably give me more comfort in reducing it, but at this point, I can't support it because I'm not sure what the ramifications entirely are. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I see no reason that we won't accomplish the same thing as we did last year. I find it funny that on some things we have 5-year averages and running averages. We had no problem increasing our investment income by 40%, something that I was pushing for a few percentage points the last few years, always to be turned down. And I see no reason, especially now we're going to have two more staff people. They're going to be out there getting things on our rolls faster. I don't see, we're a heavily debted society in Canada. I don't see our practices changing. I don't see people trying to increase spending to reduce their debt. So I'm not asking for an increase over what we got last year. I'm just asking for the same amount as we received last year. See no reason why we won't attain it.
Pardon me, there is no one else in the queue, so I will first take Councillor Galway-Seelach's amendment to reduce it from $83,000 to $20,000. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. And now we'll take the main motion on whether to transfer $83,000. An increase in our estimates. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. Okay, there's no one else in the queue, so we will now deal with the entire operating budget. Actually, no, let's deal with the conflict that Councillor Yuniesky had first in the operating budget. Recorded vote. Has everyone voted? Okay, and that carries unanimously. Now we will, where are we now? We were going to vote now on the balance of the tax-supported operating budget. Okay, so we're voting on the balance of the tax-supported operating budget. Recorded voting is open. Oh, actually, that's correct. Sorry. Moved by Councillor Fernandez. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. And we will now vote, also I presume moved by Councillor Fernandez, on the balance, all the other outstanding items in the operating budget. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion carries. Councillor Marcia, have you in the queue? No. Councillor Singh in the queue?
Are we done?
I believe we're complete, yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick comment, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Now's the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we're done with all the voting, right? The budget is done, or?
The budget, I believe the budget's done.
Okay, all right, good.
Well, we have to do the special counsel. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to quickly thank staff and share with their probably frustration as council members, and especially myself, tries to tinker around with already very good budget, thinking that we know what we're doing. Again, I've said this at the beginning, but staff have done a tremendous job year after year bringing forward a budget that's great. It's always just an effort by all of us to just go that extra bit to lessen that impact on the taxpayer, our employers, and try to be accountable to them. And I think that's never any indication of a good budget already that's presented before us. And Mr. Chair, just want to thank you for your patience and diligence over the last 4 years in dealing with this committee during the budget proceedings, and especially dealing with a particular council member with a fragile ego who gets rattled when interrupted. But you've done a great job with chairing the budget meetings year after year, and thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's I'm not going to lie, I get pretty stressed the day before every single budget year, but I do feel fortunate. I think we have a very respectful group in council, and I'm appreciative of all the comments and the respect that was shown today. Mayor Rabinovich.
Yeah, just very quickly, I too want to take this opportunity to thank staff for all of their great work over the course of the better part of the year to get the budget done. I want to thank council for all of their input, and there's some good debate that happened today. I appreciate there's some differences of opinion on some things, and that's part of a healthy democracy. Mr. Chair, I really want to applaud you for your diligence, not only today and this year, but over the last number of years as chair of our Finance Committee and your work on this budget. I think the budget that we have approved at committee, and we'll soon deal with at council today, really has allowed us to strike the right balance in terms of investments on things like neighborhoods and economic development, and finding that right balance between costs and benefit. And I think as we reflect on that and really look on the past number of years during this term of council, I think it reflects what can be achieved when council and staff work collaboratively together. And there's many cities across this country where that doesn't happen, and I think here it does. And I think, when we look at the fact that we've been able to see tax rates, at or below the rate of inflation, paying down debt, investing in quality services and infrastructure, we truly have struck that right balance that's, I believe, important to our residents and our businesses. So thank you to everyone who's been involved. And with that, unless there's other speakers,
There is one more.
Okay,
Thank you,
I won't move
Mayor
adjournment yet,
Councilor
then.
Marsh.
I just briefly want to echo the thank yous, but in this case, I want to thank the residents that spent time either coming in as a delegate on that cold, blustery evening last week, or providing feedback on the Engage Kitchener. And I just want to ask that staff compile all the information that was relevant to the region and forward it not only to regional staff but to all of regional council for their consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, and just very briefly, I just wanted to echo the sentiments with regards to staff. Earlier in the day, I mentioned that sometimes we came in with like a 6% increase and we got it down to 2%. We spent a lot of time here today trying to get that 1.7 down. We have a little bit, which is good, but it shows the budget and the work that had already gone into giving us presenting council with a budget that made a lot of sense. And so I'm proud of the work that staff have done. I'm proud of the budget that we're able to present to the residents of Kitchener. And I just want to say that through all of the budgets that I've dealt with, I think this has been one of the most smooth ones that we've done. So I compliment staff for continuing to tweak how we deliver it to the community, how we format it, and all that stuff. So I thank you very much, and I think it's something that maybe not everyone around this horseshoe is going to be proud of, but I think most of us can be proud of.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, I too just want to say thank you to staff and to the public that with all their work and input that the public has put in and the work that staff has commits to every year and year out, the dedication, and to come to this number is fantastic.
Thanks, and I'll just close very briefly on that. Again, I look at this 1 point, I know I focus on the numbers a lot, and I look at the 1.6% number, and frankly, I think I've lost track of how many years in a row we've come in under that very difficult to hit inflation number. But the part that's really important, that I think the first thing people will think when they see a number like this is, you know, what are you cutting back on? How are our services getting worse? How are you not investing in our community? And the reality is the opposite is true. We're making our community bigger and stronger and better. And I want to end by thanking Mr. Haggie for your work and staff in general. This process would be extremely difficult if it wasn't for the hard work and making it as smooth as possible. So thank you very much. And with that, Mayor Rabinovich, we need to go into special council.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey, and I'll call this special council meeting to resume, I guess, to order, and I will turn it to you to bring forward the recommendations for our 2018 budget.
Almost lost my sheet here, sorry. It's been moved myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that the 20 items in the budget be approved.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any, I believe there are a couple conflicts need to be brought forward.
Yeah, first we have Councillor Singh in the queue.
Yeah, just outlining the conflicts I had noted in the capital budget meeting, and they address real estate holdings that my parents own. So for those conflicts to be noted.
Okay. Councillor Netsky.
Councillor Netsky.
Yeah, and I'm a member of the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Orchestra under the Tier 1 grants.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other?
Thank you. Yeah, I have Councillor Fernandez in the queue.
Not a conflict. I recognize that I supported the budget, but I still am not supporting the Communitech $300,000. So can we pull that out?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else?
And finally, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I just have one additional comment that I didn't make in committee, if I may,
Sure, go ahead.
and I'll be brief. In going from the 1.7% to the 1.6%, we didn't cut any services. What we did was we were able to increase our dividend from the parking enterprise, and we were able to switch a grant that was out of the operating budget into our utility. And I think sometimes that creative type of budgeting just helps our tax base at the end of the day. And so I think those are important points to just really highlight, and including that extra assessment growth to make up that total difference. I think we did a really good job with that.
Okay, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if there are no other speakers, I'm going to deal with, first of all, the items that Councillor Yannetsky, the one item that Councillor Yannetsky has a conflict with, and we'll deal with that as a recorded vote. So dealing with the grant that Councillor Yannetsky has a conflict with. And that's carried unanimously with the conflict noted. I'll next deal with the items that Councillor Singh, the capital items that Councillor Singh has a conflict with. All those in favor? Those opposed? Conflict noted. That carries. I'll now deal with the Communitech grant. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And the balance of the budget? Those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. And with that, I'll just echo my thanks again to you, Mr. Chair, to our staff, and to the residents who participated in the budget process. I think everyone else's comments have been covered off in committee. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Singh, seconded by Councillor Schneider. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody.